Chapter 15, Section 4 of Kapital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kapital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 4. Production of Relative Surplus Value. Chapter 15. Machinery and Modern Industry. Section 4. The Factory. At the commencement of this chapter we considered that which we may call the body of a factory, i.e., machinery organized into a system. We there saw how machinery, by annexing the labor of women and children, augments the number of human beings who form the material for capitalistic exploitation, how it confiscates the whole of the workman's disposable time by immoderate extension of the hours of labor, and how finally its progress, which allows of enormous increase of production in shorter and shorter periods, serves as a means of systematically getting more work done in a shorter time, or of exploiting labor power more intensely. We now turn to the factory as a whole, and that in its most perfect form. Dr. Urey, the Pindar of the automatic factory, describes it, on the one hand, as combined cooperation of many orders of workpeople, adult and young, intending with assiduous skill a system of productive machines, continuously impelled by a central power, the prime mover; on the other hand, as a vast automaton, composed of various mechanical and intellectual organs, acting in uninterrupted concert for the production of a common object, all of them being subordinate to a self-regulated moving force. These two descriptions are far from being identical. In one, the collective laborer, or social body of labor, appears as the dominant subject, and the mechanical automaton as the object. In the other, the automaton itself is the subject, and the workmen are merely conscious organs, co-ordinate with the unconscious organs of the automaton, and together with them subordinated to the central moving power. The first description is applicable to every possible employment of machinery on a large scale. The second is characteristic of its use by capital, and therefore of the modern factory system. Urey prefers, therefore, to describe the central machine, from which the motion comes, not only as an automaton, but as an autocrat. In these spacious halls the benignant power of steam summons around him his myriads of willing menials. Urey, 1st C, page 18. Along with the tool, the skill of the workman in handling it passes over to the machine. The capabilities of the tool are emancipated from the restraints that are inseparable from human labor power. Thereby the technical foundation on which is based the division of labor in manufacture is swept away. Hence, in the place of the hierarchy of specialized workmen that characterizes manufacture, there steps, in the automatic factory, a tendency to equalize and reduce to one and the same level every kind of work that has to be done by the minders of the machines, in the place of the artificially produced differentiations of the detail workmen, step the natural differences of age and sex. Footnote: Urey, 1st C, page 31. See Karl Marx, 1st C, pages 140 through 141. So far as division of labor reappears in the factory, it is primarily a distribution of the workmen among the specialized machines, and of masses of workmen, not, however, organized into groups among the various departments of the factory, in each of which they work at a number of similar machines placed together. Their cooperation, therefore, is only simple. The organized group, peculiar to manufacture, is replaced by the connection between the head workman and his few assistants. The essential division is, into workmen who are actually employed on the machines, among whom are included a few who look after the engine, and into mere attendants, almost exclusively children of these workmen. Among the attendants are reckoned more or less all feeders, who supply the machines with the material to be worked. In addition to these two principal classes, there is a numerically unimportant class of persons, whose occupation it is to look after the whole of the machinery and repair it from time to time, such as engineers, mechanics, joiners, etc. This is a superior class of workmen, some of them scientifically educated, others brought up to a trade. It is distinct from the factory operative class, and merely aggregated to it. This division of labor is purely technical. Footnote. It looks very like intentional misleading by statistics, which misleading it would be possible to prove in detail in other cases too, when the English factory legislation excludes from its operation the class of laborers last mentioned in the text, while the parliamentary returns expressly included in the category of factory operatives not only engineers and mechanics and etc., but also managers, salesmen, messengers, warehousemen, packers, etc., in short, everybody except the owner of the factory himself. To work at a machine, the workman should be taught from childhood, in order that he may learn to adapt his own movements to the uniform and unceasing motion of an automaton. When the machinery as a whole forms a system of manifold machines, working simultaneously and in concert, the cooperation based upon it requires the distribution of various groups of workmen among the different kinds of machines. But the employment of machinery does away with the necessity of crystallizing this distribution after the manner of manufacture, by the constant annexation of a particular man to a particular function. Footnote. Ure grants this. He says, in case of need, the workman can be moved at the will of the manager from one machine to another, and he triumphantly exclaims, such a change is in flat contradiction with the old routine, that divides the labor, and to one workman assigns the task of fashioning the head of a needle, to another the sharpening of the point. He had much better have asked himself why this old routine is departed from in the automatic factory, only in case of need. End note. Since the motion of the whole system does not proceed from the workman, but from the machinery, a change of persons can take place at any time without an interruption of the work. The most striking proof of this is afforded by the relay system, put into operation by the manufacturers during their revolt from 1848 to 1850. Lastly, the quickness with which machine work is learnt by young people does away with the necessity of bringing up for exclusive employment by machinery a special class of operatives. Footnote. When distress is very great, as for instance during the American Civil War, the factory operative is now and then set by the bourgeois to do the roughest of work, such as road making, etc. The English Ateliers Nationaux, national workshops, of 1862 and the following years, established for the benefit of destitute cotton operatives, differ from the French of 1848 in this, that in the latter the workmen had to do the unproductive work at the expense of the state. In the former they had to do productive municipal work to the advantage of the bourgeois, and that, too, cheaper than the regular workmen, with whom they were thus thrown into competition. The physical appearance of the cotton operatives is unquestionably improved. This I attribute, as to the men, to outdoor labor on public works. Rep. of Inspect of Fact, 31st October, 1863, page 59. The writer here alludes to the Preston factory operatives who were employed on Preston Moor. End note. With regard to the work of the mere attendants, it can to some extent be replaced in the mill by machines, and owing to its extreme simplicity, it allows of a rapid and constant change of the individuals burdened with this drudgery. Footnote. An example. The various mechanical apparatus introduced since the Act of 1844 into woolen mills for replacing the labor of children. So soon as it shall happen that the children of the manufacturers themselves have to go through a course of schooling as helpers in the mill, this almost unexplored territory of mechanics will soon make remarkable progress. Of machinery, perhaps self-acting mules are as dangerous as any other kind. Most of the accidents from them happen to little children, from their creeping under the mules to sweep the floor whilst the mules are in motion. Several minders have been fined for this offence, but without much general benefit. If machine makers would only invent a self-sweeper, by whose use the necessity for these little children to creep under the machinery might be prevented, it would be a happy addition to our protective measures. Reports of Inspectors of Factories for the 31st of October, 1866, page 63. End note. Although then, technically speaking, the old system of division of labor is thrown overboard by machinery, it hangs on in the factory, as a traditional habit handed down from manufacture, and is afterwards systematically remolded and established in a more hideous form by capital, as a means of exploiting labor power. The lifelong specialty of handling one and the same tool now becomes the lifelong specialty of serving one and the same machine. Machinery is put to a wrong use, with the object of transforming the workman, from his very childhood, into a part of a detail machine. Note. So much, then, for Proudhon's wonderful idea. He construes machinery not as a synthesis of instruments of labor, but as a synthesis of detail operations for the benefit of the laborer himself. End note. In this way, not only are the expenses of his reproduction considerably lessened, but at the same time his helpless dependence upon the factory as a whole, and therefore upon the capitalist, is rendered complete. Here, as everywhere else, we must distinguish between the increased productiveness due to the development of the social process of production, and that due to the capitalist exploitation of that process. In handicrafts and manufacture, the workman makes use of a tool. In the factory, the machine makes use of him. There the movements of the instrument of labor proceed from him. Here it is the movements of the machine that he must follow. In manufacture, the workmen are parts of a living mechanism. In the factory, we have a lifeless mechanism independent of the workman, who becomes its mere living appendage. The miserable routine of endless drudgery and toil, in which the same mechanical process is gone through over and over again, is like the labor of Sisyphus. The burden of labor, like the rock, keeps ever falling back on the worn-out laborer. Note. Friedrich Engels, 1st C, page 217. Even an ordinary and optimist free trader, like Mr. Molinari, goes so far as to say, Un homme suce plus vite un surveillant, 15 heures par jour, l'évolution uniforme d'un mécanisme, qu'un exerçant, dans le même espace de temps, sa force physique. Ce travail de surveillance qui servirait peut-être de l'utile gymnastique à l'intelligence, s'il n'était pas trop prolongé, détruit à la longue par son excès et l'intelligence et la croix même. A man becomes exhausted more quickly when he watches over the uniform motion of a mechanism for 15 hours a day, than when he applies his physical strength over the same period of time. This labor of surveillance, which might perhaps serve as a useful exercise for the mind, if it did not go on too long, destroys both the mind and the body in the long run, through excessive application. G. de Molinari, Études économiques, Paris, 1846. End note. At the same time that factory work exhausts the nervous system to the uttermost, it does away with the many-sided play of the muscles, and confiscates every atom of freedom, both in bodily and intellectual activity. Footnote. Friedrich Engels, 1st C, page 216. End note. The lightening of the labor, even, becomes a sort of torture, since the machine does not free the laborer from work, but deprives the work of all interest. Every kind of capitalist production, in so far as it is not only a labor process, but also a process of creating surplus value, has this in common, that it is not the workman that employs the instruments of labor, but the instruments of labor that employ the workman. But it is only in the factory system that this inversion for the first time acquires technical and palpable reality. By means of its conversion into an automaton, the instrument of labor confronts the laborer, during the labor process, in the shape of capital, of dead labor, that dominates and pumps dry living labor power. The separation of the intellectual powers of production from the manual labor, and the conversion of those powers into the might of capital over labor, is, as we have already shown, finally completed by modern industry erected on the foundation of machinery. The special skill of each individual insignificant factory operative vanishes as an infinitesimal quantity before the science, the gigantic physical forces, and the mass of labor that are embodied in the factory mechanism, and together with that mechanism constitute the power of the master. This master, therefore, in whose brain the machinery and his monopoly of it are inseparably united, whenever he falls out with his hands, contemptuously tells them, the factory operatives should keep in wholesome remembrance the fact that theirs is really a low species of skilled labor, and that there is none which is more easily acquired, or of its quality more amply remunerated, or which by a short training of the least expert can be more quickly as well as abundantly acquired. The master's machinery really plays a far more important part in the business of production than the labor and the skill of the operative, which 6 months' education can teach, and a common laborer can learn. Footnote: The Master Spinners and Manufacturers' Defence Fund, Report of the Committee, Manchester, 1854, page 17. We shall see hereafter that the master can sing quite another song, when he is threatened with the loss of his living automaton. End note. The technical subordination of the workman to the uniform motion of the instruments of labor, and the peculiar composition of the body of work-people, consisting, as it does, of individuals of both sexes and of all ages, give rise to a barrack discipline, which is elaborated into a complete system in the factory, and which fully develops the before-mentioned labor of overlooking, thereby dividing the work-people into operatives and overlookers, into private soldiers and sergeants of an industrial army. The main difficulty in the automatic factory lay above all in training human beings to renounce their desultory habits of work, and to identify themselves with the unvarying regularity of the complex automaton. To devise and administer a successful code of factory discipline, suited to the necessities of factory diligence, was the Herculean enterprise, the noble achievement of Arkwright. Even at the present day, when the system is perfectly organized and its labor lightened to the utmost, it is found nearly impossible to convert persons past the age of puberty into useful hands. Footnote: Ure, 1st C, page 15. Whoever knows the life history of Arkwright will never dub this barber genius noble. Of all the great inventors of the 18th century, he was uncontestably the greatest thiever of other people's inventions, and the meanest fellow. End note. The factory code in which Kapital formulates, like a private legislator, and at his own good will, his aristocracy over his workpeople, unaccompanied by that division of responsibility in other matters so much approved of by the bourgeoisie, and unaccompanied by the still more approved representative system, this code is but the capitalistic caricature of that social regulation of the labor process, which becomes requisite in cooperation on a great scale, and in the employment in common of instruments of labor and especially of machinery. The place of the slave driver's lash is taken by the overlooker's book of penalties. All punishments naturally resolve themselves into fines and deductions from wages, and the law-giving talent of the factory lycurgus so arranges matters that a violation of his laws is, if possible, more profitable to him than the keeping of them. Footnote: The slavery in which the bourgeoisie has bound the proletariat comes nowhere more plainly into daylight than in the factory system. In it all freedom comes to an end, both at law and in fact. The workman must be in the factory at 5:30. If he come a few minutes late, he is punished. If he come 10 minutes late, he is not allowed to enter until after breakfast, and thus loses a quarter of a day's wage. He must eat, drink, and sleep at a word of command. The despotic bell calls him from his bed, calls him from breakfast and dinner. And how does he fare in the mill? There the master is the absolute lawgiver. He makes what regulations he pleases, he alters and makes additions to his code at pleasure, and if he insert the veriest nonsense, the courts say to the workmen, Since you have entered into this contract voluntarily, you must now carry it out. These workmen are condemned to live, from their 9th year till their death, under this mental and bodily torture. Friedrich Engels, 1st C, page 217. What, the courts say, I will illustrate by 2 examples. One occurs at Sheffield at the end of 1866. In that town a workman had engaged himself for 2 years in a steel works. In consequence of a quarrel with his employer he left the works, and declared that under no circumstances would he work for that master any more. He was prosecuted for breach of contract, and condemned to 2 months' imprisonment. If the master breaks the contract, he can be proceeded against only in a civil action, and risks nothing but money damages. After the workman has served his 2 months, the master invites him to return to the works, pursuant to the contract. Workman says, no, he has already been punished for the breach. The master prosecutes again, the court condemns again, although one of the judges, Mr. Shee, publicly denounces this as a legal monstrosity, by which a man can periodically, as long as he lives, be punished over and over again for the same offence or crime. This judgment was given not by the great unpaid, the provincial Dogberries, but by one of the highest courts of justice in London. Added in the 4th German edition. This has now been done away with few exceptions, e.g., when public gasworks are involved. The worker in England is now put on an equal footing with the employer in case of breach of contract, and can be sued only civilly. Friedrich Engels. The second case occurs in Wiltshire at the end of November 1863. About 30 power loom weavers, in the employment of one Harrop, a cloth manufacturer at Lowers Mill, Westbury Lee, struck work because Master Harrop indulged in the agreeable habit of making deductions from their wages for being late in the morning, 6d. for 2 minutes, 1 shilling for 3 minutes, and 1 shilling 6d. for 10 minutes. This is at the rate of 9 shillings per hour, and £4 10 shillings per diem, while the wages of the weavers on the average of a year never exceeded 10 shillings to 12 shillings weekly. Harrop also appointed a boy to announce the starting time by a whistle, which he often did before 6 o'clock in the morning, and if the hands were not all there at the moment the whistle ceased, the doors were closed, and those hands who were outside were fined, and as there was no clock on the premises, the unfortunate hands were at the mercy of the young Harrop-inspired timekeeper. The hands on strike, the mothers of families as well as girls, offered to resume work if the timekeeper were replaced by a clock, and a more reasonable scale of fines were introduced. Harrop summoned 19 women and girls before the magistrates for breach of contract. To the utter indignation of all present, they were each mulcted in a fine of 6d. and 2 shillings 6d. for cost. Harrop was followed from the court by a crowd of people who hissed him. A favourite operation with manufacturers is to punish the workpeople by deductions made from their wages on account of faults in the material worked on. This method gave rise in 1866 to a general strike in the English pottery districts. The reports of the Ch. Korn, 1863 to 1866, give cases where the worker not only receives no wages, but becomes, by means of his labour and of the penal regulations, the debtor to boot of his worthy master. The late cotton crisis also furnished edifying examples of the sagacity shown by the factory autocrats in making deductions from wages. Mr. R. Baker, the inspector of factories, says, I have myself had lately to direct prosecutions against one cotton mill occupier for having in these pinching and painful times deducted 10d. apiece from some of the young workers employed by him for the surgeon's certificate, for which he himself had only paid 6d., when allowed by the law to deduct 3d., and by custom nothing at all. And I have been informed of another, who, in order to keep without the law, but to obtain the same object, charges the poor children who work for him a shilling each, as a fee for learning them the art and mystery of cotton spinning, so soon as they are declared by the surgeon fit and proper persons for that occupation. There may, therefore, be undercurrent causes for such extraordinary exhibitions as strikes, not only wherever they arise, but particularly at such times as the present, which without explanation render them inexplicable to the public understanding. He alludes here to a strike of power loom weavers at Darwin, June 1863. Reports of Inspectors of Factories for 30 April 1863, pages 50 through 51. The reports always go beyond their official dates. End note. We shall here merely allude to the material conditions under which factory labor is carried on. Every organ of sense is injured in an equal degree by artificial elevation of the temperature, by the dust-laden atmosphere, by the deafening noise, not to mention danger to life and limb among the thickly crowded machinery, which, with the regularity of the seasons, issues its list of the killed and wounded in the industrial battle. Footnote. The protection afforded by the Factory Acts against dangerous machinery has had a beneficial effect. But there are other sources of accident which did not exist 20 years since. One especially, viz., the increased speed of the machinery. Wheels, rollers, spindles, and shuttles are now propelled at increased and increasing rates. Fingers must be quicker and defter in their movements to take up the broken thread, for if placed with hesitation or carelessness they are sacrificed. A large number of accidents are caused by the eagerness of the workpeople to get through their work expeditiously. It must be remembered that it is of the highest importance to manufacturers that their machinery should be in motion, i.e., producing yams and goods. Every minute's stoppage is not only a loss of power, but of production, and the workpeople are urged by the overlookers, who are interested in the quantity of work turned off, to keep the machinery in motion, and it is no less important to those of the operatives who are paid by the weight or piece that the machine should be kept in motion. Consequently, although it is strictly forbidden in many, nay, in most factories, that machinery should be cleaned while in motion, it is nevertheless the constant practice in most, if not in all, that the workpeople do, unprovoked, pick out waste, wipe rollers and wheels, etc., while their frames are in motion. Thus, from this cause only, 906 accidents have occurred during the 6 months. Although a great deal of cleaning is constantly going on by day, yet Saturday is generally the day set apart for the thorough cleaning of the machinery, and a great deal of this is done while the machinery is in motion. Since cleaning is not paid for, the workpeople seek to get done with it as speedily as possible. Hence, the number of accidents which occur on Fridays, and especially on Saturdays, is much larger than on any other day. On the former day the excess is nearly 12%, over the average number of the first 4 days of the week, and on the latter day the excess is 25% over the average of the preceding 5 days, or, if the number of working hours on Saturday being taken into account, 7½ hours on Saturday as compared with 10½ on other days, there is an excess of 65% on Saturdays over the average of the other 5 days. Report of the Inspector of Factories, 31st October 1866, pages 9, 15, 16, and 17. End note. Economy of the social means of production, matured and forced as in a hothouse by the factory system, is turned, in the hands of capital, into systematic robbery of what is necessary for the life of the workman while he is at work, robbery of space, light, air, and of protection to his person against the dangerous and unwholesome accompaniments of the productive process, not to mention the robbery of appliances for the comfort of the workman. Is Fourier wrong when he calls factories tempered bagnos? Footnote. In Part 1 of Book 3 I shall give an account of a recent campaign by the English manufacturers against the clauses in the Factory Acts that protect the hands against dangerous machinery. For the present let this one quotation from the official report of Leonard Horner suffice. I have heard some mill owners speak with inexcusable levity of some of the accidents, such, for instance, as the loss of a finger being a trifling matter. A working man's living and prospects depend so much upon his fingers that any loss of them is a very serious matter to him. When I have heard such inconsiderate remarks made, I have usually put this question: suppose you were in want of an additional workman, and 2 were to apply, both equally well qualified in other respects, but one had lost a thumb or a forefinger, which would you engage? There never was a hesitation as to the answer. The manufacturers have mistaken prejudices against what they have heard represented as pseudo-philanthropic legislation. Report of the Inspector of Factories, 31st October 1855. These manufacturers are clever folk, and not without reason were they enthusiastic for the slaveholders' rebellion. End note. Note. In these factories that have been longest subject to the Factory Acts, with their compulsory limitations of the hours of labor, and other regulations, many of the older abuses have vanished. The very improvement of the machinery demands to a certain extent improved construction of the buildings, and this is an advantage to the workpeople. See the report of the Inspector of Factories for the 31st October, 1863, page 109. End note. End of Part 4, Chapter 15, Section 4. Chapter 15, Section 5 of Kapital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kapital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Friedrich Engels. Part 4, Production of Relative Surplus Value, Chapter 15, Machinery and Modern Industry, Section 5, The Strife Between Workman and Machine. The contest between the capitalist and the wage laborer dates back to the very origin of capital. It raged on throughout the whole manufacturing period. Note. See, amongst others, John Houghton, Husbandry and Trade Improved, London, 1727. The Advantages of the East India Trade, 1720, John Bellers. The masters and their workmen are, unhappily, in a perpetual war with each other. The invariable object of the former is to get their work done as cheaply as possible, and they do not fail to employ every artifice to this purpose, whilst the latter are equally attentive to every occasion of distressing their masters into a compliance with higher demands. An inquiry into the causes of the present high price of provisions, pages 61 through 62. Author, the Reverend Nathaniel Forster, quite on the side of the workman. End note. But only since the introduction of machinery has the workman fought against the instrument of labor itself, the material embodiment of capital. He revolts against this particular form of the means of production, as being the material basis of the capitalist mode of production. In the 17th century nearly all Europe experienced revolts of the workpeople against the ribbon loom, a machine for weaving ribbons and trimmings, called in Germany Bandmühle, Schönermühle, and Mühlenstuhle. These machines were invented in Germany. Abbé Lanceloti, in a work that appeared in Venice in 1636, but which was written in 1579, says as follows: Anthony Müller of Danzig saw about 50 years ago in that town a very ingenious machine, which weaves 4 to 6 pieces at once. But the mayor, being apprehensive that this invention might throw a large number of workmen on the streets, caused the inventor to be secretly strangled or drowned. In Leyden this machine was not used till 1629. There the riots of the ribbon weavers at length compelled the town council to prohibit it. In hac urbe, says Boxhorn, Inst Paul, 1663, referring to the introduction of this machine into Leyden, ante hos vigente cerciter annos instrumentum quodam invenerant textorium, quo solos plus pani e facilius confessere poterat, quan plures equali tempore, hinc turbe orte e querule textorum, tandem q usus hujus instrumenti a magistruti prohibitus est. In this town, about 20 years ago, certain people invented an instrument for weaving, with which a single person could weave more cloth, and more easily, than many others in the same length of time. As a result there arose disturbances and complaints from the weavers, until the town council finally prohibited the use of this instrument. After making various decrees more or less prohibitive against this loom in 1632, 1639, etc., The States General of Holland at length permitted it to be used, under certain conditions, by the decree of the 15th December 1661. It was also prohibited in Cologne in 1676, at the same time that its introduction into England was causing disturbances among the workpeople. By an imperial edict of 19th February 1685, its use was forbidden throughout all Germany. In Hamburg it was burnt in public by order of the Senate. The Emperor, Charles VI, on 9th February 1719, renewed the edict of 1685, and not until 1665 was its use openly allowed in the electorate of Saxony. This machine, which shook Europe to its foundations, was in fact the precursor of the mule and the power loom, and of the industrial revolution of the 18th century. It enabled a totally inexperienced boy to set the whole loom with all its shuttles in motion, by simply moving a rod backwards and forwards, and in its improved form produced from 40 to 50 pieces at once. About 1630, a wind sawmill, erected near London by a Dutchman, succumbed to the excesses of the populace. Even as late as the beginnings of the 18th century, sawmills driven by water overcame the opposition of the people, supported as it was by Parliament, only with great difficulty. No sooner had Everett in 1758 erected the first wool shearing machine that was driven by water power than it was set on fire by 100,000 people who had been thrown out of work. 50,000 workpeople, who had previously lived by carding wool, petitioned Parliament against Arkwright's scribbling mills and carding engines. The enormous destruction of machinery that occurred in the English manufacturing districts during the first 15 years of this century, chiefly caused by the employment of the power loom, and known as the Luddite movement, gave the anti-Jacobin governments of a Sidmouth, a Castlereagh, and the like, a pretext for the most reactionary and forcible measures. It took both time and experience before the workpeople learnt to distinguish between machinery and its employment by capital, and to direct their attacks, not against the material instruments of production, but against the mode in which they are used. Note: in old-fashioned manufactures the revolts of the workpeople against machinery, even to this day, occasionally assume a savage character, as in the case of the Sheffield file cutters in 1865. End note. The contests about wages in manufacture presuppose manufacture, and are in no sense directed against its existence. The opposition against the establishment of new manufactures proceeds from the guilds and privileged towns, not from the workpeople. Hence the writers of the manufacturing period treat the division of labor chiefly as a means of virtually supplying a deficiency of laborers, and not as a means of actually displacing those in work. This distinction is self-evident. If it be said that 100 millions of people would be required in England to spin with the old spinning wheel the cotton that is now spun with mules by 500,000 people, this does not mean that the mules took the place of those millions who never existed. It means only this, that many millions of workpeople would be required to replace the spinning machinery. If, on the other hand, we say that in England the power loom threw 800,000 weavers on the streets, we do not refer to existing machinery that would have to be replaced by a definite number of workpeople, but to a number of weavers in existence who were actually replaced or displaced by the looms. During the manufacturing period, handicraft labor, altered though it was by a division of labor, was yet the basis. The demands of the new colonial markets could not be satisfied, owing to the relatively small number of town operatives handed down from the Middle Ages, and the manufactures proper opened out new fields of production to the rural population, driven from the land by the dissolution of the feudal system. At that time, therefore, division of labor and co-operation in the workshops were viewed more from the positive aspect, that they made the workpeople more productive. Footnote: Sir James Stewart also understands machinery quite in this sense. Je considère donc les machines comme des moyens d'augmenter virtuellement le nombre des gens industriels qu'on n'est pas obligé de nourrir. En quoi l'effort d'une machine diffère-t-il de celui de nouveaux habitants? French translation, chapter 19. More naive is Petty, who says it replaces polygamy. The above point of view is, at the most, admissible only for some parts of the United States. On the other hand, machinery can seldom be used with success to abridge the labor of an individual. More time would be lost in its construction than could be saved by its application. It is only really useful when it acts on great masses, when a single machine can assist the work of thousands. It is accordingly in the most populous countries, where there are most idle men, that it is most abundant. It is not called into use by a scarcity of men, but by the facility with which they can be brought to work in masses. Percy Ravenstone, Thoughts on the Funding System and its Effects. London, 1824, page 45. End note. Long before the period of modern industry, cooperation and the concentration of the instruments of labor in the hands of a few gave rise, in numerous countries where these methods were applied in agriculture, to great, sudden, and forcible revolutions in the modes of production, and consequentially in the conditions of existence and the means of employment of the rural populations. But this contest at first takes place more between the large and the small landed proprietors than between capital and wage labor. On the other hand, when the laborers are displaced by the instruments of labor, by sheep, horses, etc., in this case, force is directly resorted to in the first instance as the prelude to the Industrial Revolution. The laborers are first driven from the land, and then come the sheep. Land grabbing on a great scale, such as was perpetrated in England, is the first step in creating a field for the establishment of agriculture on a great scale. Footnote. Note in the 4th German edition. This applies to Germany too, where in our country agriculture on a large scale exists, hence particularly in the East, it has become possible only in consequence of the clearing of the estates, Bärenlegen, a practice which became widespread in the 16th century and was particularly so since 1648. Friedrich Engels. End note. Hence this subversion of agriculture puts on, at first, more the appearance of a political revolution. The instrument of labor, when it takes the form of a machine, immediately becomes a competitor of the workman himself. Note. Machinery and labor are in constant competition. Ricardo, page 479. End note. The self-expansion of capital by means of machinery is thenceforward directly proportional to the number of work-people, whose means of livelihood have been destroyed by that machinery. The whole system of capitalist production is based on the fact that the workman sells his labor power as a commodity. Division of labor specializes this labor power by reducing it to skill in handling a particular tool. So soon as the handling of this tool becomes the work of a machine, then with the use value, exchange value too, of the workman's labor power vanishes. The workman becomes unsaleable, like paper money thrown out of currency by legal enactment. That portion of the working class, thus by machinery rendered superfluous, i.e., no longer immediately necessary for the self-expansion of capital, either goes to the wall in the unequal contest of the old handicrafts and manufactures with industry, or else floods all the more easily accessible branches of industry, swamps the labor market, and sinks the price of labor power below its value. It is impressed upon the workpeople, as a great consolation, first, that their sufferings are only temporary, a temporary inconvenience; secondly, that machinery acquires the mastery over the whole of a given field of production, only by degrees, so that the extent and intensity of its destructive effect is diminished. The first consolation neutralizes the second. When machinery seizes on an industry by degrees, it produces chronic misery among the operatives who compete with it. Where the transition is rapid, the effect is acute and felt by great masses. History discloses no tragedy more horrible than the gradual extinction of the English handloom weavers, an extinction that was spread over several decades and finally sealed in 1838. Many of them died of starvation, many with families vegetated for a long time on 2.5 shillings a day. Footnote. The competition between hand-weaving and power-weaving in England, before the passing of the Poor Law of 1833, was prolonged by supplementing the wages, which had fallen considerably below the minimum, with parish relief. The Reverend Mr. Turner was, in 1827, rector of Wimslow in Cheshire, a manufacturing district. The questions of the Committee of Immigration and Mr. Turner's answers show how the competition of human labor is maintained against machinery. Question: has not the use of the power loom superseded the use of the hand loom? Answer: undoubtedly, it would have superseded them much more than it has done, if the hand loom weavers were not enabled to submit to a reduction of wages. Question: but in submitting he has accepted wages which are insufficient to support him, and looks to parochial contribution as the remainder of his support? Answer: yes, and in fact the competition between the hand loom and the power loom is maintained out of the poor rates. Thus degrading pauperism or expatriation is the benefit which the industrious receive from the introduction of machinery, to be reduced from the respectable and in some degree independent mechanic to the cringing wretch who lives on the debasing bread of charity. This they call a temporary inconvenience. A prize essay on the comparative merits of competition and cooperation, London, 1834, page 29. End note. On the other hand, the English cotton machinery produced an acute effect in India. The Governor-General reported, 1834 to 1835, "The misery hardly finds a parallel in the history of commerce. The bones of the cotton weavers are bleaching the plains of India." No doubt, in turning them out of this temporal world, the machinery caused them no more than a temporary inconvenience. For the rest, since machinery is continually seizing upon new fields of production, its temporary effect is really permanent. Hence the character of independence and estrangement which the capitalist mode of production as a whole gives to the instruments of labor and to the product, as against the workman, is developed by means of machinery into a thorough antagonism. Note: the same cause which may increase the revenue of the country, i.e., as Ricardo explains on the same passage, the revenues of landlords and capitalists, whose wealth from the economic point of view forms the wealth of the nation, may at the same time render the population redundant and deteriorate the condition of the laborer. Ricardo, page 469. The constant aim and the tendency of every improvement in machinery is, in fact, to do away entirely with the labor of man, or to lessen its price by substituting the labor of women and children for that of grown-up men, or of unskilled for that of skilled workmen. Urey, 1st C, page 35. End note. Therefore, it is with the advent of machinery that the workman for the first time brutally revolts against the instruments of labor. The instrument of labor strikes down the laborer. This direct antagonism between the two comes out most strongly whenever newly introduced machinery competes with handicrafts or manufactures handed down from former times. But even in modern industry the continual improvement of machinery and the development of the automatic system has an analogous effect. The object of improved machinery is to diminish manual labor, to provide for the performance of a process or the completion of a link in a manufacture by the aid of an iron instead of the human apparatus. Footnote: Report of the Inspector of Factory for the 31st October 1858, page 43. End note. The adaptation of power to machinery heretofore moved by hand is almost of daily occurrence. The minor improvements in machinery having for their object economy of power, the production of better work, the turning off of more work in the same time, or in supplying the place of a child, a female, or a man, are constant, and although sometimes apparently of no great moment, have somewhat important results. Note: Report of the Inspector of Factories for 31st October 1856, page 15. End note. Whenever a process requires peculiar dexterity and steadiness of hand, it is withdrawn, as soon as possible, from the cunning workman, who is prone to irregularities of many kinds, and it is placed in charge of a peculiar mechanism, so self-regulating that a child can superintend it. Note: Urey, 1st C, page 19. The great advantage of the machinery employed in brick-making consists in this, that the employer is made entirely independent of skilled laborers. Employment Committee Report, London, 1856, page 130, note 46. Mr. A. Sturrock, superintendent of the machine department of the Great Northern Railway, says, with regard to the building of locomotives, etc., expensive English workmen are being less used every day. The production of the workshops of England is being increased by the use of improved tools, and these tools are again served by a low class of labor. Formerly, their skilled labor necessarily produced all the parts of engines. Now the parts of engines are produced by labor with less skill, but with good tools. By tools I mean engineers' machinery, lathes, planing machines, drills, and so on. Royal Committee on Railways, London, 1867. Minutes of Evidence, Note 17, 862 and 17, 863. End note. On the automatic plan, skilled labor gets progressively superseded. Note, Ure, page 20, end note. The effect of improvements in machinery, not merely in superseding the necessity for the employment of the same quantity of adult labor as before, in order to produce a given result, but in substituting one description of human labor for another, the less skilled for the more skilled, juvenile for adult, female for male, causes a fresh disturbance in the rate of wages. Note, Ure, first see page 321, end note. The effect of substituting the self-acting mule for the common mule is to discharge the greater part of the men spinners, and to retain adolescents and children. Note, Ure, first see page 23, end note. The extraordinary power of expansion of the factory system, owing to accumulated practical experience, to the mechanical means at hand, and to constant technical progress, was proved to us by the giant strides of that system under the pressure of a shortened working day. But who in 1860, the zenith year of the English cotton industry, would have dreamt of the galloping improvements in machinery, and the corresponding displacement of working people, called into being during the following 3 years under the stimulus of the American Civil War? A couple of examples from the reports of the inspectors of factories will suffice in this point. A Manchester manufacturer states, "We formerly had 75 carding engines, now we have 12 doing the same quantity of work. We are doing with fewer hands by 14, at a savings in wages of £10 a week. Our estimated saving in waste is about 10% in the quantity of cotton consumed." In another fine spinning mill in Manchester, I was informed that through increased speed and the adoption of some self-acting processes, a reduction had been made in number of a fourth in one department and of above half in another, and that the introduction of the combing machine in place of the second carding had considerably reduced the number of hands formerly employed in the carding room. Another spinning mill is estimated to effect a saving of labor of 10%. The Messrs. Gilmore, spinners at Manchester, state, "In our blowing room department we consider our expense with new machinery is fully 1/3 less in wages and hands. In the jack frame and drawing frame room, about 1/3 less in expense, and likewise 1/3 less in hands. In the spinning room about 1/3 less in expenses. But this is not all. When our yarn goes into the manufacturers, it is so much better by the application of our new machinery, that they will produce a greater quantity of cloth, and cheaper than from the yarn produced by old machinery." Note, Reports of the Inspectors of Factories, 31st October 1863, page 108, 109. End note. Mr. Redgrave further remarks in the same report, "The reduction of hands against increased production is, in fact, constantly taking place. In woolen mills the reduction commenced some time since, and is continuing. A few days since, the master of a school in the neighbourhood of Rochdale said to me, that the great falling off in the girls' school is not only caused by the distress, but by the changes of machinery in the woolen mills, in consequence of which a reduction of 70 short-timers had taken place." Note, first see page 109. The rapid improvement of machinery during the crisis allowed the English manufacturers, immediately after the termination of the American Civil War, and almost in no time, to glut the markets of the world again. Cloth, during the last 6 months of 1866, was almost unsaleable. Thereupon began the consignment of goods to India and China, thus naturally making the glut more intense. At the beginning of 1867 the manufacturers resorted to their usual way out of the difficulty, viz., reducing wages 5%. The workpeople resisted, and said that the only remedy was to work short time, 4 days a week, and their theory was the correct one. After holding out for some time, the self-elected captains of industry had to make up their minds to short time, with reduced wages in some places, and in others without. End note. The following table shows the total result of the mechanical improvements in the English cotton industry due to the American Civil War. From 1857 to 1868, the number of factories in the United Kingdom increased by 350, the number of power looms increased by almost 80,000, and the number of spindles increased by about 4 million. The number of persons employed also increased by about 21,000 persons. Hence, between 1861 and 1868, 338 cotton factories disappeared. In other words, more productive machinery on a larger scale was concentrated in the hands of a smaller number of capitalists. The number of power looms decreased by 20,663, but since their product increased in the same period, an improved loom must have yielded more than an old one. Lastly, the number of spindles increased by 1,612,541, while the number of operatives decreased by 50,505. The temporary misery inflicted on the workpeople by the cotton crisis was heightened, and from being temporary made permanent, by the rapid and persistent progress of machinery. But machinery not only acts as a competitor who gets the better of the workman, and is constantly on the point of making him superfluous. It is also a power inimical to him, and as such capital proclaims it from the rooftops, and as such makes use of it. It is the most powerful weapon for repressing strikes, those periodical revolts of the working class against the autocracy of capital. Footnote: the relation of master and man in the blown flint bottle trades amounts to a chronic strike. Hence the impetus given to the manufacture of pressed glass, in which the chief operations are done by machinery. One firm in Newcastle, who formerly produced 350,000 pounds of blown flint glass, now produces in its place 3,500,000 pounds of pressed glass. Employment Commission, 4th reprint, 1865, pages 262 to 263. End note. According to Gaskell, the steam engine was from the very first an antagonist of human power, an antagonist that enabled the capitalist to tread underfoot the growing claims of the workman, who threatened the newly born factory system with a crisis. Footnote: Gaskell, The Manufacturing Population of England, London, 1833, pages 3-4. End note. It would be possible to write a history of the inventions made since 1830 for the sole purpose of supplying capital with weapons against the revolts of the working class. At the head of these in importance stands the self-acting mule, because it opened up a new epoch in the automatic system. Footnote: W. Fairbairn discovered several very important applications of machinery to the construction of machines, in consequence of strikes in his own workshops. End note. Naismith, the inventor of the steam hammer, gives the following evidence before the Trades Union Commission, with regard to the improvements made by him in machinery and introduced in consequence of the widespread and long strikes of the engineers in 1851. The characteristic feature of our modern mechanical improvements is the introduction of self-acting tool machinery. What every mechanical workman now has to do, and what every boy can do, is not to work himself, but to superintend the beautiful labor of the machine. The whole class of workmen that depended exclusively on their skill is now done away with. Formerly I employed 4 boys to every mechanic. Thanks to these new mechanical combinations, I have reduced the number of grown-up men from 1,500 to 750. The result was a considerable increase in my profits. Urey says of a machine used in calico printing: at length capitalists sought deliverance from this intolerable bondage, namely the, in their eyes, burdensome terms of their contracts with the workmen, in the resources of science, and were speedily reinstated in their legitimate rule, that of the head over the inferior members. Speaking of an invention for dressing warps, then the combined malcontents, who fancied themselves impregnably entrenched behind the old lines of division of labor, found their flanks turned and their defenses rendered useless by the new mechanical tactics, and were obliged to surrender at discretion. With regard to the invention of the self-acting mule, he says, "A creation destined to restore order among the industrious classes. This invention confirms the great doctrine already propounded, that when capital enlists science into her service, the refractory hand of labor will always be taught docility." Note: Urey, Verst C, pages 368 to 370. End note. Although Ure's work appeared 30 years ago, at a time when the factory system was comparatively but little developed, it still perfectly expresses the spirit of the factory, not only by its undisguised cynicism, but also by the naivete with which it blurts out the stupid contradictions of the capitalist brain. For instance, after propounding the doctrine stated above, that capital, with the aid of science taken into its pay, always reduces the refractory hand of labor to docility, he grows indignant because it, physico-mechanical science, has been accused of lending itself to the rich capitalist as an instrument for harassing the poor. After preaching a long sermon to show how advantageous the rapid development of machinery is to the working classes, he warns them that by their obstinacy and their strikes they hasten that development. Violent revulsions of this nature, he says, display short-sighted man in the contemptible character of a self-tormentor. A few pages before he states the contrary. Had it not been for the violent collisions and interruptions resulting from erroneous views among the factory operatives, the factory system would have been developed still more rapidly and beneficially for all concerned. Then he exclaims again, fortunately for the state of society in the cotton districts of Great Britain, the improvements in machinery are gradual. Improvement in machinery, is said to lower the rate of earnings of adults by displacing a portion of them, and thus rendering their numbers superabundant as compared with the demand for their labor. It certainly augments the demand for the labor of children, and increases the rate of their wages. On the other hand, this same dispenser of consolation defends the lowness of the children's wages, on the ground that it prevents parents from sending their children at too early an age into the factory. The whole of his book is a vindication of a working day of unrestricted length. That Parliament should forbid children of 13 years to be exhausted by working 12 hours a day reminds his liberal soul of the darkest days of the Middle Ages. This does not prevent him from calling upon the factory operatives to thank Providence, who, by means of machinery, has given them the leisure to think of their immortal interests. [Footnote: Ure, 1st C, pages 368, 7, 370, 280, 281, 321, 370, 475. End note. End of Part 4, Chapter 15, Section 5. Chapter 15, Part 6 of Kapital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kapital, a critical analysis of capitalist production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 4. Production of Relative Surplus Value. Chapter 15. Machinery and Modern Industry. Section 6. The Theory of Compensation as regards the workpeople displaced by machinery. James Mill, McCulloch, Torrens, Sr., John Stuart Mill, and a whole series besides of bourgeois political economists insist that all machinery that displaces workmen simultaneously and necessarily sets free an amount of capital adequate to employ the same identical workmen. Footnote: Ricardo originally was also of this opinion, but afterwards expressly disclaimed it with the scientific impartiality and love of truth characteristic of him. See 1c, Chapter 31, on Machinery. End note. Suppose a capitalist to employ 100 workmen at £30 a year each in a carpet factory. The variable capital annually laid out amounts, therefore, to £3,000. Suppose also that he discharges 50 of his workmen, and employs the remaining 50 with machinery that costs him £1,500. To simplify matters, we take no account of buildings, coal, etc. Further suppose that the raw material annually consumed costs £3,000, both before and after the change. Note: Nota bene. My illustration is entirely on the lines of those given by the above-named economists. End note. Is any capital set free by this metamorphosis? Before the change, the total sum of £6,000 consisted half of constant and half of variable capital. After the change, it consists of £4,500 constant, £3,000 raw material and £1,500 machinery, and £1,500 variable capital. The variable capital, instead of being 1/2, is only 1/4 of the total capital. Instead of being set free, a part of the capital is here locked up in such a way as to cease to be exchanged against labor power. Variable has been changed into constant capital. Other things remaining unchanged, the capital of £6,000 can, in future, employ no more than 50 men. With each improvement in the machinery it will employ fewer. If the newly introduced machinery had cost less than did the labor power and implements displaced by it, if, for instance, instead of costing £1,500, it cost only £1,000, a variable capital of £1,000 would have been converted into constant capital, and locked up, and a capital of £500 would have been set free. The larger sum, supposing wages unchanged, would form a fund sufficient to employ about 16 out of the 50 men discharged. Nay, less than 16, for in order to be employed as capital, a part of this £500 must now become constant capital, thus leaving only the remainder to be laid out in labor power. But suppose besides that the making of the new machinery affords employment to a greater number of mechanics, can that be called compensation to the carpet makers thrown on the streets? At the best, its construction employs fewer men than its employment displaces. The sum of £1,500 that formerly represented the wages of the discharged carpet makers now represents in the shape of machinery, 1. The value of the means of production used in the construction of that machinery, 2. The wages of the mechanics employed in its construction, and 3. The surplus value falling to the share of their master. Further, the machinery need not be renewed till it is worn out. Hence, in order to keep the increased number of mechanics in constant employment, one carpet manufacturer after another must displace workmen by machines. As a matter of fact, the apologists do not mean this sort of setting free. They have in their minds the means of subsistence of the liberated workpeople. It cannot be denied, in the above instance, that the machinery not only liberates 50 men, thus placing them at others' disposal, but at the same time it withdraws from their consumption, and sets free means of subsistence to the value of £1,500. The simple fact, by no means a new one, that machinery cuts off the workmen from their means of subsistence is, therefore, in economic parlance, tantamount to this, that machinery liberates means of subsistence for the workman, or converts those means into capital for his employment. The mode of expression, you see, is everything. Nominibus moliere licet mala. This theory implies that the £1,500 worth of means of subsistence was capital that was being expanded by the labor of the 50 men discharged. That consequently this capital falls out of employment so soon as they commence their forced holidays, and never rests till it has found a fresh investment, where it can again be productively consumed by these same 50 men. That sooner or later, therefore, the capital and the workmen must come together again, and that then the compensation is complete. That the sufferings of the workmen displaced by machinery are therefore as transient as are the riches of this world. In relation to the discharged workmen, the £1,500 worth of means of subsistence never was capital. What really confronted them as capital was the sum of £1,500, and afterwards laid out in machinery. On looking closer, it will be seen that this sum represented part of the carpets produced in a year by the 50 discharged men, which part they received as wages from their employer in money instead of in kind. With the carpets in the form of money, they bought means of subsistence to the value of £1,500. These means, therefore, were to them not capital, but commodities, and they, as regards these commodities, were not wage laborers, but buyers. The circumstance that they were freed by the machinery from the means of purchase changed them from buyers into non-buyers. Hence a lessened demand for these commodities. Voilà tout. If this diminution be not compensated by an increase from some other quarter, the market price of the commodities falls. If this state of things lasts for some time, and extends, there follows a discharge of workmen employed in the production of these commodities. Some of the capital that was previously devoted to production of necessary means of subsistence has become reproduced in another form. While prices fall, and capital is being displaced, the laborers employed in the production of necessary means of subsistence are in their turn freed from a part of their wages. Instead, therefore, of proving it, when machinery frees the workman from his means of subsistence, it simultaneously converts those means into capital for his further employment. Our apologists, with their cut and dried law of supply and demand, prove on the contrary that machinery throws workmen on the streets, not only in that branch of production in which it is introduced, but also in those branches in which it is not introduced. The real facts, which are travestied by the optimism of economists, are as follows. The laborers, when driven out of the workshop by the machinery, are thrown upon the labor market, and there add to the number of workmen at the disposal of the capitalists. In Part 7 of this book it will be seen that this effect of machinery, which, as we have seen, is represented to be a compensation to the working class, is on the contrary a most frightful scourge. For the present I will only say this. The laborers that are thrown out of work in any branch of industry can no doubt seek for employment in some other branch. If they find it, and thus renew the bond between them and the means of subsistence, this takes place only by the intermediary of a new and additional capital that is seeking investment, not at all by the intermediary of the capital that formerly employed them, and was afterwards converted into machinery. And even should they find employment, what a poor lookout is theirs! Crippled as they are by division of labor, these poor devils are worth so little outside their old trade that they cannot find admission into any industries, except a few of inferior kind, that are oversupplied with underpaid workmen. Footnote: A disciple of Ricardo, in answer to the insipides of J.B. Say, remarks on this point. Where division of labor is well developed, the skill of the laborer is available only in that particular branch in which it has been acquired. He himself is a sort of machine. It does not therefore help matters one jot, to repeat in parrot fashion, that things have a tendency to find their level. On looking around us we cannot but see that they are unable to find their level for a long time, and that when they do find it, the level is always lower than at the commencement of the process. An inquiry into those principles respecting the nature of demand, etc. London, 1821, page 72. End note. Further, every branch of industry attracts each year a new stream of men, who furnish a contingent from which to fill up vacancies, and to draw a supply for expansion. So soon as machinery sets free a part of the workmen employed in a given branch of industry, the reserve men are also diverted into new channels of employment, and become absorbed in other branches. Meanwhile the original victims, during the period of transition, for the most part, starve and perish. It is an undoubted fact that machinery, as such, is not responsible for setting free the workmen from the means of subsistence. It cheapens and increases production in that branch which it seizes on, and at first makes no change in the mass of the means of subsistence produced in other branches. Hence, after its introduction, the society possesses as much, if not more, of the necessaries of life than before, for the laborers thrown out of work, and that quite apart from the enormous share of the annual produce wasted by the non-workers. And this is the point relied on by our apologists. The contradictions and antagonisms inseparable from the capitalist employment of machinery do not exist, they say, since they do not arise out of machinery as such, but out of its capitalist employment. Since, therefore, machinery, considered alone, shortens the hours of labor, but, when in the service of capital, lengthens them, since in itself it lightens labor, but when employed by capital heightens the intensity of labor, since in itself it is a victory of man over the forces of nature, but in the hands of capital makes men the slave of those forces, since in itself it increases the wealth of the producers, but in the hands of capital makes them paupers. For all these reasons and others besides, says the bourgeois economist without more ado, it is clear as noonday that all these contradictions are a mere semblance of the reality, and that, as a matter of fact, they have neither an actual nor a theoretical existence. Thus he saves himself from all further puzzling of the brain, and what is more, implicitly declares his opponent to be stupid enough to contend against, not the capitalist employment of machinery, but machinery itself. No doubt he is far from denying that temporary inconvenience may result from the capitalist use of machinery. But where is the medal without its reverse? Any employment of machinery, except by capital, is to him an impossibility. Exploitation of the workman by the machine is therefore, with him, identical with exploitation of the machine by the workman. Whoever, therefore, exposes the real state of things in the capitalist employment of machinery is against its employment in any way, and is an enemy of social progress. Footnote: McCulloch, amongst others, is a past master in this pretentious cretinism. If, he says, with the affected naivete of a child of 8 years, if it be advantageous to develop the skill of the workman more and more, so that he is capable of producing, with the same or with a less quantity of labor, a constantly increasing quantity of commodities, it must also be advantageous that he should avail himself of the help of such machinery as will assist him most effectively in the attainment of this result. McCulloch, Principles of Political Economy, London, 1830, page 166. Exactly the reasoning of the celebrated Bill Sykes. Gentlemen of the jury, no doubt the throat of this commercial traveller has been cut, but that is not my fault, it is the fault of the knife. Must we, for such a temporary inconvenience, abolish the use of the knife? Only consider, where would agriculture and trade be without the knife? Is it not as salutary in surgery as it is knowing in anatomy? And in addition, a willing help at the festive board? If you abolish the knife, you hurl us back into the depths of barbarism. Footnote: The inventor of the spinning machine has ruined India, a fact, however, that touches us but little. A. Thiers, De la Propriété. Monsieur Thiers here confounds the spinning machine with the power loom, a fact, however, that touches us but little. Although machinery necessarily throws men out of work in those industries into which it is introduced, yet it may, notwithstanding this, bring about an increase of employment in other industries. This effect, however, has nothing in common with the so-called theory of compensation. Since every article produced by a machine is cheaper than a similar article produced by hand, we deduce the following infallible law. If the total quantity of the article produced by machinery be equal to the total quantity of the article previously produced by a handicraft or by manufacturer, and now made by machinery, then the total labor expended is diminished. The new labor spent on the instruments of labor, on the machinery, on the coal, and so on, must necessarily be less than the labor displaced by the use of the machinery. Otherwise, the product of the machine would be as dear, or dearer, than the product of the manual labor. But, as a matter of fact, the total quantity of the article produced by machinery with a diminished number of workmen, instead of remaining equal to, by far exceeds the total quantity of the hand-made article that has been displaced. Suppose that 400,000 yards of cloth have been produced on power looms by fewer weavers than could weave 100,000 yards by hand. In the quadrupled product there lies 4 times as much raw material. Hence the production of raw material must be quadrupled. But as regards the instruments of labor, such as buildings, coal, machinery, and so on, it is different. The limit up to which the additional labor required for their production can increase varies with the difference between the quantity of the machine-made article and the quantity of the same article that the same number of workmen could make by hand. Hence, as the use of machinery extends in a given industry, the immediate effect is to increase production in the other industries that furnish the first with means of production. How far employment is thereby found for an increased number of men depends, given the length of the working day and the intensity of labor, on the composition of the capital employed, i.e., on the ratio of its constant to its variable component. This ratio, in its turn, varies considerably with the extent to which machinery has already seized on, or is then seizing on, those trades. The number of the men condemned to work in coal and metal mines increased enormously owing to the progress of the English factory system, but during the last few decades this increase of number has been less rapid, owing to the use of new machinery in mining. Footnote: According to the census of 1861, Volume 2, London, 1863, the number of people employed in coal mines in England and Wales amounted to 246,613, of which 73,545 were under and 173,067 were over 20 years. Of those under 20, 835 were between 5 and 10 years, 30,701 between 10 and 15 years, 42,010 between 15 and 19 years. The number employed in iron, copper, lead, tin, and other mines of every description was 319,222. End note. A new type of workman springs into life along with the machine, namely its maker. We have already learnt that machinery has possessed itself even of this branch of production on a scale that grows greater every day. As to raw material, there is not the least doubt that the rapid strides of cotton spinning not only pushed on with tropical luxuriance the growth of cotton in the United States, and with it the African slave trade, but also made the breeding of slaves the chief business of the border slave states. Footnote: in England and Wales in 1861 there were employed in making machinery 60,807 persons, including the masters and their clerks, etc., also all agents and business people connected with this industry, but excluding the makers of small machines, such as sewing machines, etc., as also the makers of the operative parts of machines, such as spindles. The total number of civil engineers amounted to 3,329. End note. Note: since iron is one of the most important raw materials, let me here state that, in 1861, there were in England and Wales 125,771 operative iron founders, of whom 123,430 were men and 2,341 females. Of the former, 30,810 were under and 92,620 over 20 years. End note. When in 1790 the first census of slaves was taken in the United States, their number was 697,000. In 1861 it had reached nearly 4,000,000. On the other hand, it is no less certain that the rise of the English woolen factories, together with the gradual conversion of arable land into sheep pasture, brought about the superfluity of agricultural laborers that led to their being driven in masses into the towns. Ireland, having during the last 20 years reduced its population by nearly one-half, is at this moment undergoing the process of still further reducing the number of its inhabitants, so as exactly to suit the requirements of its landlords and of the English woolen manufacturers. When machinery is applied to any of the preliminary or intermediate stages through which the subject of labor has to pass on its way to completion, there is an increased yield of material in those stages, and simultaneously an increased demand for labor in the handicrafts or manufacturers supplied by the produce of the machines. Spinning by machinery, for example, supplied yarn so cheaply and abundantly that the hand-loom weavers were at first able to work full-time without increased outlay. Their earnings accordingly rose. Footnote: a family of 4 grown-up persons, with 2 children as winders, earned at the end of the last and the beginning of the present century, by 10 hours daily work, £4 a week. If the work was very pressing, they could earn more. Before that they had always suffered from a deficient supply of yarn. Gaskell, 1st C, pages 25-27. End note. Hence a flow of people into the cotton-weaving trade, till at length the 800,000 weavers, called into existence by the jenny, the throstle, and the mule, were overwhelmed by the power-loom. So also, owing to the abundance of clothing materials produced by the machinery, the number of tailors, seamstresses, and needlewomen went on increasing until the appearance of the sewing machine. In proportion as machinery, with the aid of a relatively small number of work-people, increases the mass of raw materials, intermediate products, instruments of labor, etc., the working up of these raw materials and intermediate products becomes split up into numberless branches, social production increases in diversity. The factory system carries the social division of labor immeasurably further than does manufacture, for it increases the productiveness of the industries it seizes upon, in a far higher degree. The intermediate result of machinery is to augment surplus value and the mass of products in which surplus value is embedded. And as the substances consumed by the capitalists and their dependents become more plentiful, so too do these orders of society. Their growing wealth, and the relatively diminished number of workmen required to produce the necessaries of life beget, simultaneously with the rise of new and luxurious wants, the means of satisfying those wants. A larger portion of the produce of society is changed into surplus produce, and a larger part of the surplus produce is supplied for consumption in a multiplicity of refined shapes. In other words, the production of luxuries increases. Footnote: F. Engels, in L'Age, etc., points out the miserable condition of a large number of those who work on these very articles of luxury. See also numerous instances in the reports of the Children's Employment Commission. End note. The refined and varied forms of the products are also due to new relations with the markets of the world, relations that are created by modern industry. Not only are greater quantities of foreign articles of luxury exchanged for home products, but a greater mass of raw foreign materials, ingredients, and intermediate products are used as means of production in the home industries. Owing to these relations with the markets of the world, the demand for labor increases in the carrying trades, which split up into numerous varieties. Footnote: In 1861, in England and Wales, there were 94,665 sailors in the merchant service. End note. The increase of the means of production and subsistence, accompanied by a relative diminution in the number of laborers, causes an increased demand for labor in making canals, docks, tunnels, bridges, and so on, works that can only bear fruit in the far future. Entirely new branches of production, creating new fields of labor, are also formed, as the direct result either of machinery or of the general industrial changes brought about by it. But the place occupied by these branches in the general production is, even in the most developed countries, far from important. The number of laborers that find employment in them is directly proportional to the demand created by those industries for the crudest form of manual labor. The chief industries of this kind are, at present, gas works, telegraphs, photography, steam navigation, and railways. According to the census of 1861 for England and Wales, we find, in the gas industry, gas works, production of mechanical apparatus, servants of the gas companies, etc., 15,211 persons; in telegraphy, 2,399; in photography, 2,366; steam navigation, 3,570; and in railways, 70,599, of whom the unskilled navvies, more or less permanently employed, and the whole administrative and commercial staff, make up about 28,000. The total number of persons, therefore, employed in these 5 new industries amounts to 94,145. Lastly, the extraordinary productiveness of modern industry, accompanied as it is by both a more extensive and a more intense exploitation of labor power in all other spheres of production, allows of the unproductive employment of a larger and larger part of the working class, and the consequent reproduction, on a constantly extending scale, of the ancient domestic slaves under the name of a servant class, including men servants, women servants, lackeys, etc. According to the census of 1861, the population of England and Wales was 20,066,244. Of these, 9,776,259 males, and 10,289,965 females. If we deduct from this the population who are all too old or too young for work, all unproductive women, young persons, and children, the ideological classes, such as government officials, priests, lawyers, soldiers, etc., further, all who have no occupation but to consume the labor of others in the form of rent, interest, etc., and lastly, paupers, vagabonds, and criminals, there remain in round numbers 8 millions of the two sexes of every age, including in that number every capitalist who is in any way engaged in industry, commerce, or finance. Among these 8 millions are 1,098,261 agricultural laborers, including shepherds, farm servants, and maidservants living in the houses of farmers; 642,607 all who are employed in cotton, woolen, worsted, flax, hemp, silk, and jute factories, in stocking making and lace making by machinery; 565,835 all who are employed in coal mines and metal mines; 396,998 all who are employed in metal works, blast furnaces, rolling mills, etc., and metal manufactures of every kind; 1,208,648 the servant class. Of those employed in the textile industries, only 177,596 are males above 13 years of age. Of those employed in metal works, 30,501 are females. Of the servant class, 137,447 are males. None are included in the 1,208,648 who do not serve in private houses. Between 1861 and 1870 the number of male servants nearly doubled itself. It increased to 267,671. In the year 1847 there were 2,694 gamekeepers for the landlord's preserves. In 1869 there were 4,921. The young servant girls in the houses of the London lower middle class are in common parlance called slaveys. All the persons employed in textile factories and in mines, taken together, number 1,208,442. Those employed in textile factories and metal industries, taken together, number 1,039,605. In both cases, less than the number of modern domestic slaves. What a splendid result of the capitalist exploitation of machinery! End of Part 4, Chapter 15, Section 7. Chapter 15, Section 7 of Kapital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kapital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 4. Production of Relative Surplus Value. Chapter 15. Machinery and Modern Industry. Section 7. Repulsion and Attraction of Workpeople by the Factory System. Crisis in the Cotton Trade. All political economists of any standing admit that the introduction of new machinery has a baneful effect on the workmen in the old handicrafts and manufactures with which this machinery at first competes. Almost all of them bemoan the slavery of the factory operative. And what is the great trump card that they play? That machinery, after the horrors of the period of introduction and development have subsided, instead of diminishing in the long run, increases the number of slaves of labor. Yes, political economy revels in the hideous theory, hideous to every philanthropist who believes in the eternal nature-ordained necessity for capitalist production, that after a period of growth and transition, even its crowning success, the factory system based on machinery, grinds down more workpeople than on its first introduction it throws on the streets. Footnote. Ganill, on the contrary, considers the final result of the factory system to be an absolutely less number of operatives, at whose expense an increased number of gens honnêtes live and develop their well-known perfectibility perfectible. Little as he understands the movement of production, at least he feels that machinery must needs be a very fatal institution, if its introduction converts busy workmen into paupers, and its development calls more slaves of labor into existence than it has suppressed. It is not possible to bring out the cretinism of his standpoint, except by his own words. The classes condemned to produce and to consume diminish, and the classes which direct labor, which relieve, console, and enlighten the whole population, multiply, and appropriate all the benefits which can result from the diminution of the cost of labor, from the abundance of products and the cheapness of consumer goods. In this way the human species rises to the highest creations of genius, penetrates the mysterious depths of religion, and establishes the salutary principle of morality, the laws for the production of liberty and power, of obedience and justice, of obligation and humanity. For this twaddle, see Des Systèmes d'économie politique, par Monsieur Charles-Ganil, 12e édition, Paris, 1821, page 224, and see page 212, end note. It is true that in some cases, as we saw from instances of English worsted and silk factories, an extraordinary extension of the factory system may, at a certain stage of its development, be accompanied not only by a relative but by an absolute decrease in the number of operatives employed. In the year 1860, when a special census of all the factories of the United Kingdom was taken by order of Parliament, the factories in those parts of Lancashire, Cheshire, and Yorkshire included in the district of Mr. Baker, the factory inspector, numbered 652. 570 of these contained 85,622 power looms, 6,819,146 spindles, exclusive of doubling spindles, employed 27,439 horsepower, steam, and 1,390 water, and 94,119 persons. In the year 1865, the same factories contained looms 95,163, spindles 7,025,031, had steam power of 28,925 horses, and a water power of 1,445 horses, and employed 88,913 persons. Between 1860 and 1865, therefore, the increase in looms was 11%, in spindles 3%, and in engine power 3%, while the number of persons employed decreased 5.5%. Footnote: Reports of the Inspectors of Factories, 31st October 1865, page 58. At the same time, however, means of employment for an increased number of hands was ready in 110 new mills, with 11,625 looms, 628,576 spindles, and 2,695 total horsepower of steam and water. End note. Between 1852 and 1862, considerable extension of the English woolen manufacture took place, while the number of hands employed in it remained almost stationary, showing how greatly the introduction of new machines had superseded the labor of preceding periods. Footnote: Reports, etc., for 31st October 1862, page 79. At the end of 1871, Mr. A. Redgrave, the factory inspector, in a lecture given at Bradford in the new Mechanics' Institution, said, "What has struck me for some time past is the altered appearance of the woolen factories. Formerly they were filled with women and children, now machinery seems to do all the work." At my asking for an explanation of this from a manufacturer, he gave me the following: "Under the old system I employed 63 persons. After the introduction of improved machinery I reduced my hands to 33, and lately, in consequence of new and extensive alterations, I have been in a position to reduce those 33 to 13. End note. In certain cases the increase in the number of hands employed is only apparent, that is, it is not due to the extension of the factories already established, but to the gradual annexation of connected trades. For instance, the increase in power looms, and in the hands employed by them, between 1838 and 1856, was, in the cotton trade, simply owing to the extension of this branch of industry, but in the other trades to the application of steam power to the carpet loom, to the ribbon loom, and to the linen loom, which previously had been worked by the power of men. Footnote: See Reports, etc., 31st October 1856, page 16. End note. Hence the increase of the hands in these latter trades was merely a symptom of a diminution in the total number employed. Finally, we have considered this question entirely apart from the fact that everywhere, except in the metal industries, young persons under 18, and women and children form the preponderating element in this class of factory hands. Nevertheless, in spite of the mass of hands actually displaced and virtually replaced by machinery, we can understand how the factory operatives, through the building of more mills and the extension of old ones in a given industry, may become more numerous than the manufacturing workmen and handicraftsmen that have been displaced. Suppose, for example, that in the old mode of production a capital of £500 is employed weekly, 2/5 being constant and 3/5 variable capital, i.e. £200 being laid out in means of production, and £3, say £1 per man, in labour power. On the introduction of machinery, the composition of this capital becomes altered. We will suppose it to consist of 4/5 constant and 1/5 variable, which means that only £100 is now laid out in labour power. Consequently, 2/3 of the workmen are discharged. If now the business extends and the total capital employed grows to £1,500 under unchanged conditions, the number of operatives employed will increase to 300, just as many as before the introduction of the machinery. If the capital further grows to £2,000, 400 men will be employed, or 1/3 more than under the old system. Their numbers have, in point of fact, increased by 100, but relatively, i.e. in proportion to the total capital advanced, they have diminished by 800, for the £2,000 capital would, in the old state of things, have employed 1,200 instead of 400 men. Hence, a relative decrease in the number of hands is consistent with an actual increase. We assumed above that while the total capital increases, its composition remains the same, because the conditions of production remain constant. But we have already seen that, with every advance in the use of machinery, the constant component of capital, that part which consists of machinery, raw material, and etc., increases, while the variable component, the part laid out in labour power, decreases. We also know that in no other system of production is improvement so continuous, and the composition of the capital employed so constantly changing as in the factory system. These changes are, however, continually interrupted by periods of rest, during which there is a mere quantitative extension of the factories on the existing technical basis. During such periods the operatives increase in number. Thus, in 1835, the total number of operatives in the cotton, woolen, worsted, flax, and silk factories of the United Kingdom was only 354,684, while in 1861 the number of the power loom weavers alone, of both sexes and of all ages from 8 years upwards, amounted to 230,654. Certainly, this growth appears less important when we consider that in 1838 the hand loom weavers, with their families, still numbered 800,000, not to mention those thrown out of work in Asia and on the continent of Europe. The sufferings of the hand loom weavers were the object of an inquiry by a royal commission, but although their distress was acknowledged and lamented, the amelioration of their condition was left, and probably necessarily so, to the chances and changes of time, which, it may now be hoped, 20 years later, have nearly obliterated these miseries, and not improbably by the present great extension of the power loom. Report of the Inspector of Factories, 31st October 1856, page 15. End notes. In the few remarks I have still to make on this point, I shall refer to some actually existing relations, the existence of which our theoretical investigation has not yet disclosed. So long as, in a given branch of industry, the factory system extends itself at the expense of the old handicrafts or of manufacture, the result is as sure as the result of an encounter between an army furnished with bread-loaders and one armed with bows and arrows. This first period, during which machinery conquers its field of action, is of decisive importance, owing to the extraordinary profits that it helps to produce. These profits not only form a source of accelerated accumulation, but also attract into the favored sphere of production a large part of the additional social capital that is being constantly created, and is ever on the lookout for new investments. The special advantages of this first period of fast and furious activity are felt in every branch of production that machinery invades. So soon, however, as the factory system has gained a certain breadth of footing and a definite degree of maturity, and especially so soon as its technical basis, machinery, is itself produced by machinery, so soon as coal mining and iron mining, the metal industries, and the means of transport have been revolutionized, so soon, in short, as the general conditions requisite for production by the modern industrial system have been established, this mode of production acquires an elasticity, a capacity for sudden extension by leaps and bounds that finds no hindrance, except in the supply of raw material and in the disposal of the produce. On the one hand, the immediate effect of machinery is to increase the supply of raw material in the same way, For example, as the cotton gin augmented the production of cotton. Footnote. Other ways in which machinery affects the production of raw material will be mentioned in the third book. Endnote. On the other hand, the cheapness of the articles produced by machinery and the improved means of transport and communication furnish the weapons for conquering foreign markets. By ruining handicraft production in other countries, machinery forcibly converts them into fields for the supply of its raw material. In this way, East India was compelled to produce cotton, wool, hemp, jute, and indigo for Great Britain. Footnote. The export of cotton from India to Great Britain rose from 34,540,143 pounds in 1846 to 445,947,600 pounds in 1865. The export of wool from India to Great Britain rose from 4,570,581 pounds in 1846 to 20,679,111 pounds in 1865. Endnote. By constantly making a part of the hands supernumerary in modern industry, in all countries where it has taken root, gives a spur to emigration and to the colonization of foreign lands, which are thereby converted into settlements for growing the raw material of the mother country, just as Australia, for example, was converted into a colony for growing wool. Footnote. The export of wool from the Cape to Great Britain increased from 2,958,457 pounds in 1846 to 29,920,623 pounds in 1865. The export of wool from Australia to Great Britain increased from 21,789,346 pounds in 1846 to 109,734,261 pounds in 1865. Endnote. A new and international division of labor, a division suited to the requirements of the chief centers of modern industry, springs up, and converts one part of the globe into a chiefly agricultural field of production, for supplying the other part, which remains a chiefly industrial field. This revolution hangs together with radical changes in agriculture, which we need not here further inquire into. Footnote. The economic development of the United States is itself a product of European, more specifically of English modern industry. In their present form, 1866, the States must still be considered a European colony. Added in the fourth German edition, since they have developed into a country whose industry holds second place in the world, without on that account entirely losing their colonial character. Friedrich Engels. The export of cotton from the United States to Great Britain increased from 401,949,393 pounds in 1846 to 1,115,890,608 pounds in 1860. The total export of corn, wheat, barley, oats, rye, flour, buckwheat, maize, beer or big, peas and beans was 74,083,441 quarter-weights. Endnote. On the motion of Mr. Gladstone, the House of Commons ordered, on the 17th February 1867, a return of the total quantities of grain, corn, and flour of all sorts imported into and exported from the United Kingdom between the years 1831 and 1866. I give below a summary of the result. See the table on page 42.6. All imports of raw material increased dramatically. The enormous power inherent in the factory system of expanding by jumps, and the dependence of that system on the markets of the world, necessarily beget feverish production, followed by overfilling of the markets, whereupon contraction of the markets brings on crippling of production. The life of modern industry becomes a series of periods of moderate activity, prosperity, overproduction, crisis, and stagnation. The uncertainty and instability to which machinery subjects the employment, and consequently the conditions of existence, of the operatives become normal, owing to those periodic changes of the industrial cycle. Except in the periods of prosperity, there rages between the capitalists the most furious combat for the share of each in the markets. This share is directly proportional to the cheapness of the product. Besides the rivalry that this struggle begets in the application of improved machinery for replacing labor power, and of new methods of production, there also comes a time in every industrial cycle when a forcible reduction of wages beneath the value of labor power is attempted for the purpose of cheapening commodities. Footnote: in an appeal made in July 1866 to the Trade Societies of England by the shoemakers of Leicester, who had been thrown on the streets by a lockout, it is stated, 20 years ago the Leicester shoe trade was revolutionized by the introduction of riveting in the place of stitching. At that time good wages could be earned. Great competition was shown between the different firms as to which could turn out the neatest article. Shortly afterwards, however, a worse kind of competition sprang up, namely, that of underselling one another in the market. The injurious consequences soon manifested themselves in reductions of wages, and so sweepingly quick was the fall in the price of labor that many firms now pay only one half of the original wages. And yet, though wages sink lower and lower, profits appear, with each alteration in the scale of wages, to increase. Even bad times are utilized by the manufacturers for making exceptional profits by excessive lowering of wages, i.e., by a direct robbery of the laborer's means of subsistence. One example, it has reference to the crisis on the Coventry silk weaving. From information I have received from manufacturers as well as workmen, there seems to be no doubt that wages have been reduced to a greater extent than either the competition of the foreign producers or other circumstances have rendered necessary. The majority of weavers are now working at a reduction of 30 to 40% in their wages. A piece of ribbon, for making which the weaver got 6 shillings or 7 shillings 5 years back, now only brings them 3 shillings 3 pence or 3 shillings 6 pence. Other work is now priced at 2 shillings and 2 shillings 3 pence, which was formerly priced at 4 shillings and 4 shillings 3 pence. The reduction in wage seems to have been carried to a greater extent than is necessary for increasing demand. Indeed, the reduction in the cost of weaving, in the case of many descriptions of ribbons, has not been accompanied by any corresponding reduction in the selling price of the manufactured article. Mr. F. D. Long's report, Children's Employment Commission, 5th reprint, 1866, page 114. End note. A necessary condition, therefore, to the growth of the number of factory hands is a proportionally much more rapid growth of the amount of capital invested in mills. This growth, however, is conditioned by the ebb and flow of the industrial cycle. It is, besides, constantly interrupted by the technical progress that at one time virtually supplies the place of new workmen, at another actually displaces old ones. This qualitative change in the mechanical industry continually discharges hands from the factory, or shuts its doors against the fresh stream of recruits, while the purely quantitative extension of the factories absorbs not only the men thrown out of work, but also fresh contingents. The work people are thus continually both repelled and attracted, hustled from pillar to post, while at the same time constant changes take place in the sex, age, and skill of the levies. The lot of the factory operatives will be best depicted by taking a rapid survey of the course of the English cotton industry. From 1770 to 1815 this trade was depressed or stagnant for 5 years only. During this period of 45 years the English manufacturers had a monopoly of machinery and of the markets of the world. From 1815 to 1821 depression, and 1822 to 1823 prosperity, 1824 abolition of the laws against trades unions, great extension of factories everywhere, 1825 crisis, 1826 great misery and riots among the factory operatives, 1827 slight improvement, 1828 great increase in power looms and in exports, 1829 exports, especially to India, surpass all former years, 1830 glutted markets, great distress, 1831 to 1833 continued depression, the monopoly of the trade with India and China withdrawn from the East India Company, 1834 great increase of factories and machinery, shortness of hands. The new Poor Law furthers the migration of agricultural laborers into the factory districts. The country districts swept of children. White slave trade. 1835 great prosperity. Contemporaneous starvation of the handloom weavers. 1836 great prosperity. 1837 and 1838 depression and crisis. 1839 revival. 1840 Great Depression, riots, calling out of the military. 1841 and 1842, frightful suffering among the factory operatives. 1842, the manufacturers locked the hands out of the factories in order to enforce the repeal of the Corn Laws. The operatives stream in thousands into the towns of Lancashire and Yorkshire, are driven back by the military, and their leaders are brought to trial at Lancaster. 1843, Great Misery. 1844, Revival. 1845, Great Prosperity. 1846, continued improvement at first, then reaction. Repeal of the Corn Laws. 1847, Crisis. General reduction of wages by 10 and more % in honor of the big loaf. 1848, continued depression. Manchester under military protection. 1849, Revival. 1850, Prosperity. 1851, falling prices, low wages, frequent strikes. 1852, improvement begins, strikes continue, the manufacturers threaten to import foreign hands. 1853, increasing exports. Strike for 8 months, and great misery at Preston. 1854, Prosperity, glutted markets. 1855, news of failures stream in from the United States, Canada, and the Eastern markets. 1856, Great Prosperity. 1857, Crisis. 1858, Improvement. 1859, Great Prosperity, increase in factories. 1860, zenith of the English cotton trade, the Indian, Australian, and other markets so glutted with goods that even in 1863 that had not absorbed the whole lot. The French Treaty of Commerce, enormous growth of factories and machinery. 1861, prosperity continues for a time. Reaction, the American Civil War, cotton famine. 1862 to 1863, complete collapse. The history of the cotton famine is too characteristic to dispense with dwelling upon it for a moment. From the indications as to the conditions of the markets of the world in 1860 and 1861, we see that the cotton famine came in the nick of time for the manufacturers, and was, to some extent, advantageous to them, a fact that was acknowledged in the reports of the Manchester Chamber of Commerce, proclaimed in Parliament by Palmerston and Derby, and confirmed by events. [Footnote: Reports of Inspectors of Factories, 31st October, 1862, page 30.] End note. No doubt, among the 2,887 cotton mills in the United Kingdom in 1861, there were many of small size. According to the report of Mr. A. Redgrave, out of the 2,109 mills included in his district, 392, or 19%, employed less than 10 horsepower each. 345, or 16%, employed 10 horsepower, and less than 20 horsepower, while 1,372 employed upwards of 20 horsepower. First see page 19. The majority of the small mills were weaving sheds, built during the period of prosperity after 1858, for the most part by speculators, of whom one supplied the yarn, another the machinery, a third the buildings, and were worked by men who had been overlookers, or by other persons of small means. These small manufacturers mostly went to the wall. The same fate would have overtaken them in the commercial crisis that was staved off only by the cotton famine. Although they formed 1/3 of the total number of manufacturers, yet their small mills absorbed a much smaller part of the capital invested in the cotton trade. As to the extent of the stoppage, it appears from authentic estimates that in October 1862, 60.3% of the spindles and 58% of the looms were standing. This refers to the cotton trade as a whole, and of course requires considerable modifications for individual districts. Only very few mills worked full time, 60 hours a week. The remainder worked at intervals. Even in those few cases where full time was worked, and at the customary rate of piece wage, the weekly wages of the operatives necessarily shrank, owing to good cotton being replaced by bad, Sea Island by Egyptian in fine spinning mills, American and Egyptian by Surat, and pure cotton by mixings of waste and Surat. The shorter fibre of the Surat cotton and its dirty condition, the greater fragility of the thread, and the substitution of all sorts of heavy ingredients for flour in sizing the warps, all these lessened the speed of the machinery, or the number of looms that could be superintended by one weaver, increased the labour caused by defects in the machinery, and reduced the piece wage by reducing the mast of the product turned off. Where Surat cotton was used, the loss to the operatives when on full time amounted to 20, 30, and more per cent. But besides this, the majority of manufacturers reduced the rate of piece wage by 5, 7.5, and 10%. We can, therefore, conceive of the situation of those hands who were employed for only 3, 3.5, or 4 days a week, or for only 6 hours a day. Even in 1863, after a comparative improvement had set in, the weekly wages of spinners and weavers were 3 shillings 4 pence, 3 shillings 10 pence, and 4 shillings 6 pence, and 5 shillings 1 pence. Footnote: Report of the Inspector of Factories, 31st October 1863, pages 41 through 45. End note. Even in this miserable state of things, however, the inventive spirit of the master never stood still, but was exercised in making deductions from wages. These were to some extent inflicted as a penalty for defects in the finished article that were really due to his bad cotton and his unsuitable machinery. Moreover, where the manufacturer owned the cottages of the workpeople, he paid himself his rents by deducting the amount from these miserable wages. Mr. Redgrave tells us of self-acting minders, operatives who manage a pair of self-acting mules, earning at the end of a fortnight's full work 8 shillings 11 pence, and that from this sum was deducted the rent of his house, the manufacturer, however, returning half the rent as a gift. The minders took away the sum of 6 shillings 11 pence. In many places the self-acting minders ranged from 5 shillings to 9 shillings per week, and the weavers from 2 shillings to 6 shillings per week, during the latter part of 1862. Footnote: pages 41 through 42. End note. Even when working short time, the rent was frequently deducted from the wages of the operatives. Same, page 57. No wonder that in some parts of Lancashire a kind of famine fever broke out. But more characteristic than all this was the revolution that took place in the process of production at the expense of the workpeople. Experimentia in corpora vili, like those of Anatomus on frogs, were formerly made. Although, says Mr. Redgrave, I have given the actual earnings of the operatives in several mills, it does not follow that they earn the same amount week by week. The operatives are subject to great fluctuations from the constant experimentalizing of the manufacturers. The earnings of the operatives rise and fall with the quality of the cotton mixings. Sometimes they have been within 15% of former earnings, and then, in a week or two, they have fallen off from 50 to 60%. Pages 50 through 51. End note. These experiments were not made solely at the expense of the workman's means of subsistence. His 5 senses also had to pay the penalty. The people who are employed in making up Surat cotton complain very much. They inform me, on opening the bales of cotton, there is an intolerable smell, which causes sickness. In the mixing, scrubbing, and carding rooms, the dust and dirt which are disentangled irritate the air passages, and give rise to cough and difficulty of breathing. A disease of the skin, no doubt from the irritation of the dirt contained in the Surat cotton, also prevails. The fibre being so short, a great amount of size, both animal and vegetable, is used. Bronchitis is more prevalent owing to the dust. Inflammatory sore throat is common, from the same cause. Sickness and dyspepsia are produced by the frequent breaking of the weft, when the weaver sucks the weft through the eye of the shuttle. On the other hand, the substitutes for flour were a Fortunatus's purse to the manufacturers, by increasing the weight of the yarn. They caused 15 pounds of raw material to weigh 26 pounds after it was woven. Pages 62 to 63. In the Report of Factories for 30th April 1864 we read as follows: The trade is availing itself of this resource at present to an extent which is even discreditable. I have heard on good authority of a cloth weighing 8 pounds which was made of 5 1/4 pounds cotton and 2 3/4 pounds size, and of another cloth weighing 5 1/4 pounds, of which 2 pounds was size. These were ordinary export shirtings. In cloths of other descriptions, as much as 50% size is sometimes added, so that a manufacturer may and does truly boast that he is getting rich by selling cloth for less money per pound than he paid for the mere yarn of which they are composed. 30th April 1864, page 27. But the workpeople had to suffer, not only from the experiments of the manufacturers inside the mills, and of the municipalities outside, not only from reduced wages and absence of work, from want and from charity, and from the eulogistic speeches of lords and commons, Unfortunate females who, in consequence of the cotton famine, were at its commencement thrown out of employment, and have thereby become outcasts of society, and now, though trade has revived, and work is plentiful, continue members of that unfortunate class, and are likely to continue so. There are also in the borough more youthful prostitutes than I have known for the last 25 years. [Footnote: From a letter of Mr. Harris, Chief Constable of Bolton, in Reports of Inspectors of Factories, 31st October 1865, pages 61 through 62.] We find, then, in the first 45 years of the English cotton trade, from 1770 to 1815, only 5 years of crisis and stagnation, but this was the period of monopoly. The second period, from 1815 to 1863, counts, during its 48 years, only 20 years of revival and prosperity against 28 of depression and stagnation. Between 1815 and 1830 the competition with the continent of Europe and with the United States sets in. After 1833 the extension of the Asiatic markets is enforced by destruction of the human race, the wholesale extinction of Indian handloom weavers. After the repeal of the Corn Laws, from 1846 to 1863, there are 8 years of moderate activity and prosperity against 9 years of depression and stagnation. The condition of the adult male operatives, even during the years of prosperity, may be judged from the notes subjoined. [Footnote: In an appeal dated 1863 of the factory operatives of Lancashire, etc., for the purpose of forming a society for organized immigration, we find the following: that a large immigration of factory workers is now absolutely essential to raise them from their present prostrate condition, few will deny, but to show that a continuous stream of emigration is at all times demanded, and without which it is impossible for them to maintain their position in ordinary times, we beg to call attention to the subjoined facts. In 1814 the official value of cotton goods exported was £17,665,378, whilst the real marketable value was £20,070,824. In 1858 the official value of cotton goods exported was £182,221,681, but the real or marketable value was only £43,001,322, being a tenfold quantity sold for little more than double the former price. To produce results so disadvantageous to the country generally, and to the factory workers in particular, several causes have cooperated, which, had circumstances permitted, we should have brought more prominently under your notice. Suffice it for the present to say that the most obvious one is the constant redundancy of labor, without which a trade so ruinous in its effects never could have been carried on, and which requires a constantly extending market to save it from annihilation. Our cotton mills may be brought to a stand by the periodical stagnations of trade, which, under present arrangements, are as inevitable as death itself, but the human mind is constantly at work, and although we believe we are under the mark in stating that 6 millions of persons have left these shores during the last 25 years, yet from the natural increase of population, and the displacement of labor to cheapen production, a large percentage of the male adults in the most prosperous times find it impossible to obtain work in factories on any conditions whatever. Reports of Inspectors of Factories, 30 April 1863, pages 51 through 52. We shall in a later chapter see how our friends, the manufacturers, endeavored during the catastrophe in the cotton trade to prevent by every means, including state interference, the emigration of the operatives. End Part 4, Chapter 15, Section 7.
Chapter 15, Section 8 of Kapital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by R. The. Kapital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx, translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 4, Production of Relative Surplus Value. Chapter 15, Machinery and Modern Industry. Section 8, Revolution affected in manufacture, handicrafts, and domestic industry by modern industry. A. Overthrow of cooperation based on handicraft and on the division of labor. We have seen how machinery does away with cooperation based on handicrafts and with manufacture based on the division of handicraft labor. An example of the first sort is the mowing machine. It replaces cooperation between mowers. A striking example of the second kind is the needle-making machine. According to Adam Smith, 10 men in his day made in cooperation over 40,000 needles a day. On the other hand, a single needle machine makes 145,000 in a working day of 11 hours. One woman or one girl superintends 4 such machines and so produces near upon 600,000 needles in a day and upwards of 3 million in a week. Footnote 167. Children's Employment Commission, 3rd Report, 1864, page 108, note 447. End of footnote 167. A single machine, when it takes the place of cooperation or of manufacture, may itself serve as the basis of an industry of a handicraft character. Still, such a return to handicrafts is but a transition to the factory system, which, as a rule, makes its appearance so soon as the human muscles are replaced, for the purpose of driving the machines, by a mechanical motive power such as steam or water. Here and there, but in any case only for a time, an industry may be carried on a small scale by means of mechanical power. This is effected by hiring steam power, as is done in some of the Birmingham trades, or by the use of small caloric engines, as in some branches of weaving. Footnote 168. In the United States, the restoration in this way of handicrafts based on machinery is frequent, and therefore when the inevitable transition to the factory system shall take place, the ensuing concentration will, compared with Europe and even England, stride on in 7-league boots. End of footnote 168. In the Coventry silk weaving industry, the experiment of, quote, cottage industries, unquote, was tried. In the center of a square surrounded by rows of cottages, an engine house was built and the engine connected by shafts with the looms and the cottages. In all cases, the power was hired out at so much per loom. The rent was payable weekly, whether the looms worked or not. Each cottage held from 2 to 6 looms. Some belonged to the weaver, some were bought on credit, some were hired. The struggle between these cottage factories and the factory proper lasted over 12 years. It ended with the complete ruin of the 300 cottage factories. Footnote 169. See Report of Inspectors of Factories, 31st of October, 1865, page 64. End of footnote 169. Wherever the nature of the process did not involve production on a large scale, the new industries that have sprung up in the last few decades, such as envelope making, steel pen making, etc., have, as a general rule, first passed through the handicraft stage and then the manufacturing stage as short phases of transition to the factory stage. The transition is very difficult in those cases where the production of the article by manufacture consists not of a series of graduated processes, but of a great number of disconnected ones. This circumstance formed a great hindrance to the establishment of steel pen factories. Nevertheless, about 15 years ago, a machine was invented that automatically performed 6 separate operations at once. The first steel pens were supplied by the handicraft system in the year 1820 at £7 4 shillings the gross. In 1830, they were supplied by manufacture at 8 shillings, and today the factory system supplies them to the trade at from 2 shillings to 6 pence the gross. Footnote 170. Mr. Guyot erected in Birmingham the first steel pen factory on a large scale. It produced, so early as 1851, over 180 millions of pens yearly, and consumed 120 tons of steel. Birmingham has the monopoly of this industry in the United Kingdom, and at present produces thousands of millions of steel pens. According to the census of 1861, the number of persons employed was 1,428, of whom 1,268 females from 5 years of age upwards. End of footnote 170. B. Reaction of the factory system on manufacture and domestic industries. Along with the development of the factory system and of the revolution in agriculture that accompanies it, production in all the other branches of industry not only extends, but alters its character. The principle carried out in the factory system of analyzing the process of production into its constituent phases, and of solving the problems thus proposed by the application of mechanics, of chemistry, and the whole range of natural sciences, becomes the determining principle everywhere. Hence, machinery squeezes itself into the manufacturing industries first for one detail process, then for another. Thus, the solid crystal of their organization, based on the old division of labor, becomes dissolved, and makes way for constant changes. Independently of this, a radical change takes place in the composition of the collective laborer, a change of the persons working in combination. In contrast with the manufacturing period, the division of labor is thenceforth based, wherever possible, on the employment of women, of children of all ages, and of unskilled laborers, in one word, on cheap labor, as it is characteristically called in England. This is the case not only with all production on a large scale, whether employing machinery or not, but also with the so-called domestic industry, whether carried on in the houses of workpeople or in small workshops. This modern so-called domestic industry has nothing, except the name, in common with the old-fashioned domestic industry, the existence of which presupposes independent urban handicrafts, independent peasant farming, and above all, a dwelling house for the laborer and his family. That old-fashioned industry has now been converted into an outside department of the factory, the manufactory, or the warehouse. Besides the factory operatives, the manufacturing workmen and the handicraftsmen, whom it concentrates in large masses at one spot and directly commands, capital also sets in motion, by means of invisible threads, another army, that of the workers in the domestic industries, who dwell in the large towns and are also scattered over the face of the country. An example, the shirt factory of Messrs. Tilley of Londonderry, which employs 1,000 operatives in the factory itself, and 9,000 people spread up and down the country and working in their own houses. Footnote 171. Children's Employment Commission, 2nd Report, 1864, page 68, note 415. End of footnote 171. The exploitation of cheap and immature labor power is carried out in a more shameless manner in modern manufacture than in the factory proper. This is because the technical foundation of the factory system, namely the substitution of machines for muscular power, and the light character of the labor, is almost entirely absent in manufacture, and at the same time women and over-young children are subjected, in the most unconscionable way, to the influence of poisonous or injurious substances. This exploitation is more shameless in the so-called domestic industry than in manufactures, and that because the power of resistance in the laborers decreases with their dissemination, because a whole series of plundering parasites insinuate themselves between the employer and the workman, because the domestic industry has always to compete either with the factory system or with manufacturing in the same branch of production, because poverty robs the workman of the conditions most essential to his labor, of space, light, and ventilation, because employment becomes more and more irregular, and finally, because in these last resorts of the masses made, quote, redundant, unquote, by modern industry and agriculture, competition for work attains its maximum. Economy in the means of production, first systematically carried out in the factory system, and there, from the very beginning, coincident with the most reckless squandering of labor power and robbery of the conditions normally requisite for labor, this economy now shows its antagonistic and murderous side more and more in a given branch of industry, the less the social productive power of labor and the technical basis for a combination of processes are developed in that branch. C. Modern manufacture. I now proceed by a few examples to illustrate the principles laid down above. As a matter of fact, the reader is already familiar with numerous instances given in the chapter on the working day. In the hardware manufacturers of Birmingham and the neighborhood, there are employed, mostly in very heavy work, 30,000 children and young persons, besides 10,000 women. There they are to be seen in the unwholesome brass foundries, button factories, enameling, galvanizing, and lacquering works. Footnote 172. And now, forsooth, children are employed at file cutting in Sheffield. End of footnote 172. Owing to the excessive labor of their workpeople, both adult and non-adult, certain London houses where newspapers and books are printed have got the ill-omened name of, quote, slaughterhouses, unquote. Footnote 173. Children's Employment Commission 5th Report, 1866, page 3, note 24, page 6, notes 55-56, page 7, notes 59-60, end of footnote 173. Similar excesses are practiced in bookbinding, where the victims are chiefly women, girls, and children. Young persons have to do heavy work in rope walks and night work in salt mines, candle manufactories, and chemical works. Young people are worked to death at turning the looms in silk weaving when it is not carried out by machinery. Footnote 174. Locus citato, pages 114, 115, notes 6 and 7. The Commissioner justly remarks that though, as a rule, machines take the place of men, here literally young persons replace machines. End of footnote 174. One of the most shameful, the most dirty, and the worst paid kinds of labor, and one on which women and young girls are by preference employed, is the sorting of rags. It is well known that Great Britain, apart from its own immense store of rags, is the emporium for the rag trade of the world. They flow in from Japan, from the most remote states of South America, and from the Canary Islands. But the chief sources of their supply are Germany, France, Russia, Italy, Egypt, Turkey, Belgium, and Holland. They are used for manure, for making bed flocks, for shoddy, and they serve as a raw material of paper. The rag sorters are the medium for the spread of smallpox and other infectious diseases, and they themselves are the first victims. Footnote 175. See the report on the rag trade, the numerous details in Public Health 8th Report, London 1866, Appendix, pages 196-208. A classical example of overwork, of hard and inappropriate labor, and of its brutalizing effects on the workman from his childhood upwards, is afforded not only by coal mining and miners generally, but also by tile and brick making, in which industry the recently invented machinery is, in England, used only here and there. Between May and September the work lasts from 5 in the morning till 8 in the evening, and where the drying is done in the open air, it often lasts from 4 in the morning till 9 in the evening. Work from 5 in the morning till 7 in the evening is considered, quote, reduced, unquote, and, quote, moderate, unquote. Both boys and girls of 6 and even 4 years of age are employed. They work for the same number of hours, often longer than the adults. The work is hard and the summer heat increases the exhaustion. In a certain tile field at Moseley, for example, a young woman 24 years of age was in the habit of making 2,000 tiles a day, with the assistance of 2 little girls who carried the clay up for her and stacked the tiles. These girls carried daily 10 tons up the slippery sides of the clay pits from a depth of 30 feet and then for a distance of 210 feet. Quote, "It is impossible for a child to pass through the purgatory of a tile field without great moral degradation. The low language which they are accustomed to hear from their tenderest years, the filthy, indecent, and shameless habits, amidst which, unknowing and half wild, they grow up, make them in after life lawless, abandoned, dissolute. A frightful source of demoralization is the mode of living. Each moulder, who is always a skilled laborer, and the chief of a group, supplies his 7 subordinates with board and lodging in his cottages, whether members of his family or not. The men, boys, and girls all sleep in the cottage, which contains generally 2, exceptionally 3 rooms, all on the ground floor and badly ventilated. These people are so exhausted after the day's hard work that neither the rules of health, of cleanliness, nor of decency are in the least observed. Many of these cottages are models of untidiness, dirt, and dust. The greatest evil of the system that employs young girls at this sort of work consists in this, that, as a rule, it chains them fast from childhood for the whole of their after life to the most abandoned rabble. They become rough, foul-mouthed boys before nature has taught them that they are women. Clothed in a few dirty rags, the legs naked far above the knees, hair and face besmeared with dirt, they learn to treat all feelings of decency and of shame with contempt. During meal times they lie at full length in the fields, or watch the boys bathing in a neighboring canal. Their heavy day's work at length completed, they put on better clothes and accompany the men to the public houses." Unquote. That excessive insobriety is prevalent from childhood upwards among the whole of this class is only natural. Quote, "The worst is that the brickmakers despair of themselves. You might as well," said one of the better kind to a chaplain of Southall Field, "try to raise and improve the devil as a brickie, sir." Unquote. Footnote 176. Children's Employment Commission 5th Report, 1866, pages 16 through 18, notes 86 through 97, and pages 103 through 133, notes 39 through 71. See also 3rd Report, 1864, pages 48 and 56. End of footnote 176. As to the manner in which capital affects an economy in the requisites of labor, in modern manufacture, in which I include all workshops of larger size, except factories proper, official and most ample material bearing on it is to be found in the Public Health Reports 4, 1863, and 6, 1864. The description of the workshops, more especially those of the London printers and tailors, surpasses the most loathsome fantasies of our romance writers. The effect on the health of the workpeople is self-evident. Dr. Simon, Chief Medical Officer of the Privy Council and the official editor of the Public Health Reports, says, quote, "In my 4th report, 1863, I showed how it is practically impossible for the workpeople to insist upon that which is their first sanitary right, to wit, the right that, no matter what the work for which their employer brings them together, the labor, so far as it depends on him, should be freed from all unavoidably unwholesome conditions. I pointed out that while the workpeople are practically incapable of doing themselves this sanitary justice, they are unable to obtain any effective support from the paid administrators of the sanitary police. The life of myriads of workmen and workwomen is now uselessly tortured and shortened by the never-ending physical suffering that their mere occupation begets." Unquote. Footnote 177, Public Health 6th Report, London, 1864, pages 29-31. End of footnote 177. In illustration of the way in which the workrooms influence the state of health, Dr. Simon gives the following table of mortality. Number of persons of all ages employed in agriculture in England and Wales, 958,265. Death rate per 100,000 men between the stated ages, age 25 to 35, 743. Age 35 to 45, 805. Age 45 to 55, 1,145. Number of persons of all ages employed as London tailors, 22,301 men, 12,379 women. Death rate per 100,000 men between the stated ages, age 25 to 35, 958. Age 35 to 45, 1,262. Age 45 to 55, 2,093. Number of persons of all ages employed as London printers, 13,803. Death rate per 100,000 men between the stated ages, age 25 to 35, 894. Age 35 to 45, 1,747. Age 45 to 55, 2,367. Footnote 178. Local Citato, page 30. Dr. Simon remarks that the mortality among the London tailors and printers between the ages of 25 and 35 is in fact much greater, because the employers in London obtain from the country a great number of young people up to 30 years of age as, quote, apprentices, unquote, and, quote, improvers, unquote, who come for the purpose of being perfected in their trade. These figure in the census as Londoners. They swell out the number of heads on which the London death rate is calculated, without adding proportionally to the number of deaths in that place. The greater part of them in fact return to the country, and especially in cases of severe illness. End of footnote 178. D. Modern domestic industry. I now come to the so-called domestic industry. In order to get an idea of the horrors of this sphere, in which capital conducts its exploitation in the background of modern mechanical industry, one must go to the apparently quite idyllic trade of nail-making carried on in a few remote villages in England. Footnote 179. I allude here to hammered nails, as distinguished from nails cut out and made by machinery. See Children's Employment Commission Third Report, pages 11, 19, notes 125 through 130, page 52, note 11, page 114, note 487, page 137, note 64. End of footnote 179. In this place, however, it will be enough to give a few examples from those branches of the lace-making and straw-plaiting industries that are not yet carried on by the aid of machinery, and that as yet do not compete with branches carried on in the factories or manufactories. Of the 150,000 persons employed in England in the production of lace, about 10,000 fall under the authority of the Factory Act, 1861. Almost the whole of the remaining 140,000 are women, young persons, and children of both sexes, the male sex, however, being weakly represented. The state of health of this cheap material for exploitation will be seen from the following table, computed by Dr. Truman, physician to the Nottingham General Dispensary. Out of 686 female patients who were lace makers, most of them between the ages of 17 and 24, the number of consumptive ones were 1852, 1 in 45, 1853, 1 in 28, 1854, 1 in 17, 1855, 1 in 18, 1856, 1 in 15, 1857, 1 in 13, 1858, 1 in 15, 1859, 1 in 9, 1860, 1 in 8, 1861, 1 in 8. Footnote 180. Children's Employment Commission, Second Report, page 22, note 166. End of footnote 180. This progress in the rate of consumption ought to suffice for the most optimistic progressist, and for the biggest hawker of lies among the free trade bagmen of Germany. The Factory Act of 1861 regulates the actual making of lace, so far it is done by machinery, and this is the rule in England. The branches that we are now about to examine, solely with regard to those of the work people who work at home and not those who work in manufactories or warehouses, fall into two divisions, to wit, 1. Finishing, 2. Mending. The former gives the finishing touches to the machine-made lace and includes numerous subdivisions. The lace finishing is done either in what are called, quote, mistresses' houses, unquote, or by women in their own houses, with or without the help of their children. The women who keep the, quote, mistresses' houses, unquote, are themselves poor. The workroom is in a private house. The mistresses take orders from manufacturers or from warehouse men and employ as many women, girls, and young children as the size of the rooms and the fluctuating demand of the business will allow. The number of workwomen employed in these workrooms varies from 20 to 40 in some and from 10 to 20 in others. The average age at which the children commence work is 6 years, but in many cases it is below 5. The usual working hours are from 8 in the morning till 8 in the evening, with 1½ hours for meals, which are taken at irregular intervals and often in the foul workrooms. When business is brisk, the labor frequently lasts from 8 or even 6 o'clock in the morning till 10, 11, or 12 o'clock at night. In English barracks, the regulation space allotted to each soldier is 500 to 600 cubic feet, and in the military hospitals 1,200 cubic feet. But in those finishing sties there are but 67 to 100 cubic feet to each person. At the same time, the oxygen of the air is consumed by gas lights. In order to keep the lace clean, and although the floor is tiled or gagged, the children are often compelled, even in winter, to pull off their shoes. Quote, it is not at all uncommon in Nottingham to find 14 to 20 children huddled together in a small room of perhaps not more than 12 feet square and employed for 15 hours out of the 24 at work that of itself is exhausting from its weariness and monotony, and is besides carried on under every possible unwholesome condition. Even the very youngest children work with a strained attention and a rapidity that is astonishing, hardly ever giving their fingers rest or slowing their motion. If a question be asked of them, they never raise their eyes from their work from fear of losing a single moment." Unquote. The, quote, "long stick," unquote, is used by the mistresses as a stimulant more and more as the working hours are prolonged. Quote, "The children gradually tire and become as restless as birds towards the end of their long detention at an occupation that is monotonous, eye-straining, and exhausting from the uniformity in the posture of the body. Their work is like slavery." Unquote. Footnote 181. Children's Employment Commission Second Report, pages 19, 20, 21. End of footnote 181. When women and their children work at home, which nowadays means in a hired room, often in a garret, the state of things is, if possible, still worse. This sort of work is given out within a circle of 80 miles radius from Nottingham. On leaving the warehouses at 9 or 10 o'clock at night, the children are often given a bundle of lace to take home with them and finish. The Pharisee of a capitalist, represented by one of his servants, accompanies this action, of course, with the unctuous phrase, quote, "That's for mother," unquote, yet he knows well enough that the poor children must sit up and help. Footnote 182, loco citato, pages 21, 22. End of footnote 182. Pillow lace making is chiefly carried on in England in two agricultural districts. One, the Honiton Lace District, extending from 20 to 30 miles along the south coast of Devonshire, and including a few places in North Devon. The other comprising a great part of the counties of Buckingham, Bedford, and Northampton, and also the adjoining portions of Oxfordshire and Huntingdonshire. The cottages of the agricultural laborers are the places where the work is usually carried on. Many manufacturers employ upwards of 3,000 of these lace makers, who are chiefly children and young persons of the female sex exclusively. The state of things described as incidental to lace finishing is here repeated, save that instead of the, quote, "mistresses' houses," unquote, we find what are called, quote, "lace schools," unquote, kept by poor women in their cottages. From their 5th year, and often earlier, until their 12th or 15th year, the children work in these schools. During the 1st year, the very young ones work from 4 to 8 hours, and later on, from 6 in the morning till 8 and 10 o'clock at night. Quote, "The rooms are generally the ordinary living rooms of small cottages, the chimney stopped up to keep out draughts, the inmates kept warm by their own animal heat alone, and this frequently in winter. In other cases, the so-called schoolrooms are like small storerooms without fireplaces. The overcrowding in these dens and the consequent vitiation of the air are often extreme. Added to this is the injurious effect of drains, privies, decomposing substances, and other filth usual in the purlieus of the smaller cottages." Unquote. With regard to space, quote, "In one lace school, 18 girls and a mistress, 35 cubic feet to each person. In another, where the smell was unbearable, 18 persons and 24.5 cubic feet per head. In this industry are to be found employed children of 2 and 2.5 years." Unquote. Footnote 183. Loco citato, pages 29, 30, end of footnote 183. Quote, "The smaller of these numbers," says one of the commissioners, Mr. White, "represents less space than half of what a child would occupy if packed in a box measuring 3 feet in each direction." Unquote. Thus do children enjoy life till the age of 12 or 14. The wretched half-starved parents think of nothing but getting as much as possible out of their children. The latter, as soon as they are grown up, do not care a farthing, and naturally so, for their parents and leave them. Quote, "It is no wonder that ignorance and vice abound in a population so brought up. Their morality is at the lowest ebb. A great number of the women have illegitimate children, and that at such an immature age, and even those most conversant with criminal statistics are astounded." Unquote. Footnote 184, loco citato, pages 11, 12. End of footnote 184. And the native land of these model families is the pattern Christian country for Europe. So says at least Count Montalembert, certainly a competent authority on Christianity. Wages in the above industries, miserable as they are, the maximum wages of a child in the straw-plate schools, rising in rare cases to 3 shillings, are reduced far below their normal amount by the prevalence of the truck system everywhere, but especially in the lace districts. Footnote 185. Children's Employment Commission, First Report, 1863, page 185, end of footnote 185. Subsection E. Passage of modern manufacture and domestic industry into modern mechanical industry. The hastening of this revolution by the application of the Factory Acts to these industries. The cheapening of labor power by sheer abuse of the labor of women and children, by sheer robbery of every normal condition requisite for working and living, and by the sheer brutality of overwork and night work, meets at last with natural obstacles that cannot be overstepped. So also, when based on these methods, do the cheapening of commodities and capitalist exploitation in general. So soon as this point is at last reached, and it takes many years, the hour has struck for the introduction of machinery, and for the thenceforth rapid conversion of the scattered domestic industries and also for manufacturers into factory industries. An example on the most colossal scale of this movement is afforded by the production of wearing apparel. This industry, according to the classification of the Children's Employment Commission, comprises straw hat makers, ladies' hat makers, cap makers, tailors, milliners and dressmakers, shirt makers, corset makers, glove makers, shoe makers, besides many minor branches such as the making of neckties, collars, etc. In 1861, the number of females employed in these industries in England and Wales amounted to 586,299. Of these, 150,242 at the least were under 20, and 16,650 under 15 years of age. The number of these workwomen in the United Kingdom in 1861 was 740,334. The number of males employed in England and Wales in hat making, shoe making, glove making, and tailoring was 437,969. Of these, 14,964 under 15 years, 89,285 between 15 and 20, and 333,117 over 20 years. Many of the smaller branches are not included in these figures, but take the figures as they stand. We then have for England and Wales alone, according to the census of 1861, a total of 1,024,277 persons, about as many as are absorbed by agriculture and cattle breeding. We begin to understand what becomes of the immense quantities of goods conjured up by the magic of machinery, and of the enormous masses of workpeople that machinery sets free. The production of wearing apparel is carried on partly in manufactories, in whose workrooms there is but a reproduction of that division of labor, the membra disjecta of which were found ready to hand, partly by small master handcraftsmen. These, however, do not, as formerly, work for individual consumers, but for manufactories and warehouses, and to such an extent that often whole towns and stretches of country carry on certain branches, such as shoemaking, as a specialty. Finally, on a very great scale by the so-called domestic workers, who form an external department of the manufactories, warehouses, and even of the workshops of the smaller masters. Footnote 186. In England, millinery and dressmaking are for the most part carried on the premises of the employer, partly by workwomen who live there, partly by women who live off the premises. End footnote 186. The raw material, etc., is supplied by mechanical industry. The mass of cheap human material,
taillable à merci et miséricorde,
is composed of the individuals, quote, liberated, unquote, by mechanical industry and improved agriculture. The manufacturers of this class owed their origin chiefly to the capitalist need of having at hand an army ready equipped to meet any increase of demand. Footnote 187. Mr. White, a commissioner, visited a military clothing manufactory that employed 1,000 to 1,200 persons, almost all females, and a shoe manufactory with 1,300 persons. Of these, nearly one-half were children and young persons. End footnote 187. These manufacturers, nevertheless, allowed the scattered handicrafts and domestic industries to continue to exist as a broad foundation. The great production of surplus value in these branches of labor, and the progressive cheapening of their articles, were and are chiefly due to the minimum wages paid, no more than requisite for miserable vegetation, and to the extension of working time up to the maximum endurable by the human organism. It was in fact by the cheapness of the human sweat and the human blood, which were converted into commodities, that the markets were constantly being extended, and continue daily to be extended. More especially was this the case with England's colonial markets, where, besides, English tastes and habits prevailed. At last the critical point was reached. The basis of the old method, sheer brutality in the exploitation of the workpeople, accompanied more or less by a systematic division of labor, no longer sufficed for the extending markets and for the still more rapidly extending competition of the capitalist. The hour had struck for the advent of machinery, the decisively revolutionary machine, the machine which attacks in an equal degree the whole of the numberless branches of this sphere of production, dressmaking, tailoring, shoemaking, sewing, hat-making, and many others, is the sewing machine. Its immediate effect on the workpeople is like that of all machinery, which, since the rise of modern industry, has seized upon new branches of trade. Children of too tender an age are sent adrift. The wage of the machine hands rises compared with that of the house workers, many of whom belong to the poorest of the poor. That of the better situated handicraftsmen, with whom the machine competes, sinks. The new machine hands are exclusively girls and young women. With the help of mechanical force, they destroy the monopoly that male labor had of the heavier work, and they drive off from the lighter work numbers of old women and very young children. The overpowering competition crushes the weakest of the manual laborers. The fearful increase in death from starvation during the last 10 years in London runs parallel with the extension of machine sewing. Footnote 188. An instance. The weekly report of deaths by the Register General dated 26th of February 1864 contains 5 cases of death from starvation. On the same day, the Times reports another case, 6 victims of starvation in 1 week. End footnote 188. The new workwoman turned the machines by hand and foot, or by hand alone, sometimes sitting, sometimes standing, according to the weight, size, and special make of the machine, and expend a great deal of labor power. Their occupation is unwholesome, owing to the long hours, although in most cases they are not so long as under the old system. Wherever the sewing machine locates itself in narrow and already overcrowded workrooms, it adds to the unwholesome influences. The effect, says Mr. Lord, on entering low-ceiling workrooms in which 30 to 40 machine hands are working is unbearable. The heat, partly due to the gas stoves used for warming the irons, is horrible. Even when moderate hours of work, i.e., from 8 in the morning till 6 in the evening, prevail in such places, yet 3 or 4 persons fall into a swoon regularly every day. Footnote 189. Children's Employment Commission, Second Report, 1864. Page 67. Notes 406 through 409. Page 84. Notes 124. Page 73. Note 441. Page 68. Note 6. Page 84. Note 126. Page 78. Note 85. Page 76. Note 69. Page 72. Note 483. End footnote 189. The revolution in the industrial methods, which is the necessary result of the revolution of the instruments of production, is affected by a medley of transition forms. These forms vary according to the extent to which the sewing machine has become prevalent in one branch of industry or the other, to the time during which it has been in operation, to the previous condition of the workpeople, to the preponderance of manufacture, of handicrafts, or of domestic industry, to the rent of the workrooms, etc. Footnote 190. Quote, the rental of premises required for workrooms seems the element which ultimately determines the point, and consequently it is in the metropolis that the old system of giving work out to small employers and families has been longest retained and earliest returned to. Unquote. Locus Citato, page 83, note 123. The concluding statement in this quotation refers exclusively to shoemaking. End footnote 190. In dressmaking, for instance, where the labor for the most part was already organized, chiefly by simple cooperation, the sewing machine at first formed merely a new factor in that manufacturing industry. In tailoring, shirt-making, shoemaking, etc., all the forms are intermingled. Here the factory system proper. There middlemen received the raw material from the capitalists en chef, and grouped around their sewing machines, in quote, chambers, unquote, and, quote, garrets, unquote, from 10 to 50 or more workwomen. Finally, as is always the case with machinery when not organized into a system, and when it can also be used in dwarfist proportions, handicraftsmen and domestic workers, along with their families, or with a little extra labor from without, make use of their own sewing machines. Footnote 191. In glove-making and other industries where the condition of the workpeople is hardly distinguishable from that of paupers, this does not occur. End footnote 191. The system actually prevalent in England is that the capitalist concentrates a large number of machines on his premises and then distributes the produce of those machines for further manipulation amongst the domestic workers. Footnote 192. Locus Citato, page 83, note 122. End footnote 192. The variety of the transition forms, however, does not conceal the tendency to conversion into the factory system proper. This tendency is nurtured by the very nature of the sewing machine, the manifold uses of which push on the concentration under one roof and one management of previously separate branches of a trade. It also favored by the circumstance that preparatory needlework and certain other operations are most conveniently done on the premises where the machine is at work, as well as by the inevitable expropriation of hand sewers and of the domestic workers who work with their own machines. This fate has already in part overtaken them. The constantly increasing amount of capital invested in sewing machines gives the spur to the production of, and gluts the market with, machine-made articles, thereby giving the signal to the domestic workers for the sale of their machines. Footnote 193. In the wholesale boot and shoe trade of Leicester alone, there were in 1864 800 sewing machines already in use. End footnote 193. The overproduction of sewing machines themselves causes their producers, in bad want of sale, to let them out for so much a week, thus crushing by their deadly competition the small owners of machines. Footnote 194. Locus Citato, page 84, note 124. End footnote 194. Constant changes in the construction of the machines and their ever-increasing cheapness deprecate day by day the older makes and allow of their being sold in great numbers at absurd prices to large capitalists who alone can thus employ them at a profit. Finally, the substitution of the steam engine for man gives in this, as in all similar revolutions, the finishing blow. At first, the use of steam power meets with mere technical difficulties, such as unsteadiness in the machines, difficulty in controlling their speed, rapid wear and tear of the lighter machines, etc., all of which are soon overcome by experience. Footnote 195. Instances: the Army Clothing Depot at Pimlico, London, the shirt factory of Tilley and Henderson in Londonderry, and the clothes factory of Monsieur Tate at Limerick, which employs about 1,200 hands. End footnote 195. If, on the one hand, the concentration of many machines in large manufactories leads to the use of steam power, on the other hand, the competition of steam with human muscle hastens on the concentration of workpeople and machines in large factories. Thus England is at present experiencing, not only in the colossal industry of making wearing apparel, but in most of the other trades mentioned above, the conversion of manufacture, of handicrafts, and of domestic work into the factory system, after each of those forms of production, totally changed and disorganized under the influence of modern industry, has long ago reproduced, and even overdone, all the horrors of the factory system without participating in any of the elements of social progress it contains. Footnote 196, quote, tendency to factory system, unquote. Locus Citato, page 67, quote, the whole employment is at this time in a state of transition and is undergoing the same change as that effected in the lace trade, weaving, etc. Unquote. Locus Citato, note 405, quote, a complete revolution, unquote. Locus Citato, page 66, note 318. At the date of the Children's Employment Commission of 1840, stocking making was still done by manual labor. Since 1846, various sorts of machines have been introduced, which are now driven by steam. The total number of persons of both sexes and of all ages from 3 years upwards employed in stocking making in England was in 1862 about 129,000. Of these, only 4,063 were, according to the parliamentary return of the 11th of February 1862, working under the Factory Acts. End footnote 196. This industrial revolution, which takes place spontaneously, is artificially helped on by the extension of the Factory Acts to all industries in which women, young persons, and children are employed. The compulsory regulation of the working day as regards its length, pauses, beginning and end, the system of relays of children, the exclusion of all children under a certain age, etc., necessitates, on the one hand, more machinery and the substitution of steam as a motive power in the place of muscles. Footnote 197. Thus, for example, in the earthenware trade, Messrs. Cochrane, of the Britain Pottery, Glasgow, report, quote, "To keep up our quantity, we have gone extensively into machines wrought by unskilled labor, and every day convinces us that we can produce a greater quantity than by the old method." Unquote. Report of Inspectors of Factories, 31st of October, 1865, page 13. Quote, "The effect of the Factory Acts is to force on the further introduction of machinery." Unquote. Local Citado, pages 13 through 14. End footnote 197. Footnote 198. Thus, after the extension of the Factory Acts to the potteries, great increase of power jiggers in place of hand-moved jiggers. End footnote 198. On the other hand, in order to make up for the loss of time, an expansion occurs of the means of production used in common, of the furnaces, buildings, etc., in one word, greater concentration of the means of production, and a correspondingly greater concourse of workpeople. The chief objection, repeatedly and passionately urged on behalf of each manufacturer threatened with the Factory Act, is in fact this, that in order to continue the business on the old scale, a greater outlay of capital will be necessary. But as regards labor in the so-called domestic industries and the intermediate forms between them and manufacture, so soon as limits are put to the working day and to the employment of children, those industries go to the wall. Unlimited exploitation of cheap labor power is the sole foundation of their power to compete. One of the essential conditions for the existence of the factory system, especially when the length of the working day is fixed, is certainly in the result, i.e., the production in a given time of a given quantity of commodities, or of a given useful effect. The statutory pauses in the working day, moreover, imply the assumption that periodical and sudden cessation of the work does no harm to the article undergoing the process of production. This certainty in the result, and this possibility of interrupting the work are, of course, easier to be attained in the purely mechanical industries than those in which chemical and physical processes play a part, as, for instance, in the earthenware trade, in bleaching, dyeing, baking, and in most of the metal industries. Wherever there is a working day without restriction as to length, wherever there is night work and unrestricted waste of human life, the slightest obstacle presented by the nature of the work to a change for the better is soon looked upon as an everlasting barrier erected by nature. No poison kills vermin with more certainty than the Factory Act removes such everlasting barriers. No one made a greater outcry over, quote, impossibilities, unquote, than our friends the earthenware manufacturers. In 1864, however, they were brought under the Act, and within 16 months every, quote, impossibility, unquote, had vanished. Quote, the improved method, unquote, called forth by the Act, quote, of making slip by pressure instead of by evaporation, the newly constructed stoves for drying the ware in its green state, etc., are each events of great importance in the pottery art, and mark an advance which the preceding century could not rival. It has even considerably reduced the temperature of the stoves themselves, with a considerable saving of fuel, and with a readier effect on the ware." Unquote. Footnote 199. Report of Inspectors of Factories, 31st of October, 1865, pages 96 and 127. End footnote 199. In spite of every prophecy, the cost price of earthenware did not rise, but the quantity produced did, and to such an extent that the export for the 12 months ending December 1865 exceeded in value by 138,628 pounds the average of the preceding 3 years. In the manufacture of matches it was thought to be an indispensable requirement that boys, even while bolting their dinner, should go on dipping the matches in melted phosphorus, the poisonous vapor from which rose into their faces. The Factory Act, 1864, made the saving of time a necessity, and so forced into existence a dipping machine, the vapor from which could not come in contact with the workers. Footnote 200. The introduction of this and other machinery into matchmaking caused in one department alone 230 young persons to be replaced by 32 boys and girls of 14 to 17 years of age. This saving in labor was carried still further in 1865 by the employment of steam power. End footnote 200. So, at the present time, in those branches of the lace manufacture not yet subject to the Factory Act, it is maintained that the meal times cannot be regular owing to the different periods required by the various kinds of lace for drying, which periods vary from 3 minutes up to an hour or more. To this the Children's Employment Commission's answer, quote, "The circumstances of this case are precisely analogous to that of the paper stainers dealt with in our first report. Some of the principal manufacturers in the trade urged that in consequence of the nature of the materials used and their various processes, they would be unable, without serious loss, to stop for meal times at any given moment. But it was seen from the evidence that, by due care and previous arrangement, the apprehended difficulty would be got over, and accordingly, by Clause 6 of Section 6 of the Factory Acts Extension Act, passed during this session of Parliament, an interval of 18 months is given to them for the passing of the Act before they are required to conform to the meal hours specified by the Factory Acts." Unquote. Footnote 201. Children's Employment Commission 11th Report, 1864, page 9, note 50. End footnote 201. Hardly had the act been passed when our friends the manufacturers found out, quote, "The inconveniences we expected to arise from the introduction of the Factory Acts into our branch of manufacture, I am happy to say, have not arisen. We do not find the production at all interfered with. In short, we produce more in the same time." Unquote. Footnote 202. Report of Inspectors of Factories, 31st of October, 1865, page 22. End footnote 202. It is evident that the English legislature, which certainly no one will venture to reproach with being overdosed with genius, has been led by experience to the conclusion that a simple compulsory law is sufficient to enact away all the so-called impediments, opposed by the nature of the process, to the restriction and regulation of the working day. Hence, on the introduction of the Factory Act into a given industry, a period varying from 6 to 18 months is fixed within which it is incumbent on the manufacturers to remove all technical impediments to the working of the Act. Mirabeau's
Impossible, ne me dis jamais ce bête de mot.
is particularly applicable to modern technology. But though the Factory Acts thus artificially ripen the material elements necessary for the conversion of the manufacturing system to the factory system, yet at the same time, owing to the necessity they impose for greater outlay of capital, they hasten on the decline of the small masters and the concentration of capital. Footnote 203, quote, "But it must be borne in mind that those improvements, though carried out fully in some establishments, are by no means general, and are not capable of being brought into use in many of the old manufactories without an expenditure of capital beyond the means of many of the present occupiers." Unquote. Quote, "I cannot but rejoice," unquote, writes Sub-Inspector May, quote, "that notwithstanding the temporary disorganization which inevitably follows the introduction of such a measure as the Factory Act Extension Act, and is, indeed, directly indicative of the evils which it was intended to remedy, etc." Unquote. Report of Inspectors of Factories, 31st of October, 1865. End footnote 203. Besides the purely technical impediments that are removable by technical means, the irregular habits of the workpeople themselves obstruct the regulation of the hours of labor. This is especially the case where piece wage predominates, and where loss of time in one part of the day or week can be made good by subsequent overtime or by night work, a process which brutalizes the adult workman and ruins his wife and children. Footnote 204. With blast furnaces, for instance, quote, "Work towards the end of the week being generally much increased in duration in consequence of the habit of the men of idling on Monday and occasionally during a part of the whole of Tuesday also," unquote. Children's Employment Commission 3rd Report, page 6. Quote, "The little masters generally have very irregular hours. They lose 2 or 3 days, and then work all night to make it up. They always employ their own children, if they have any," unquote. Locus Citato, page 7. Quote, "The want of regularity in coming to work, encouraged by the possibility and practice of making up for this by working longer hours," unquote. Locus Citato, page 18. Quote, "In Birmingham, an enormous amount of time is lost, idling part of the time, slaving the rest," unquote. Locus Citato, page 9. End footnote 204. Although this absence of regularity in the expenditure of labor power is a natural and rude reaction against the tedium of monotonous drudgery, it originates also to a much greater degree from anarchy in production, anarchy that in turn presupposes unbridled exploitation of labor power by the capitalist. Besides the general periodic changes of the industrial cycle and the special fluctuations in the markets to which each industry is subject, we may also reckon what is called, quote, the season, unquote, dependent either on the periodicity of favorable seasons of the year for navigation or on fashion, and the sudden placing of large orders that have to be executed in the shortest possible time. The habit of giving such orders becomes more frequent with the extension of railways and telegraphs. Quote, the extension of the railway system throughout the country has tended very much to encourage giving short notice. Purchasers now come up from Glasgow, Manchester, and Edinburgh once every fortnight or so to the wholesale city warehouses which we supply, and give small orders requiring immediate execution instead of buying from stock as they used to do. Years ago we were always able to work in the slack times so as to meet demand of the next season, but now no one can say beforehand what will be the demand then, unquote. Footnote 205, Children's Employment Commission 4th Report, page 32. Quote, the extension of the railway system is said to have contributed greatly to this custom of giving sudden orders, and the consequent hurry and neglect of meal times and late hours of the workpeople. Unquote. Loco citato, page 31. End footnote 205. In those factories and manufactories that are not yet subject to the Factory Acts, the most fearful overwork prevails periodically during what is called the season, in consequence of sudden orders. In the outside department of the factory, of the manufactory, and of the warehouse, the so-called domestic workers, whose employment is at best irregular, are entirely dependent for their raw material and their orders on the caprice of the capitalist, who, in this industry, is not hampered by any regard for depreciation of his buildings and machinery, and risks nothing by a stoppage of work but the skin of the worker himself. Here, then, he sets himself systematically to work to form an industrial reserve force that shall be ready at a moment's notice. During one part of the year he decimates this force by the most inhuman toil, during the other part he lets it starve for want of work. Quote, the employers avail themselves of the habitual irregularity of homework when any extra work is wanted at a push, so that the work goes on till 11 and 12 p.m. or 2 a.m., or as the usual phrase is, quote, at all hours, unquote, and that in localities where, quote, the stench is enough to knock you down, you go to the door, perhaps, and open it, but shudder to go further, unquote, unquote. Footnote 206. Children's Employment Commission 4th Report, page 35, notes 235, 237, end footnote 206. Quote, they are curious men, unquote, said one of the witnesses, a shoemaker, speaking of the masters. Quote, they think it does a boy no harm to work too hard for half the year, if he is nearly idle for the other half, unquote. Footnote 207, Children's Employment Commission 4th Report, page 127, note 56, end footnote 207. In the same way as technical impediments, so too those, quote, usages which have grown with the growth of trade, unquote, were and still are proclaimed by interested capitalists as obstacles due to the nature of the work. This was a favorite cry of the cotton lords at the time they were first threatened with the Factory Acts. Although their industry more than any other depends on navigation, yet experience has given them the lie. Since then, every pretended obstruction to business has been treated by the factory inspectors as a mere sham. Footnote 208. With respect to the loss of trade by non-completion of shipping orders in time, I remember that this was the pet argument of the factory masters in 1832 and 1833. Nothing that can be advanced now on this subject could have the force that it had then, before steam had halved all distances and established new regulations for transit. It quite failed at that time of proof when put to the test, and again it will certainly fail should it have to be tried. Unquote. Reports of Inspectors of Factories, 31st of October, 1862, pages 54 and 55, end footnote 208. The thoroughly conscientious investigations of the Children's Employment Commission proved that the effect of the regulation of the hours of work in some industries was to spread the mass of labor previously employed more evenly over the whole year, that this regulation was the first rational bridle on the murderous, meaningless caprices of fashion, caprices that consort so badly with the system of modern industry, that the development of ocean navigation and of the means of communication generally has swept away the technical basis on which season work was really supported, and that all the other so-called unconquerable difficulties vanish before larger buildings, additional machinery, increase in the number of work people employed, and the alterations caused by all these in the mode of conducting the wholesale trade. Footnote 208A, Children's Employment Commission 4th Report, page 18, note 118. End footnote 208A. Footnote 208B, John Bellers remarked as far back as 1699, quote, "The uncertainty of fashions does increase necessitous poor. It has two great mischiefs in it. First, the journeymen are miserable in winter for want of work, the mercers and master weavers not daring to lay out their stocks to meet the journeymen employed before the spring comes, and they know what the fashion will then be. Secondly, in the spring the journeymen are not sufficient, but the master weavers must draw in many apprentices, that they may supply the trade of the kingdom in a quarter or half a year, which robs the plough of hands, drains the country of laborers, and in a great part stocks the city with beggars, and starves some in winter that are ashamed to beg." Unquote. Essays about the Poor Manufacturers, etc., page 9. End footnote 208B. Footnote 209. Children's Employment Commission 4th Report, page 171, note 34. End footnote 209. Footnote 210. The evidence of some Bradford export houses is as follows. Quote, "Under these circumstances, it seems clear that no boys need to be worked longer than from 8 a.m. to 7 or 7:30 p.m. making up. It is merely a question of extra hands and extra outlay. If some masters were not so greedy, the boys would not work late. An extra machine costs only 16 or 18 pounds. Much of such overtime as does occur is to be referred to an insufficiency of appliances and a want of space." Unquote. Children's Employment Commission 4th Report, page 171, notes 35, 36, 38. End footnote 210. Footnote 211, Locus Citato. A London manufacturer, who in other respects looks upon the compulsory regulation of the hours of labor as a protection for the workpeople against the manufacturers, and for the manufacturers themselves against the wholesale trade, states, quote, "The pressure in our business is caused by the shippers, who want, for the sake of example, to send the goods by sailing vessel so as to reach their destination at a given season, and at the same time want to pocket the difference in freight between a sailing vessel and a steamship, or who select the earlier of two steamships in order to be in the foreign market before their competitors." End footnote 211. But for all that, capital never becomes reconciled to such changes, and this is admitted over and over again by its own representatives, except, quote, "under the pressure of a general act of Parliament," unquote, for the compulsory regulation of the hours of labor. Footnote 212, quote, "This could be obviated," unquote, says a manufacturer, quote, "at the expense of an enlargement of the works under the pressure of a general act of Parliament," unquote. Locus Citato, page 10, note 38, end footnote 212. End of chapter 15, section 8 of Capital, volume 1.
Chapter 15, Section 9 of Capital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Capital, a critical analysis of capitalist production, Volume 1 by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Friedrich Engels. Part 4. Production of Relative Surplus Value. Chapter 15. Machinery and Modern Industry. Section 9. The Factory Acts, sanitary and educational clauses of the same, their general extension in England. Factory legislation, that first conscious and methodical reaction of society against the spontaneously developed form of the process of production, is, as we have seen, just as much the necessary product of modern industry as cotton yarn, cell-factors, and the electric telegraph. Before passing to the consideration of the extension of that legislation in England, we shall shortly notice certain clauses contained in the Factory Acts, and not relating to the hours of work. Apart from their wording, which makes it easy for the capitalist to evade them, the sanitary clauses are extremely meagre, and in fact limited to provisions for whitewashing the walls, for ensuring cleanliness in some other matters, for ventilation, and for protection against dangerous machinery. In the third book we shall return again to the fanatical opposition of the masters to those clauses which imposed upon them a slight expenditure on appliances for protecting the limbs of their workpeople, an opposition that throws a fresh and glaring light on the free trade dogma, according to which, in a society with conflicting interests, each individual necessarily furthers the common weal by seeking nothing but his own personal advantage. One example is enough. The reader knows that during the last 20 years the flax industry has very much extended, and that, with that extension, the number of scutching mills in Ireland has increased. In 1864 there were in that country 1,800 of those mills. Regularly in autumn and winter women and young persons, the wives, sons, and daughters of the neighbouring small farmers, a class of people totally unaccustomed to machinery, are taken from field labour to feed the rollers of the scotching mills with flax. The accidents, both as regards number and kind, are wholly unexampled in the history of machinery. In one scotching mill, at Killoden, near Cork, there occurred between 1852 and 1856 6 fatal accidents and 60 mutilations, every one of which might have been prevented by the simplest appliances at the cost of a few shillings. Dr. W. White, the certifying surgeon for factories at Downpatrick, states in his official report, dated the 15th December 1865, the serious accidents at the scotching mills are of the most fearful nature. In many cases a quarter of the body is torn from the trunk, and either involves death or a future of wretched incapacity and suffering. The increase of mills in the country will, of course, extend these dreadful results, and it will be a great boon if they are brought under the legislature. I am convinced that by proper supervision of scutching mills a vast sacrifice of life and limb would be averted. What could possibly show better the character of the capitalist mode of production than the necessity that exists for forcing upon it, by acts of Parliament, the simplest appliances for maintaining cleanliness and health? In the potteries, the Factory Act of 1864 has whitewashed and cleansed upwards of 200 workshops, after a period of abstinence from any such cleaning, in many cases of 20 years, and in some entirely. This is the abstinence of the capitalist, in which were employed 27,800 artisans, hitherto breathing through protracted days and often nights of labour a mephitic atmosphere, and which rendered an otherwise comparatively innocuous occupation pregnant with disease and death. The Act has improved the ventilation very much. At the same time, this portion of the Act strikingly shows that the capitalist mode of production, owing to its very nature, excludes all rational improvement beyond a certain point. It has been stated over and over again that the English doctors are unanimous in declaring where the work is continuous, 500 cubic feet is the very least space that should be allowed for each person. Now, if the Factory Acts, owing to their compulsory provisions, indirectly hasten on the conversion of small workshops into factories, thus indirectly attacking the proprietary rights of the smaller capitalists, and assuring a monopoly to the great ones, so, if it were made obligatory to provide the proper space for each workman in every workshop, thousands of small employers would, at one full swoop, be expropriated directly. The very root of the capitalist mode of production, i.e., the self-expansion of all capital, large or small, by means of the free purchase and consumption of labour power, would be attacked. Factory legislation is therefore brought to a deadlock before these 500 cubic feet of breathing space. The sanitary officers, the industrial inquiry commissioners, the factory inspectors, all harp, over and over again, upon the necessity for those 500 cubic feet, and upon the impossibility of wringing them out of capital. They thus, in fact, declare that consumption and other lung diseases among the workpeople are necessary conditions to the existence of capital. Note: it has been found out by experiment that with each respiration of average intensity made by a healthy average individual, about 25 cubic inches of air are consumed, and that about 20 respirations are made in each minute. Hence, the air inhaled in each 24 hours by each individual is about 720,000 cubic inches, or 416 cubic feet. It is clear, however, that air which has been once breathed can no longer serve for the same purpose, until it has been purified in the great workshop of nature. According to the experiments of Valentin and Brunner, it appears that a healthy man gives off about 1,300 cubic inches of carbonic acid per hour. This would give about 8 ounces of solid carbon thrown off from the lungs in 24 hours. Every man should have at least 800 cubic feet. Huxley. Endnote. Paltry as the education clauses of the Act appear on the whole, yet they proclaim elementary education to be an indispensable condition to the employment of children. The success of those clauses proved for the first time the possibility of combining education and gymnastics with manual labor, and consequently of combining manual labor with education and gymnastics. The factory inspectors soon found out, by questioning the schoolmasters, that the factory children, although receiving only one-half the education of the regular day scholars, yet learnt quite as much, and often more. Note: according to the English Factory Act, parents cannot send their children under 14 years of age into factories under the control of the Act, unless at the same time they allow them to receive elementary education. The manufacturer is responsible for compliance with the Act. Factory education is compulsory, and it is a condition of labor. Report of the Inspector of Factories, 31st October 1865, page 111. Endnote. Note: on the very advantageous results of combining gymnastics, and drilling in the case of boys, with compulsory education for factory children and pauper scholars, see the speech of N.W. Senior at the 7th Annual Congress of the National Association for the Promotion of Social Science, in Report of Proceedings, etc., London, 1863, and also the Report of Inspector of Factories, 31st October 1865. Endnote. This can be accounted for by the simple fact that, with only being at school for one half of the day, they are always fresh, and nearly always ready and willing to receive instruction. The system on which they work, half manual labor and half school, renders each employment a rest and relief to the other. Consequently, both are far more congenial to the child than would be the case were he kept constantly at one. It is quite clear that a boy who has been at school all the morning cannot, in hot weather particularly, cope with one who comes fresh and bright from his work. Note: Report of the Inspector of Factories, 31st October 1865. A silk manufacturer naively states to the Children's Employment Commissioners, "I am quite sure that the true secret of producing efficient work people is to be found in uniting education and labor from a period of childhood. Of course the occupation must not be too severe, nor irksome, or unhealthy. But of the advantage of the union I have no doubt. I wish my own children could have some work as well as play to give variety to their schooling." Endnote. Further information on this point will be found in Senior's speech at the Social Science Congress at Edinburgh in 1863. He there shows, amongst other things, how the monotonous and uselessly long school hours of the children of the upper and middle classes uselessly add to the labor of the teacher, while he not only fruitlessly but absolutely injuriously wastes the time, health, and energy of the children. From the factory system budded, as Robert Owen has shown us in detail, the germ of the education of the future, an education that will, in the case of every child over a given age, combine productive labor with instruction in gymnastics, not only as one of the methods of adding to the efficiency of production, but as the only method of producing fully developed human beings. Note: Senior, page 66. How modern industry, when it has attained to a certain pitch, is capable, by the revolution it effects in the mode of production and in the social conditions of production, of also revolutionizing people's minds, is strikingly shown by a comparison of Senior's speech in 1863 with his Philippic against the Factory Act of 1833, or by a comparison of the views of the Congress above referred to with the fact that in certain country districts of England poor parents are forbidden, on pain of death by starvation, to educate their children. Thus, for example, Mr. Snell reports it to be a common occurrence in Somersetshire that when a poor person claims parish relief, he is compelled to take his children from school. Mr. Woolerton, the clergyman at Feltham, also tells of cases where all relief was denied to certain families because they were sending their children to school. Endnote. Modern industry, as we have seen, sweeps away by technical means the manufacturing division of labor, under which each man is bound hand and foot for life to a single detail operation. At the same time, the capitalistic form of that industry reproduces this same division of labor in a still more monstrous shape, in the factory proper, by converting the workman into a living appendage of the machine, and everywhere outside the factory, partly by the sporadic use of machinery and machine workers, partly by re-establishing the division of labor on a fresh basis by the general introduction of the labor of women and children, and of cheap, unskilled labor. Note: wherever handicraft machines, driven by men, compete directly or indirectly with more developed machines driven by mechanical power, a great change takes place with regard to the laborer who drives the machine. At first the steam engine replaces this laborer, afterwards he must replace the steam engine. Consequently, the tension and the amount of labor power expended become monstrous, and especially so in the case of the children who are condemned to this torture. Thus Mr. Long, one of the commissioners, found in Coventry and the neighbourhood boys of from 10 to 15 years employed in driving the ribbon looms, not to mention younger children who had to drive smaller machines. It is extraordinarily fatiguing work. The boy is a mere substitute for steam power. Employment Commission 5, Report, 1866, page 114. As to the fatal consequences of this system of slavery, as the official report styles it, see page 114. Endnote. The antagonism between the manufacturing division of labor and the methods of modern industry makes itself forcibly felt. It manifests itself, amongst other ways, in the frightful fact that a great part of the children employed in modern factories and manufacturers are from their earliest years riveted to the most simple manipulations, and exploited for years, without being taught a single sort of work that would afterwards make them of use, even in the same manufactory or factory. In the English letterpress printing trade, for example, there existed formerly a system, corresponding to that in the old manufactures and handicrafts, of advancing the apprentices from easy to more and more difficult work. They went through a course of teaching till they were finished printers. To be able to read and write was for every one of them a requirement of their trade. All this was changed by the printing machine. It employs two sorts of laborers, one grown up, renters, the other boys mostly from 11 to 17 years of age, whose sole business is either to spread the sheets of paper under the machine or to take from it the printed sheets. They perform this weary task, in London especially, for 14, 15, and 16 hours at a stretch, during several days in the week, and frequently for 36 hours, with only 2 hours rest for meals and sleep. A great part of them cannot read, and they are as a rule utter savages, and very extraordinary creatures. To qualify them for the work which they have to do, they require no intellectual training. There is little room in it for skill, and less for judgment. Their wages, though rather high for boys, do not increase proportionately as they grow up, and the majority of them cannot look for advancement to the better paid and more responsible post of machine minder, because while each machine has but one minder, it has at least 2 and often 4 boys attached to it. As soon as they get too old for such child's work, that is, about 17 at the latest, they are discharged from the printing establishments. They become recruits of crime. Several attempts to procure them employment elsewhere were rendered of no avail by their ignorance and brutality, and by their mental and bodily degradation. As with the division of labor in the interior of the manufacturing workshops, so it is with the division of labor in the interior of society. So long as handicraft and manufacturer form the general groundwork of social production, the subjection of the producer to one branch exclusively, the breaking up of the multifariousness of his employment, is a necessary step in the development. On that groundwork, each separate branch of production acquires empirically the form that is technically suited to it, slowly perfects it, and so soon as a given degree of maturity has been reached, rapidly crystallizes that form. The only thing that here and there causes a change, besides new raw materials supplied by commerce, is the gradual alteration of the instruments of labor. But their form, too, once definitely settled by experience, petrifies, as is proved by their being in many cases handed down in the same form by one generation to another during thousands of years. A characteristic feature is, that even down into the 18th century the different trades were called mysteries; into their secrets none but those duly initiated could penetrate. Modern industry rent the veil that concealed from men their own social process of production, and that turned the various spontaneously divided branches of production into so many riddles, not only to outsiders, but even to the initiated. The principle which it pursued, of resolving each process into its constituent movements, without any regard to their possible execution by the hand of man, created the new modern science of technology. The varied, apparently unconnected, and petrified forms of the industrial processes now resolved themselves into so many conscious and systematic applications of natural science to the attainment of given useful effects. Technology also discovered the few main fundamental forms of motion, which, despite the diversity of instruments used, are necessarily taken by every productive action of the human body, just as the science of mechanics sees in the most complicated machinery nothing but the continual repetition of the simple mechanical powers. Note: in the celebrated Livre des Métiers of Etienne Boileau, we find it prescribed that a journeyman, on being admitted among the masters, had to swear to love his brethren with brotherly love, to support them in their respective trades, not wilfully to betray the secrets of the trade, and besides, in the interest of all, not to recommend his own wares by calling the attention of the buyer to defects in the articles made by others. Modern industry never looks upon and treats the existing form of a process as final. The technical basis of that industry is therefore revolutionary, while all earlier modes of production were essentially conservative. By means of machinery, chemical processes, and other methods, it is continually causing changes not only in the technical basis of production, but also in the functions of the laborer, and in the social combinations of the labor process. At the same time, it thereby also revolutionizes the division of labor within the society, and incessantly launches masses of capital and of work people from one branch of production to another. But if modern industry, by its very nature, therefore necessitates variation of labor, fluency of function, universal mobility of the laborer, on the other hand, in its capitalistic form, it reproduces the old division of labor with its ossified particularizations. We have seen how this absolute contradiction between the technical necessities of modern industry and the social character inherent in its capitalistic form dispels all fixity and security in the situation of the laborer, how it constantly threatens, by taking away the instruments of labor, to snatch from his hand all his means of subsistence, and by suppressing his detail function, to make him superfluous. We have seen, too, how this antagonism vents its rage in the creation of that monstrosity, an industrial reserve army, kept miserly in order to be always at the disposal of capital, in the incessant human sacrifices from among the working class, in the most reckless squandering of labor power, and in the devastation caused by a social anarchy which turns every economic progress into a social calamity. This is the negative side. But if, on the one hand, variation of work at present imposes itself after the manner of an overpowering natural law, and with the blindly destructive action of a natural law that meets with resistance at all points, modern industry, on the other hand, through its catastrophes imposes the necessity of recognizing, as a fundamental law of production, variation of work, consequently fitness of the laborer for varied work, consequently the greatest possible development of his varied aptitudes. It becomes a question of life and death for society to adapt the mode of production to the normal functioning of this law. Modern industry, indeed, compels society, under penalty of death, to replace the detail worker of today, grappled by lifelong repetition of one and the same trivial operation, and thus reduced to the mere fragment of a man, by the fully developed individual, fit for a variety of laborers, ready to face any change of production, and to whom the different social functions he performs are but so many modes of giving free scope to his own natural and acquired powers. Note: the bourgeoisie cannot exist without continually revolutionizing the instruments of production, and thereby the relations of production and all the social relations. Conservation, in an unaltered form, of the old modes of production was, on the contrary, the first condition of existence for all earlier industrial classes. Constant revolution in production, uninterrupted disturbance of all social conditions, everlasting uncertainty and agitation, distinguish the bourgeois epoch from all earlier ones. All fixed, fast-frozen relations, with their train of ancient and venerable prejudices and opinions, are swept away, all new-formed ones become antiquated before they can ossify. All that is solid melts into air, all that is holy is profaned, and man is at last compelled to face with sober senses his real conditions of life, and his relations with his kind. Friedrich Engels and Karl Marx, Manifest der Kommunistischen Partei, London, 1848, page 5. Note: you take my life when you do take the means whereby I live. Shakespeare. Note: a French workman, on his return from San Francisco, writes as follows: I never could have believed that I was capable of working at the various occupations I was employed on in California. I was firmly convinced that I was fit for nothing but letterpress printing. Once in the midst of this world of adventurers, who change their occupation as often as they do their shirt, egad, I did as the others. As mining did not turn out remunerative enough, I left it for the town, where in succession I became topographer, slater, plumber, etc. In consequence of thus finding out that I am fit to any sort of work, I feel less of a mollusk and more of a man. A. Corbin, De l'enseignement professionnel, 12e édition, page 50. Endnote. One step already spontaneously taken towards effecting this revolution is the establishment of technical and agricultural schools, and of écoles d'enseignement professionnel, in which the children of the working men receive some little instruction in technology and in the practical handling of the various implements of labor. Though the Factory Act, that first and meagre concession wrung from capital, is limited to combining elementary education with work in the factory, there can be no doubt that when the working class comes into power, as inevitably it must, technical instruction, both theoretical and practical, will take its proper place in the working class schools. There is also no doubt that such revolutionary ferments, the final result of which is the abolition of the old division of labor, are diametrically opposed to the capitalistic form of production, and to the economic status of the laborer corresponding to that form. But the historical development of the antagonisms immanent in a given form of production is the only way in which that form of production can be dissolved and a new form established. Ne sutor ultra crepidam, this net plus ultra of handicraft wisdom became sheer nonsense, from the moment the watchmaker Watt invented the steam engine, the barber Arkwright, the throstle, and the working jeweller, Fulton, the steamship. Note. John Bellers, a very phenomenon in the history of political economy, saw most clearly at the end of the 17th century the necessity for abolishing the present system of education and division of labor, which beget hypertrophy and atrophy at the two opposite extremities of society. Amongst other things he says this: "An idle learning being little better than the learning of idleness, bodily labor, it's a primitive institution of God. Labor being as proper for the body's health as eating is for its living, for what pains a man saves by ease, he will find in disease. Labor adds oil to the lamp of life, when thinking inflames it, a childish, silly employ. A warning this, by presentiment, against the Basedows and their modern imitators, leaves the children's minds silly. Proposals for raising a college of industry of all useful trades and husbandry, London, 1696. Endnote. So long as factory legislation is confined to regulating the labor in factories, manufactories, etc., it is regarded as a mere interference with the exploiting rights of capital. But when it comes to regulating the so-called home labor, it is immediately viewed as a direct attack on the patria potestas, on parental authority. This sort of labor goes on mostly in small workshops, as we have seen in the lace-making and straw-plaiting trades, and as could be shown in more detail from the metal trades of Sheffield, Birmingham, etc. The tender-hearted English Parliament long affected to shrink from taking this step. The force of facts, however, compelled it at last to acknowledge that modern industry, in overturning the economic foundation on which was based the traditional family, and the family labor corresponding to it, had also unloosened all traditional family ties. The rights of the children had to be proclaimed. The final report of the Employment Commission of 1866 states, "It is, unhappily, to a painful degree, apparent throughout the whole of the evidence, that against no persons do the children of both sexes so much require protection as against their parents. The system of unlimited exploitation of children's labor in general, and the so-called home labor in particular, is maintained only because the parents are able, without check or control, to exercise this arbitrary and mischievous power over their young and tender offspring. Parents must not possess the absolute power of making their children mere machines to earn so much weekly wage. The children and young persons, therefore, in all such cases may justifiably claim from the legislature, as a natural right, that an exemption should be secured to them from what destroys prematurely their physical strength and lowers them in the scale of intellectual and moral beings." It was not, however, the misuse of parental authority that created the capitalistic exploitation, whether direct or indirect, of children's labor, but on the contrary it was the capitalistic mode of exploitation which, by sweeping away the economic basis of parental authority, made its exercise degenerate into a mischievous misuse of power. However terrible and disgusting the dissolution, under the capitalist system, of the old family ties may appear, Nevertheless, modern industry, by assigning as it does an important part in the process of production outside the domestic sphere to women, to young persons, and to children of both sexes, creates a new economic foundation for a higher form of the family and of the relations between the sexes. It is, of course, just as absurd to hold the Teutonic Christian form of the family to be absolute and final as it would be to apply that character to the ancient Roman, the ancient Greek, or the Eastern forms which, moreover, taken together, form a series in historical development. Moreover, it is obvious that the fact of the collective working group being composed of individuals of both sexes and all ages must necessarily, under suitable conditions, become a source of humane development, although in its spontaneously developed brutal capitalistic form, where the laborer exists for the process of production, and not the process of production for the laborer, that fact is a pestiferous source of corruption and slavery. Factory labor may be as pure and as excellent as domestic labor, and perhaps more so. The necessity for a generalization of the Factory Acts, for transforming them from an exceptional law relating to mechanical spinning and weaving, those first creations of machinery, into a law affecting social production as a whole, arose, as we have seen, from the mode in which modern industry was historically developed. In the rear of that industry, the traditional form of manufacture, of handicraft, and of domestic industry is entirely revolutionized. Manufacturers are constantly passing into the factory system, and handicrafts into manufactures, and lastly, the sphere of handicraft and of the domestic industries become, in a comparatively speaking wonderfully short time, dens of misery, in which capitalistic exploitation obtains free play for the wildest excesses. There are two circumstances that finally turn the scale. First, the constantly recurring experience that capital, so soon as it finds itself subject to legal control at one point, compensates itself all the more recklessly at other points. Secondly, the cry of the capitalists for equality in the conditions of competition, i.e., for equal restraint on all exploitation of labor. Numerous instances will be found in the report of inspectors of factories. On this point, let us listen to two heartbroken cries. Messrs. Cooksley of Bristol, nail and chain, etc. manufacturers, spontaneously introduced the regulations of the Factory Act into their business. As the old irregular system prevails in neighbouring works, the Messrs. Cooksley are subject to the disadvantage of having their boys enticed to continue their labour elsewhere after 6 p.m. This, they naturally say, is an injustice and loss to us, as it exhausts a portion of the boys' strength, of which we ought to have the full benefit. Mr. J. Simpson, paper box and bag maker, London, states before the Commissioners of the Employment Commission he would sign any petition for it, legislative interference. As it was, he always felt restless at night, when he had closed his place, lest others should be working later than him and getting away his orders. Summarizing, the Employment Commission says, it would be unjust to the larger employers that their factories should be placed under regulation, while the hours of labor in the smaller places in their own branch of business were under no legislative restriction. And to the injustice arising from the unfair conditions of competition in regard to hours that would be created if the smaller places of work were exempt, would be added the disadvantage to the larger manufacturers of finding their supply of juvenile and female labor drawn off to the places of work exempt from legislation. Further, a stimulus would be given to the multiplication of the smaller places of work, which are almost invariably the least favorable to the health, comfort, education, and general improvement of the people. In its final report, the Commission proposes to subject to the Factory Act more than 1,400,000 children, young persons, and women, of which number about one-half are exploited in small industries and by the so-called home work. The trades proposed to be brought under the Act were the following: lace-making, stocking-weaving, straw-plaiting, the manufacture of wearing apparel with its numerous subdivisions, artificial flower-making, shoe-making, hat-making, glove-making, tailoring, all metal works, from blast furnaces down to needleworks, etc., paper mills, glass works, tobacco factories, India rubber works, braid making for weaving, hand carpet making, umbrella and parasol making, the manufacture of spindles and spools, letterpress printing, book binding, manufacture of stationery, including paper bags, cards, colored paper, etc., rope making, manufacture of jet ornaments, brick making, silk manufacture by hand, Coventry weaving, salt works, tallow chandlers, cement works, sugar refineries, biscuit making, various industries connected with timber, and other mixed trades. It says, but if it should seem fit to Parliament to place the whole of that large number of children, young persons, and females under the protective legislation above adverted to, It cannot be doubted that such legislation would have a most beneficial effect, not only upon the young and the feeble, who are its most immediate objects, but upon the still larger body of adult workers, who would in all these employments, both directly and indirectly, come immediately under its influence. It would enforce upon them regular and moderate hours. It would lead to their places of work being kept in a healthy and cleanly state. It would therefore husband and improve the store of physical strength on which their own well-being and that of the country so much depends. It would save the rising generation from that overexertion at an early age, which undermines their constitution and leads to premature decay. Finally, it would ensure them, at least up to the age of 13, the opportunity of receiving the elements of education, and would put an end to that utter ignorance, though faithfully exhibited in the reports of our assistant commissioners, and which cannot be regarded without the deepest pain and a profound sense of national degradation. The Tory cabinet announced in the speech from the throne on February 5, 1867, that it had framed the proposals of the Industrial Commission of Inquiry into bills. Note: the Factory Acts Extension Act was passed on August 12, 1867. It regulates all foundries, smithies, and metal manufactories, including machine shops. Furthermore, glass works, paper mills, gutta percha and India rubber works, tobacco manufactories, letterpress printing and bookbinding works, and lastly, all workshops in which more than 50 persons are employed. The Hours of Labor Regulation Act, passed on August 17, 1867, regulates the smaller workshops and the so-called domestic industries. I shall revert to these acts and to the new Mining Act of 1872 in Volume 2. Endnote. To get that far, another 20 years of experimentum in corpore vile had been required. Already in 1840 a parliamentary commission of inquiry on the labor of children had been appointed. Its report in 1842 unfolded, in the words of Nassau W. Sr., the most frightful picture of avarice, selfishness, and cruelty on the part of masters and of parents, and of juvenile and infantile misery, degradation, and destruction ever presented. It may be supposed that it describes the horrors of a past age, but there is unhappily evidence that those horrors continued as intense as they were. A pamphlet published by Hardwicke about 2 years ago states that the abuses complained of in 1842 are in full bloom at the present day. It is a strange proof of the general neglect of the morals and health of the children of the working class that this report lay unnoticed for 20 years, during which the children, bred up without the remotest sign of comprehension as to what is meant by the term morals, who had neither knowledge nor religion nor natural affection, were allowed to become the parents of the present generation. Senior, Social Science Congress, pages 55 through 58. The social conditions having undergone a change, Parliament could not venture to shelve the demands of the Commission of 1862, as it had done those of the Commission of 1840. Hence in 1864, when the Commission had not yet published more than a part of its reports, the earthenware industries, including the potteries, makers of paper hangings, matches, cartridges, and caps, and fustian cutters were made subject to the acts in force in the textile industries. In the speech from the throne on the 5th February 1867, the Tory cabinet of the day announced the introduction of bills, founded on the final recommendations of the Commission, which had completed its labors in 1866. On the 15th of August, 1867, the Factory Acts Extension Act, and on the 21st August, the Workshops Regulation Act received the royal assent, the former act having reference to large industries, the latter to small. The former applies to blast furnaces, iron and copper mills, foundries, machine shops, metal manufactories, gutta percha works, paper mills, glass works, tobacco manufactories, letterpress printing, including newspapers, bookbinding, in short, to all industrial establishments of the above kind, in which 50 individuals or more are occupied simultaneously and for not less than 100 days during the year. To give an idea of the extent of the sphere embraced by the Workshops Regulation Act in its application, we cite from its interpretation clause the following passages. Handicraft shall mean any manual labor exercised by way of trade, or for purposes of gain in, or incidental to, the making any article or part of an article, or in, or incidental to, the altering, repairing, ornamenting, finishing, or otherwise adapting for sale any article. Workshop shall mean any room or place whatever in the open air or under cover, in which any handicraft is carried on by any child, young person, or woman, and to which and over which the person by whom such child, young person, or woman is employed has the right of access and control. Employed shall mean occupied in any handicraft, whether for wages or not, under a master or under a parent as herein defined. Parent shall mean parent, guardian, or person having the custody of or control over any child or young person. Clause 7, which imposes a penalty for employment of children, young persons, and women, contrary to the provisions of the Act, subjects to fines not only the occupier of the workshop, whether parent or not, but even the parent of, or the persons deriving any direct benefit from the labor of, or having the control over, the child, young person, or woman. The Factory Acts Extension Act, which affects the large establishments, derogates from the Factory Act by a crowd of vicious exceptions and cowardly compromises with the masters. The Workshops Regulation Act, wretched in all its details, remained a dead letter in the hands of the municipal and local authorities who were charged with its execution. When, in 1871, Parliament withdrew from them this power in order to confer it on the factory inspectors, to whose province it thus added by a single stroke more than 100,000 workshops and 300 brickworks, care was taken at the same time not to add more than 8 assistants to their already undermanned staff. Note: the personnel of this staff consisted of 2 inspectors, 2 assistant inspectors, and 41 sub-inspectors. 8 additional sub-inspectors were appointed in 1871. The total cost of administering the Acts in England, Scotland, and Ireland amounted, for the year 1871–72, to no more than £25,347, inclusive of the law expenses incurred by prosecutions of offending masters. End note. What strikes us, then, in the English legislation of 1867 is, on the one hand, the necessity imposed on the Parliament of the ruling classes of adopting in principle measures so extraordinary and on so great a scale against the excesses of capitalistic exploitation, and, on the other hand, the hesitation, the repugnance, and the bad faith which it lent itself to the task of carrying those measures into practice. The Inquiry Commission of 1862 also proposed a new regulation of the mining industry, an industry distinguished from others by the exceptional characteristic that the interests of landlord and capitalist there join hands. The antagonism of these two interests had been favourable to factory legislation, while, on the other hand, the absence of that antagonism is sufficient to explain the delays and chicanery of the legislation on mines. The Inquiry Commission of 1840 had made revelations so terrible, so shocking, and creating such a scandal all over Europe, that to salve its conscience Parliament passed the Mining Act of 1842, in which it limited itself to forbidding the employment underground in mines of children under 10 years of age and females. Then another act, the Mines Inspecting Act of 1860, provides that mines shall be inspected by public officers nominated specially for that purpose, and that boys between the ages of 10 and 12 years shall not be employed unless they have a school certificate, or go to school for a certain number of hours. This act was a complete dead letter owing to the ridiculously small number of inspectors, the meagreness of their powers, and other causes that will become apparent as we proceed. One of the most recent Blue Books on Mines is the report from the Select Committee on Mines, together with evidence, 23 July, 1866. This report is the work of a parliamentary committee selected from members of the House of Commons and authorized to summon and examine witnesses. It is a thick folio volume in which the report itself occupies only 5 lines to this effect, that the committee has nothing to say, and that more witnesses must be examined. The mode of examining the witnesses reminds one of the cross-examination of witnesses in English courts of justice, where the advocate tries, by means of impudent, unexpected, and equivocal and involved questions, put without connection, to intimidate, surprise, and confound the witness, and to give a forced meaning to the answers extorted from him. In this inquiry the members of the committee themselves are the cross-examiners, and among them are to be found both mine owners and mine exploiters. The witnesses are mostly working coal miners. The whole farce is too characteristic of the spirit of capital not to call for a few extracts from this report. For the sake of conciseness I have classified them. I may also add that every question and its answer are numbered in the English Blue Books. 1. Employment in mines of boys of 10 years and upwards. In the mines the work, inclusive of going and returning, usually lasts 14 or 15 hours, sometimes even from 3, 4, and 5 o'clock a.m. till 5 and 6 o'clock p.m. The adults work in 2 shifts of 8 hours each, but there is no alternation with the boys on account of the expense. The younger boys are chiefly employed in opening and shutting the ventilating doors in the various parts of the mine. The older ones are employed on heavier work, in carrying coal, etc. They work these long hours underground until their 18th or 22nd year, when they are put to miners' work proper. Children and young persons are at present worse treated and harder worked than at any previous period. The miners demand almost unanimously an Act of Parliament prohibiting the employment in mines of children under 14. And now Hussey Vivian, himself an exploiter of mines, asks, would not the opinion of the workman depend upon the poverty of the workman's family? Mr. Bruce, do you not think it would be a very hard case, where a parent had been injured, or where he was sickly, or where a father was dead, and there was only a mother, to prevent a child between 12 and 14 earning 1 shilling 7 pence a day for the good of the family? You must lay down a general rule. Are you prepared to recommend legislation which would prevent the employment of children under 12 and 14, whatever the state of their parents might be? Yes. Vivian. Supposing that an enactment were passed preventing the employment of children under the age of 14, would it not be probable that the parents of the children would seek employment for their children in other directions, for instance, in manufacture? Not generally, I think. Kinnaird. Some of the boys are keeper of doors? Yes. Is there not generally a very great draught every time you open a door or close it? Yes, generally there is. It sounds a very easy thing, but it is in fact a rather painful one. He is imprisoned there just the same as if he was in a cell of jail. Bourgeois Vivian. Whenever a boy is furnished with a lamp, cannot he read? Yes, he can read, if he finds himself in candles. I suppose he would be found fault with if he were discovered reading. He is there to mind his business. He has a duty to perform, and he has to attend to it in the first place, and I do not think it would be allowed down the pit. 2. Education. The working miners want a law for the compulsory education of their children as in factories. They declare the clauses of the Act of 1860, which require a school certificate to be obtained before employing boys of 10 and 12 years of age, to be quite illusory. The examination of the witnesses on this subject is truly droll. Is it, the Act, required more against the masters or against the parents? It is required against both, I think. You cannot say whether it is required against one more than the other? No, I can hardly answer that question. Does there appear to be any desire on the part of the employers that the boys should have such hours as to enable them to go to school? No, the hours are never shortened for that purpose. Mr. Kinnaird, should you say that the colliers generally improve their education, have you any instances of men who have, since they began to work, greatly improved their education, or do they not rather go back, and lose any advantage that they may have gained? They generally become worse. They do not improve. They acquire bad habits, they get on to drinking and gambling and such like, and they go completely to wreck. Do they make any attempt of the kind for providing instruction by having schools at night? There are a few collieries where schools are held, and perhaps at those collieries a few boys do go to those schools, but they are so physically exhausted that it is to no purpose that they go there. You are, then, concludes the bourgeois, against education? Most certainly not, but are they, the employers, not compelled to demand them, school certificates? By law they are, but I am not aware that they are demanded by the employers. Then it is your opinion that this provision of the Act as to requiring certificates is not generally carried out in the collieries? It is not carried out. Do the men take a great interest in this question of education? The majority of them do. Are they very anxious to see the law enforced? The majority are. Do you think that in this country any law that you pass can be really effectual unless the populations themselves assist in putting it into operation? Many a man might wish to object to employing a boy, but he would perhaps become marked by it. Marked by whom? By his employers. Do you think that the employers would find any fault with a man who obeyed the law? I believe they would. Have you ever heard of any workman objecting to employ a boy between 10 and 12 who could not write or read? It is not left to the men's option. Would you call for the interference of Parliament? I think that if anything effectual is to be done in the education of the colliers' children, it would have to be made compulsory by Acts of Parliament. Would you lay that obligation upon the colliers only, or on all the work people of Great Britain? I came to speak for the colliers. Why should you distinguish them, colliery boys, from other boys? Because I think they are an exception to the rule. In what respect? In a physical respect. Why should education be more valuable to them than to other classes of lads? I do not know that it is more valuable, but through the overexertion in mines there is less chance for the boys that are employed there to get education, either at Sunday schools or at day schools. It is impossible to look at a question of this sort absolutely by itself. Is there a sufficiency of schools? No. If the state were to require that every child should be sent to school, would there be schools for the children to go to? No, but I think that if the circumstances were to spring up, the schools would be forthcoming. Some of them, the boys, cannot read and write at all, I suppose. The majority cannot. The majority of the men themselves cannot. 3. Employment of women. Since 1842, women are no more employed underground, but are occupied on the surface in loading the coal, etc., in drawing the tubs to the canals and railway wagons, in sorting, etc. Their numbers have considerably increased during the last 3 or 4 years. They are mostly the wives, daughters, and widows of the working miners, and their ages range from 12 to 50 or 60 years. What is the feeling among the working miners as to the employment of women? I think they generally condemn it. What objection do you see to it? I think it is degrading to the sex. There is a peculiarity of dress? Yes, it is rather a man's dress, and I believe in some cases it drowns all sense of decency. Do the women smoke? Some do. And I suppose it is very dirty work? Very dirty. They get black and grimy? As black as those who are down in the mines. I believe that a woman having children, and there are plenty on the banks that have, cannot do her duty to her children. Do you think that these widows could get employment anywhere else, which would bring them in as much wages as that, from 8 shillings to 10 shillings a week? I cannot speak to that. You would still be prepared, would you, flint-hearted fellow, to prevent their obtaining a livelihood by these means? I would. What is the general feeling in the district as to the employment of women? The feeling is that it is degrading, and we wish as miners to have more respect to the fairer sex than to see them placed on the pit bank. Some part of the work is very hard. Some of these girls has raised as much as 10 tons of stuff a day. Do you think that the women employed about the collieries are less moral than the women employed in the factories? The percentage of bad ones may be a little more than with the girls in the factories. But you are not quite satisfied with the state of morality in the factories? No. Would you prohibit the employment of women in factories also? No, I would not. Why not? I think it a more honorable occupation for them in the mills. Still, it is injurious to their morality, you think? Not so much as working on the pit bank, but it is more than the social position I take it. I do not take it on its moral grounds alone. The degradation, in its social bearing on the girls, is deplorable in the extreme. When these 400 or 500 girls become colliers' wives, the men suffer greatly from this degradation, and it causes them to leave their homes and drink. You would be obliged to stop the employment of women in the ironworks as well, would you not, if you stopped it in the collieries? I cannot speak for any other trade. Can you see any difference in the circumstances of women employed in the ironworks, and the circumstances of women employed above ground in collieries? I have not ascertained anything as to that. Can you see anything that makes a distinction between one class and the other? I have not ascertained that, but I know from house to house visitation that it is a deplorable state of things in our district. Would you interfere in every case with the employment of women where that employment was degrading? It would become injurious, I think, in this way. The best feelings of Englishmen have been gained from the instruction of a mother. That equally applies to agricultural employments, does it not? Yes, but that is only for 2 seasons, and we have work all the 4 seasons. They often work day and night, wet through to the skin, their constitution undermined and their health ruined. You have not inquired into that subject, perhaps? I have certainly taken note of it as I have gone along, and certainly I have seen nothing parallel to the effects of the employment of women on the pit bank. It is the work of a man, a strong man. Your feelings upon the whole subject is that the better class of colliers who desire to raise themselves and humanize themselves, instead of deriving help from the women, are pulled down by them? Yes. After some further crooked questions from these bourgeois, the secret of their sympathy for widows, poor families, etc., comes out at last. The coal proprietor appoints certain gentlemen to take the oversight of the workings, and it is their policy, in order to receive approbation, to place things on the most economical basis they can, and these girls are employed at from 1 shilling up to 1 shilling 6pence a day, where a man at the rate of 2 shillings 6pence a day would have to be employed. 4. Coroners' inquests. Have the workmen confidence in the proceedings at those inquests when accidents occur? No, they have not. Why not? Chiefly because the men who are generally chosen are men who know nothing about mines and such like. Are not workmen summoned up upon all the juries? Never but as witnesses to my knowledge. Who are the people who are generally summoned upon these juries? Generally tradesmen in the neighborhood. From their circumstances they are sometimes liable to be influenced by their employers, the owners of the works. They are generally men who have no knowledge, and can scarcely understand the witnesses who are called before them, and the terms which are used, and such like. Would you have the jury composed of persons who had been employed in mining? Yes, partly. They, the workmen, think that the verdict is not in accordance with the evidence given generally. One great object in summoning a jury is to have an impartial one, is it not? Yes, I should think so. Do you think that the juries would be impartial if they were composed to a considerable extent of workmen? I cannot see any motive which the workmen would have to act partially. They necessarily have a better knowledge of the operations in connection with the mine. You do not think there would be a tendency on the part of the workmen to return unfairly severe verdicts? No, I think not. 5. False weights and measures. The workmen demand to be paid weekly instead of fortnightly, and by weight instead of by cubical contents of the tubs. They also demand protection against the use of false weights, etc. If the tubs were fraudulently increased, a man could discontinue working by giving 14 days' notice. But if he goes to another place, there is the same thing going on there. But he can leave that place where the wrong has been committed. It is general. Wherever he goes, he has to submit to it. Could a man leave by giving 14 days' notice? Yes. And yet they are not satisfied. 6. Inspection of mines. Casualties from explosions are not the only things the workmen suffer from. Our men complained very much of the bad ventilation of the collieries. The ventilation is so bad in general that the men can scarcely breathe. They are quite unfit for employment of any kind after they have been for a length of time in connection with their work. Indeed, just at the part of the mine where I am working, men have been obliged to leave their employment to come home in consequence of that. Some of them have been out of work for weeks just in consequence of the bad state of the ventilation where there is not explosive gas. There is plenty of air generally in the main courses, yet pains are not taken to get air into the workings where men are working. Why do you not apply to the inspector? To tell the truth, there are many men who are timid on that point. There have been cases of men being sacrificed and losing their employment in consequence of applying to the inspector. Why is he a marked man for having complained? Yes, and he finds it difficult to get employment in another mine. Yes. Do you think the mines in your neighborhood are sufficiently inspected to ensure a compliance with all the provisions of the Act? No, they are not inspected at all. The inspector has been down just once in the pit, and it has been going 7 years. In the district to which I belong there are not a sufficient number of inspectors. We have one old man more than 70 years of age to inspect more than 130 collieries. You wish to have a class of sub-inspectors? Yes. But do you think it would be possible for government to maintain such an army of inspectors as would be necessary to do all that you want them to do without information from the men? No, I think it would be next to impossible. It would be desirable the inspectors should come oftener? Yes, and without being sent for. Do you not think that the effect of having these inspectors examining the collieries so frequently would be to shift the responsibility of supplying proper ventilation from the owners of the collieries to the government officials? No, I do not think that. I think that they should make it their business to enforce the acts which are already in existence. When you speak of sub-inspectors, do you mean men at a less salary and of an inferior stamp to the present inspectors? I would not have them inferior if you could get them otherwise. Do you merely want more inspectors, or do you want a lower class of men as an inspector? A man who would knock about and see that things are kept right, a man who would not be afraid of himself. If you obtained your wish in getting an inferior class of inspectors appointed, do you think that there would be no danger from want of skill, etc.? I think not. I think that the government would see after that, and have proper men in that position. This kind of examination becomes at last too much even for the chairman of the committee, and he interrupts with the observation, "You want a class of men who would look into all the details of the mine, and would go into all the holes and corners, and go into the real facts. They would report to the chief inspector, who would then bring his scientific knowledge to bear on the facts as they have stated. Would it not entail a very great expense if all these old workings were kept ventilated?" Yes, expense might be incurred, but life would be at the same time protected. A working miner objects to the 17th section of the Act of 1860. He says, "At the present time, if the Inspector of Mines finds a part of the mine unfit to work in, he has to report it to the mine owner and the Home Secretary. After doing that, there is given to the owner 20 days to look over the matter. At the end of 20 days he has the power to refuse making any alteration in the mine, but when he refuses, the mine owner writes to the Home Secretary, at the same time nominating 5 engineers, and from those 5 engineers named by the mine owner himself, the Home Secretary appoints one, I think, as arbitrator, or appoints arbitrators from them. Now we think in that case the mine owner virtually appoints his own arbitrator." Bourgeois examiner, himself a mine owner. But is this a merely speculative objection? Then you have a very poor opinion of the integrity of mining engineers? It is most certainly unjust and unequitable. Do not mining engineers possess a sort of public character, and do you not think they are above making such a partial decision as you apprehend? I do not wish to answer such a question as that with respect to the personal character of those men. I believe that in many cases they would act very partially indeed, and that it ought not to be in their hands to do so, where men's lives are at stake. This same bourgeois is not ashamed to put this question: "Do you not think that the mine owner also suffers loss from an explosion?" Finally, are not you workmen in Lancashire able to take care of your own interests without calling in the government to help you? No. In the year 1865 there were 3,217 coal mines in Great Britain, and 12 inspectors. A Yorkshire mine owner himself calculates, Times, 26th January, 1867, that putting on one side their office work, which absorbs all their time, each mine can be visited but once in 10 years by an inspector. No wonder that explosions have increased progressively, both in number and extent, sometimes with a loss of 200 to 300 men during the last 10 years. These are the beauties of free capitalist production. The very defective Act, passed in 1872, is the first that regulates the hours of labor of the children employed in mines, and makes exploiters and owners, to a certain extent, responsible for the so-called accidents. The Royal Commission appointed in 1867 to inquire into the employment in agriculture of children, young persons, and women, has published some very important reports. Several attempts to apply the principles of the Factory Acts, but in a modified form, to agriculture have been made, but have so far resulted in complete failure. All that I wish to draw attention to here is the existence of an irresistible tendency towards the general application of those principles. If the general extension of factory legislation to all trades for the purpose of protecting the working class, both in mind and body, has become inevitable, on the other hand, as we have already pointed out, that extension hastens the general conversion of numerous isolated small industries into a few combined industries carried on upon a large scale. It therefore accelerates the concentration of capital and the exclusive predominance of the factory system. It destroys both the ancient and the transitional forms, behind which the dominion of capital is still in part concealed, and replaces them by the direct and open sway of capital. But thereby it also generalizes the direct opposition to this sway. While in each individual workshop it enforces uniformity, regularity, order, and economy, it increases by the immense spur which the limitation and regulation of the working day give to technical improvement, the anarchy and the catastrophes of capitalist production as a whole, the intensity of labor, and the competition of machinery with the laborer. By the destruction of petty and domestic industries it destroys the last resort of the redundant population, and with it the sole remaining safety valve of the whole social mechanism. By maturing the material conditions and the combination on a social scale of the processes of production, it matures the contradictions and antagonisms of the capitalist form of production, and thereby provides, along with the elements for the formation of a new society, the forces for exploding the old one. Note: Robert Owen, the father of cooperative factories and stores, but who, as before remarked, in no way shared the illusions of his followers with regard to the bearing of these isolated elements of transformation, not only practically made the factory system the sole foundation of his experiments, but also declared that system to be theoretically the starting point of the social revolution. Herr Wissering, professor of political economy in the University of Leyden, appears to have a suspicion of this when, in his Handbuch von Praktische Staatskunde, 1860-62, which reproduces all the platitudes of vulgar economy, he strongly supports handicrafts against the factory system. Endnote. End of Part 4, Chapter 15, Section 9.
Chapter 15, Section 10 of Kapital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Gazino. Kapital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 5. Production of Relative Surplus Value. Chapter 15. Machinery and Modern Industry. Section 10. Modern Industry and Agriculture. The revolution called forth by modern industry in agriculture and in the social relations of agricultural producers will be investigated later on. In this place, we shall merely indicate a few results by way of anticipation. If the use of machinery in agriculture is for the most part free from the injurious physical effect it has on the factory operative, its action in superseding the labourers is more intense, and finds less resistance, as we shall see later in detail. In the counties of Cambridge and Suffolk, for example, the area of cultivated land has extended very much within the last 20 years, up to 1868, while in the same period the rural population has diminished, not only relatively, but absolutely. In the United States, it is as yet only virtually that agricultural machines replace labourers. In other words, they allow of the cultivation by the farmer of a larger surface, but do not actually expel the labourers employed. In 1861, the number of persons occupied in England and Wales in the manufacture of agricultural machines was 1,034, whilst the number of agricultural labourers employed in the use of agricultural machines and steam engines did not exceed 1,205. In the sphere of agriculture, modern industry has a more revolutionary effect than elsewhere, for this reason, that it annihilates the peasant, that bulwark of the old society, and replaces him by the wage labourer. Thus the desire for social changes and the class antagonisms are brought to the same level in the country as in the towns. The irrational old-fashioned methods of agriculture are replaced by scientific ones. Capitalist production completely tears asunder the old bond of union which held together agriculture and manufacture in their infancy. But at the same time it creates the material conditions for a higher synthesis in the future, namely the union of agriculture and industry on the basis of the more perfected forms they have each acquired during their temporary separation. Capitalist production, by collecting the population in great centres and causing an ever-increasing preponderance of town population, on the one hand concentrates the historical motive power of society. On the other hand, it disturbs the circulation of matter between man and the soil, that is, prevents the return to the soil of its elements consumed by man in the form of food and clothing. It therefore violates the conditions necessary to lasting fertility of the soil. By this action, it destroys at the same time the health of the town labourer and the intellectual life of the rural labourer. Footnote. Quote, "You divide the people into two hostile camps of clownish boors and emasculated dwarfs. Good heavens, a nation divided into agricultural and commercial interests, calling itself sane, nay, styling itself enlightened and civilized, not only in spite of, but in consequence of this monstrous and unnatural division." Unquote. David Urquhart, first chapter, page 119. This passage shows, at one and the same time, the strength and the weakness of that kind of criticism which knows how to judge and condemn the present, but not how to comprehend it. End of footnote. But while upsetting the naturally grown conditions for the maintenance of that circulation of matter, it imperiously calls for the restoration as a system, as a regulating law of social production, and under a form appropriate to the full development of the human race. In agriculture, as in manufacture, the transformation of production under the sway of capital means at the same time the martyrdom of the producer. The instrument of labour becomes the means of enslaving, exploiting, and impoverishing the labourer. The social combination and organisation of labour processes is turned into an organised mode of crushing out the workman's individual vitality, freedom, and independence. The dispersion of the rural labourers over larger areas breaks their power of resistance, while concentration increases that of the town operatives. In modern agriculture, as in the urban industries, the increased productiveness and quantity of the labour set in motion are bought at the cost of laying waste and consuming by disease labour power itself. Moreover, all progress in capitalistic agriculture is a progress in the art not only of robbing the labourer, but of robbing the soil. All progress in increasing the fertility of the soil for a given time is a progress towards ruining the lasting sources of that fertility. The more a country starts in development on the foundation of modern industry, like the United States, for example, the more rapid is this process of destruction. Footnote. See Liebig, Die Chemie in ihrer Anwendung auf Agrikultur und Physiologie, 7. Auflage, 1862, and especially the Einleitung in die Naturgesetze des Feldbaus in the first volume. To have developed from the point of view of natural science the negative, that is, destructive side of modern agriculture is one of Liebig's immortal merits. His summary, too, of the history of agriculture, though not free from gross errors, contains flashes of light. It is, however, to be regretted that he ventures on such haphazard assertions as the following: quote, "By greater pulverizing and more frequent ploughing, the circulation of air in the interior of porous soil is aided, and the surface exposed to the action of the atmosphere is increased and renewed, but it is easily seen that the increased yield of the land cannot be proportional to the labour spent on that land, but increases in a much smaller proportion. This law," adds Liebig, "was first enunciated by John Stuart Mill in his Principles of Political Economy, Volume 1, page 17, as follows: quote, that the produce of land increases, caeteris paribus, in a diminishing ratio to the increase of the labourers employed." Unquote. Mill here introduces, in an erroneous form, from the law enunciated by Ricardo's school, for since the quote, decrease of the labourers employed unquote, kept even pace in England with the advance of agriculture, the law discovered in and applied to England could have no application to that country, at all events. Quote, "is the universal law of agricultural industry." Unquote. This is very remarkable, since Mill was ignorant of the reason for this law. Unquote. Liebig, first chapter, Band 1, page 143, and note. Apart from Liebig's wrong interpretation of the word labour, by which word he understands something quite different from what political economy does, it is in any case very remarkable that he should make Mr. John Stuart Mill the first propounder of a theory which was first published by James Anderson in A. Smith's days, and was repeated in various works down to the beginning of the 19th century, a theory which Malthus, that master of plagiarism, The whole of his population theory is a shameless plagiarism, appropriated to himself in 1815, which West developed at the same time as, and independently of, Anderson, which in the year 1817 was connected by Ricardo with a general theory of value, then made the round of the world as Ricardo's theory, and in 1820 was vulgarized by James Mill, the father of John Stuart Mill, and which, finally, was reproduced by John Stuart Mill and others as a dogma already quite commonplace and known to every schoolboy. It cannot be denied that John Stuart Mill owes his, at all events, remarkable authority almost entirely to such quid pro quos. End of footnote. Capitalist production, therefore, develops technology and the combining together of various processes into a social whole, only by sapping the original sources of all wealth, the soil and the labourer. End of Part 5, Chapter 15, Section 10.
Chapter 16 of Kapital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kapital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Friedrich Engels. Part 5. The Production of Absolute and Relative Surplus Value. Chapter 16. Absolute and Relative Surplus Value. In considering the labor process, we began, see Chapter 5, by treating it in the abstract, apart from its historical forms, as a process between man and nature. We there stated, if we examine the whole labor process, from the point of view of its result, it is plain that both the instruments and the subject of labor are means of production, and that the labor itself is productive labor. And in Note 2, same page, we further added, this method of determining, from the standpoint of the labor process alone, what is productive labor, is by no means directly applicable to the case of the capitalist process of production. We now proceed to the further development of this subject. So far as the labor process is purely individual, one and the same laborer unites in himself all the functions that later on become separated. When an individual appropriates natural objects for his livelihood, no one controls him but himself. Afterwards, he is controlled by others. A single man cannot operate upon nature without calling his own muscles into play under the control of his own brain. As in the natural body, head and hand wait upon each other, so the labor process unites the labor of the hand with that of the head. Later on, they part company and even become deadly foes. The product ceases to be the direct product of the individual and becomes a social product, produced in common by a collective laborer, i.e., by a combination of workmen, each of whom takes only a part, greater or less, in the manipulation of the subject of their labor. As the cooperative character of the labor process becomes more and more marked, so, as a necessary consequence, does our notion of productive labor, and of its agent, the productive laborer, become extended. In order to labor productively, it is no longer necessary for you to do manual work yourself. Enough if you are an organ of the collective laborer and perform one of its subordinate functions. The first definition given above of productive labor, a definition deduced from the very nature of the production of material objects, still remains correct for the collective laborer, considered as a whole. But it no longer holds good for each member taken individually. On the other hand, however, our notion of productive labor becomes narrowed. Capitalist production is not merely the production of commodities, it is essentially the production of surplus value. The laborer produces, not for himself, but for capital. It no longer suffices, therefore, that he should simply produce. He must produce surplus value. That laborer alone is productive who produces surplus value for the capitalist, and thus works for the self-expansion of capital. If we may take an example from outside the sphere of production of material objects, a schoolmaster is a productive laborer when, in addition to belaboring the heads of his scholars, he works like a horse to enrich the school proprietor. That the latter has laid out his capital in a teaching factory instead of in a sausage factory does not alter the relation. Hence the notion of a productive laborer implies not only a relation between work and useful effect, between laborer and product of labor, but also a specific social relation of production, a relation that has sprung up historically and stamps the laborer as the direct means of creating surplus value. To be a productive laborer is, therefore, not a piece of luck, but a misfortune. In Book 4, which treats of the history of the theory, it will be more clearly seen that the production of surplus value has at all times been made, by classical political economists, the distinguishing characteristic of the productive laborer. Hence their definition of a productive laborer changes with their comprehension of the nature of surplus value. Thus the physiocrats insist that only agricultural labor is productive, since that alone, they say, yields a surplus value. And they say so because, with them, surplus value has no existence except in the form of rent. The prolongation of the working day beyond the point at which the laborer would have produced just an equivalent for the value of his labor power, and the appropriation of that surplus labor by capital, this is production of absolute surplus value. It forms the general groundwork of the capitalist system, and the starting point for the production of relative surplus value. The latter presupposes that the working day is already divided into two parts, necessary labor and surplus labor. In order to prolong the surplus labor, the necessary labor is shortened by methods whereby the equivalent for the wages is produced in less time. The production of absolute surplus value turns exclusively upon the length of the working day. The production of relative surplus value revolutionizes out and out the technical process of labor and the composition of society. It therefore presupposes a specific mode, the capitalist mode of production, a mode which, along with its methods, means, and conditions, arises and develops itself spontaneously on the foundation afforded by the formal subjection of labor to capital. In the course of this development, the formal subjection is replaced by the real subjection of labor to capital. It will suffice merely to refer to certain intermediate forms, in which surplus labor is not extorted by direct compulsion from the producer, nor the producer himself yet formally subjected to capital. In such forms capital has not yet acquired the direct control of the labor process. By the side of the independent producers who carry on their handicrafts and agriculture in the traditional old-fashioned way, there stands the usurer or the merchant, with his usurer's capital or merchant's capital, feeding on them like a parasite. The predominance, in a society, of this form of exploitation excludes the capitalist mode of production, to which mode, however, this form may serve as a transition, as it did towards the close of the Middle Ages. Finally, as is shown by modern domestic industry, some intermediate forms are here and there reproduced in the background of modern industry, though their physiognomy is totally changed. If, on the one hand, the mere formal subjection of labor to capital suffices for the production of absolute surplus value, if, for example, it is sufficient that handicraftsmen who previously worked on their own account or as apprentices of a master should become wage laborers under the direct control of a capitalist, so, on the other hand, we have seen how the methods of producing relative surplus value are, at the same time, methods of producing absolute surplus value. Nay, more, the excessive prolongation of the working day turned out to be the peculiar product of modern industry. Generally speaking, the specifically capitalist mode of production ceases to be a mere means of producing relative surplus value, so soon as that mode has conquered an entire branch of production, and still more so soon as it has conquered all the important branches. It then becomes the general, socially predominant form of production. As a special method of producing relative surplus value, it remains effective only, first, insofar as it seizes upon industries that previously were only formally subject to capital, that is, so far as it is propagandist; secondly, insofar as the industries that have been taken over by it continue to be revolutionized by changes in the methods of production. From one standpoint, any distinction between absolute and relative surplus value appears illusory. Relative surplus value is absolute, since it compels the absolute prolongation of the working day beyond the labor time necessary to the existence of the laborer himself. Absolute surplus value is relative, since it makes necessary such a development of the productiveness of labor as will allow of the necessary labor time being confined to a portion of the working day. But if we keep in mind the behavior of surplus value, this appearance of identity vanishes. Once the capitalist mode of production is established and become general, the difference between absolute and relative surplus value makes itself felt, whenever there is a question of raising the rate of surplus value. Assuming that labor power is paid for at its value, we are confronted by this alternative. Given the productiveness of labor and its normal intensity, the rate of surplus value can be raised only by the actual prolongation of the working day. On the other hand, given the length of the working day, that rise can be effected only by a change in the relative magnitudes of the components of the working day, viz., necessary labor and surplus labor, a change which, if the wages are not to fall below the value of labor power, presupposes a change either in the productiveness or in the intensity of the labor. If the laborer wants all his time to produce the necessary means of subsistence for himself and his race, he has no time left in which to work gratis for others. Without a certain degree of productiveness in his labor, he has no such superfluous time at his disposal. Without such superfluous time, no surplus labor, and therefore no capitalists, no slave owners, no feudal lords, in one word, no class of large proprietors. Note: the very existence of the master capitalists as a distinct class is dependent on the productiveness of industry. Ramsay, 1st C, page 206. If each man's labor were but enough to produce his own food, there could be no property. Ravenstone, 1st C, pages 14 and 15. End note. Thus we may say that surplus value rests on a natural basis, but this is permissible only in the very general sense, that there is no natural obstacle absolutely preventing one man from disburdening himself of the labor requisite for his own existence, and burdening another with it, any more, for instance, than unconquerable natural obstacle prevent one man from eating the flesh of another. No mystical ideas must in any way be connected, as sometimes happens, with this historically developed productiveness of labor. It is only after men have raised themselves above the rank of animals, when, therefore, their labor has been to some extent socialized, that a state of things arises in which the surplus labor of the one becomes a condition of existence for the other. At the dawn of civilization, the productiveness acquired by labor is small, but so too are the wants which develop with and by the means of satisfying them. Further, at that early period, the portion of society that lives on the labor of others is infinitely small compared with the mass of direct producers. Along with the progress in the productiveness of labor, that small portion of society increases both absolutely and relatively. Besides, capital, with its accompanying relations, springs up from an economic soil that is the product of a long process of development. The productiveness of labor that serves as its foundation and starting point is a gift, not of nature, but of a history embracing thousands of centuries. Note: according to a recent calculation, there are yet at least 4 million cannibals in those parts of the earth which have already been explored. End note. Note: among the wild Indians in America, almost everything is the laborers. 99 parts of 100 are to be put upon the account of labor. In England, perhaps, the laborer has not 2/3. The advantages of the East India trade, pages 73. End note. Apart from the degree of development, greater or less, in the form of social production, the productiveness of labor is fettered by physical conditions. These are all referable to the constitution of man himself, race, etc., and to surrounding nature. The external physical conditions fall into two great economic classes: 1. Natural wealth in means of subsistence, i.e., a fruitful soil, waters teeming with fish, etc., and 2. Natural wealth in the instruments of labor, such as waterfalls, navigable rivers, wood, metal, coal, etc. At the dawn of civilization, it is the first class that turns the scale. At a higher stage of development, it is the second. Compare, for example, England with India, or in ancient times, Athens and Corinth with the shores of the Black Sea. The fewer the number of natural wants imperatively calling for satisfaction, and the greater the natural fertility of the soil and the favorableness of the climate, so much less is the labor time necessary for the maintenance and reproduction of the producer. So much greater, therefore, can be the excess of his labors for others over his labor for himself. Diodorus long ago remarked this in relation to the ancient Egyptians. It is altogether incredible how little trouble and expense the bringing up of their children causes them. They cook for them the first simple food at hand. They also give them the lower part of the papyrus stem to eat, so far as it can be roasted in the fire, and the roots and stalks of marsh plants, some raw, some boiled and roasted. Most of the children go without shoes and unclothed, for the air is so mild. Hence a child, until he is grown up, costs his parents not more, on the whole, than 20 drachmas. It is this, chiefly, which explains why the population of Egypt is so numerous, and therefore why so many great works can be undertaken. Note: for Diodorus, 1st C. 80. End note. Nevertheless, the grand structures of ancient Egypt are less due to the extent of its population than to the large proportion of it that was freely disposable. Just as the individual laborer can do more surplus labor in proportion as his necessary labor time is less, so with regard to the working population. The smaller the part of it which is required for the production of the necessary means of subsistence, so much the greater is the part that can be set to do other work. Capitalist production once assumed, then, that all other circumstances remaining the same, and given the length of the working day, the quantity of surplus labor will vary with the physical conditions of labor, especially with the fertility of the soil. But it by no means follows from this that the most fruitful soil is the most fitted for the growth of the capitalist mode of production. This mode is based on the domination of man over nature. Where nature is too lavish, she keeps him in hand like a child in leading strings. She does not impose upon him any necessity to develop himself. It is not the tropics, with their luxuriant vegetation, but the temperate zone, that is the mother country of capital. It is not the mere fertility of the soil, but the differentiation of the soil, the variety of its natural products, the changes of the seasons, which form the physical basis for the social division of labor, and which, by changes in the natural surroundings, spur man on to the multiplication of his wants, his capabilities, his means and modes of labor. It is the necessity of bringing a natural force under the control of society, of economizing, of appropriating or subduing it on a large scale by the work of man's hand, that first plays the decisive part in the history of industry. Examples are the irrigation works in Egypt, Lombardy, Holland, or in India and Persia, where irrigation by means of artificial canals not only supplies the soil with the water indispensable to it, but also carries down to it, in the shape of sediment from the hills, mineral fertilizers. The secret of the flourishing state of industry in Spain and Sicily under the dominion of the Arabs lay in their irrigation works. Note: the first natural wealth, as it is most noble and advantageous, so doth it make the people careless, proud, and given to all excesses, whereas the second enforces vigilancy, literature, arts, and policy. England's treasure by foreign trade, or the balance of our foreign trade is the rule of our treasure, written by Thomas Munn of London, merchant, and now published for the common good by his son John Munn, London, 1669, pages 181 and 182. Nor can I conceive a greater curse upon a body of people than to be thrown upon a spot of land, where the productions for subsistence and food were, in great measure, spontaneous, and the climate required or admitted little care for raiment and covering. There may be an extreme on the other side. A soil incapable of produce by labor is quite as bad as a soil that produces plentifully without any labor. An inquiry into the present high price of provisions, London, 1767, page 10. End note. Note: the necessity for predicting the rise and fall of the Nile created Egyptian astronomy, and with it the dominion of the priests as directors of agriculture. The solstice is the moment of the year when the Nile begins to rise, and it is the moment the Egyptians have had to watch for with the greatest attention. It was the evolution of the tropical year which they had to establish firmly so as to conduct their agricultural operations in accordance with it. They therefore had to search the heavens for a visible sign of the solstice's return. Cuvier, Discours sur la Révolution du Globe, Édition Hofer, Paris, 1863, page 141. End note. Note: one of the material bases of the power of the state over the small disconnected producing organisms in India was the regulation of the water supply. Though Mohammedan rulers of India understood this better than their English successors, it is enough to recall to mind the famine of 1866, which cost the lives of more than 1 million Hindus in the district of Orissa in the Bengal Presidency. End note. Favorable natural conditions alone give us only the possibility, never the reality, of surplus labor, nor consequently of surplus value and a surplus product. The result of difference in the natural conditions of labor is this, that the same quantity of labor satisfies, in different countries, a different mass of requirements; consequently, that under circumstances in other respects analogous, the necessary labor time is different. These conditions affect surplus labor only as natural limits, i.e., by fixing the points at which labor, for others, can begin. In proportion as industry advances, these natural limits recede. In the midst of our West European society, where the laborer purchases the right to work for his own livelihood only by paying for it in surplus labor, the idea easily takes root that it is an inherent quality of human labor to furnish a surplus product. But consider, for example, an inhabitant of the eastern islands of the Asiatic archipelago, where sago grows wild in the forests. Note: there are no two countries which furnish an equal number of the necessaries of life in equal plenty and with the same quantity of labor. Men's wants increase or diminish with the severity or temperateness of the climate they live in. Consequently, the proportion of trade which the inhabitants of different countries are obliged to carry on, through necessity, cannot be the same, nor is it practicable to ascertain the degree of variation farther than by the degrees of heat and cold, from whence one may make this general conclusion, that the quantity of labor required for a certain number of people is greatest in cold climates, and least in hot ones, for in the former men not only want more clothes, but the earth more cultivating than in the latter. An Essay Governing the Causes of the Natural Rate of Interest, London, 1750, page 60. The author of this epoch-making anonymous work is J. Massey. Hume took his theory of interest from it. End note. Note: chaque travail doit. This appears also to be part of the droit et devoir du citoyen. Laisser un excédent. All labor must leave a surplus. Prudent. End note. When the inhabitants have convinced themselves, by boring a hole in the tree, that the pith is ripe, the trunk is cut down and divided into several pieces. The pith is extracted, mixed with water, and filtered. It is then quite fit for use as sago. One tree commonly yields 300 pounds, and occasionally 500 to 600 pounds. There, then, people go into the forests and cut bread for themselves, just as with us they cut firewood. Note: F. Schue, Die Erde, die Pflanze und der Mensch. Edition Leipzig, 1854, page 148. End note. Suppose now such an Eastern bread cutter requires 12 working hours a week for the satisfaction of all his wants. Nature's direct gift to him is plenty of leisure time. Before he can apply this leisure time productively for himself, a whole series of historical events is required. Before he spends it in surplus labor for strangers, compulsion is necessary. If capitalist production were introduced, the honest fellow would perhaps have to work 6 days a week, in order to appropriate to himself the product of one working day. The bounty of nature does not explain why he would then have to work 6 days a week, or why he must furnish 5 days of surplus labor. It explains only why his necessary labor time would be limited to 1 day a week. But in no case would his surplus labor arise from some occult quality inherent in human labor. Thus, not only does the historically developed social productiveness of labor, but also its natural productiveness, appear to be productiveness of the capital with which that labor is incorporated. Ricardo never concerns himself about the origin of surplus value. He treats it as a thing inherent in the capitalist mode of production, which mode, in his eyes, is the natural form of social production. Whenever he discusses the productiveness of labor, he seeks in it not the cause of surplus value, but the cause that determines the magnitude of that value. On the other hand, his school has openly proclaimed the productiveness of labor to be the originating cause of profit. Read surplus value. This, at all events, is a progress as against the mercantilists, who, on their side, derived the excess of the price over the cost of production of the product from the act of exchange, from the product being sold above its value. Nevertheless, Ricardo's school simply shirked the problem; they did not solve it. In fact, these bourgeois economists instinctively saw, and rightly so, that it is very dangerous to stir too deeply the burning question of the origin of surplus value. But what are we to think of John Stuart Mill, who half a century after Ricardo solemnly claims superiority over the mercantilists by clumsily repeating the wretched evasions of Ricardo's earliest vulgarizers? Mill says, "The cause of profit is that labor produces more than is required for its support." So far, nothing but the old story, but Mill, wishing to add something of his own, proceeds. To vary the form of the theorem, the reason why capital yields a profit is because food, clothing, materials, and tools last longer than the time which was required to produce them. Here confounds the duration of labor time with the duration of its products. According to this view, a baker whose product lasts only a day could never extract from his workpeople the same profit as a machine maker whose products endure for 20 years and more. Of course, it is very true that if a bird's nest did not last longer than the time it takes in building, birds would have to do without nests. This fundamental truth once established, Mill establishes his own superiority over the mercantilists. We thus see, he proceeds, that profit arises not from the incident of exchange, but from the productive power of labor, and the general profit of the country is always what the productive power of labor makes it, whether any exchange takes place or not. If there were no division of employments, there would be no buying or selling, but there would still be profit. For Mill, then, exchange, buying, and selling, those general conditions of capitalist production, are but an incident, and there would always be profits even without the purchase and sale of labor power. If, he continues, the laborers of the country collectively produce 20% more than their wages, profits will be 20%, whatever prices may or may not be. This is, on the one hand, a rare bit of tautology, for if laborers produce a surplus value of 20% for the capitalist, his profit will be to the total wages of the laborers as 20 to 100. On the other hand, it is absolutely false to say that profits will be 20%. They will always be less, because they are calculated upon the sum total of the capital advanced. If, for example, the capitalists have advanced £500, of which £400 is laid out in means of production and £100 in wages, and the rate of surplus value be 20%, the rate of profit will be 20 to 500, i.e. 4%, and not 20%. Then follows a splendid example of Mill's method of handling the different historical forms of social production. I assume throughout the state of things which, where laborers and capitalists are separate classes, prevails, with few exceptions, universally, namely, that the capitalist advances the whole expenses, including the entire remuneration of the laborer. Strange optical illusion to see everywhere a state of things which as yet exists only exceptionally on our earth. Note: in earlier editions of Capital, the quotation from John Stuart Mill, I assumed throughout, of the laborer, had been given incorrectly, the words where the laborers and capitalists are separate classes having been left out. Marx, in a letter dated November 28, 1878, pointed this out to Danielson, the Russian translator of Capital, adding, "The next two sentences, viz., strange optical illusion to see everywhere a state of things which as yet exists only exceptionally on our earth, but let us finish," should be deleted and the following sentence substituted. Mr. Mill is good enough to believe that this state of things is not an absolute necessity, even in that economic system in which laborers and capitalists are separate classes. The substance of this note has been taken from the Volksab. The quotation from Mill is from his Principles of Political Economy, Book 2, Chapter 15, 5. Endnote. But let us finish. Mill is willing to concede that he should do so is not a matter of inherent necessity. On the contrary, the laborer might wait until the production is complete for all that part of his wages which exceeds mere necessaries, and even for the whole, if he has funds in hand sufficient for his temporary support. But in the latter case, the laborer is to that extent really a capitalist on the concern, by supplying a portion of the funds necessary for carrying it on. Mill might have gone further and have added that the laborer who advances to himself not only the necessaries of life, but also the means of production, is in reality nothing but his own wage laborer. He might also have said that the American peasant proprietor is but a serf who does enforced labor for himself instead of for his lord. After thus proving clearly that even if capitalist production had no existence, still it would always exist, Mill is consistent enough to show, on the contrary, that it has no existence, even when it does exist. And even in the former case, when the workman is a wage laborer to whom the capitalist advances all the necessaries of life, he, the laborer, may be looked upon in the same light, i.e. as a capitalist, since, contributing his labor at less than the market price, he may be regarded as lending the difference to his employer and receiving it back with interest, etc. Note: John Stuart Mill, Principles of Political Economy, London, 1868, pages 252 to 253. Passum. End note. In reality, the laborer advances his labor gratuitously to the capitalist during, say, 1 week, in order to receive the market price at the end of the week, and it is this which, according to Mill, transforms him into a capitalist. On the level plane, simple mounds look like hills, and the imbecile flatness of the present bourgeoisie is to be measured by the altitude of its great intellects. End of Part 5, Chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Kapital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kapital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1 by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Friedrich Engels. Part 5. The Production of Absolute and Relative Surplus Value. Chapter 17. Changes of magnitude in the price of labor power and in surplus value. The value of labor power is determined by the value of the necessaries of life, habitually required by the average laborer. The quantity of these necessaries is known at any given epoch of a given society, and can therefore be treated as a constant magnitude. What changes is the value of this quantity. There are, besides, 2 other factors that enter into the determination of the value of labor power. 1. The expenses of developing that power, which expenses vary with the mode of production. The other, its natural diversity, the difference between the labor power of men and women, of children and adults. The employment of these different sorts of labor power, an employment which is, in its turn, made necessary by the mode of production, makes a great difference in the cost of maintaining the family of the laborer, and in the value of the labor power of the adult male. Both these factors, however, are excluded in the following investigation. Note in the third German edition, the case considered at pages 300 to 302 is here, of course, omitted. F.E. End note. I assume 1. That commodities are sold at their value, 2. That the price of labor power rises occasionally above its value, but never sinks below it. On this assumption we have seen that the relative magnitudes of surplus value and of price of labor power are determined by 3 circumstances: the length of the working day, or the extensive magnitude of labor; 2. The normal intensity of labor, its intensive magnitude, whereby a given quantity of labor is expended in a given time; 3. The productiveness of labor, whereby the same quantum of labor yields, in a given time, a greater or less quantum of product, dependent on the degree of development in the conditions of production. Very different combinations are clearly possible, according as one of the 3 factors is constant and 2 variable, or 2 constant and 1 variable, or lastly, all 3 simultaneously variable. And the number of these combinations is augmented by the fact that, when these factors simultaneously vary, the amount and direction of their respective variations may differ. In what follows the chief combinations alone are considered. Section 1. Length of the working day and intensity of labor constant, productiveness of labor variable. On these assumptions the value of labor power and the magnitude of surplus value are determined by 3 laws. 1. A working day of given length always creates the same amount of value, no matter how the productiveness of labor, and with it the mass of the product and the price of each single commodity produced, may vary. If the value created by a working day of 12 hours, say 6 shillings, then, although the mass of the articles produced varies with the productiveness of labor, the only result is that the value represented by 6 shillings is spread over a greater or less number of articles. 2. Surplus value and the value of labor power vary in opposite directions. A variation in the productiveness of labor, its increase or diminution, causes a variation in the opposite direction in the value of labor power, and in the same direction in surplus value. The value created by a working day of 12 hours is a constant quantity, say 6 shillings. This constant quantity is the sum of the surplus value plus the value of the labor power, which latter value the laborer replaces by an equivalent. It is self-evident that if a constant quantity consists of 2 parts, neither of them can increase without the other diminishing. Let the 2 parts at starting be equal: 3 shillings value of labor power, 3 shillings surplus value. Then the value of the labor power cannot rise from 3 shillings to 4, without the surplus value falling from 3 shillings to 2, and the surplus value cannot rise from 3 shillings to 4 without the value of labor power falling from 3 shillings to 2. Under these circumstances, therefore, no change can take place in the absolute magnitude, either of the surplus value or of the value of labor power, without a simultaneous change in their relative magnitudes, i.e., relatively to each other. It is impossible for them to rise or fall simultaneously. Further, the value of labor power cannot fall, and consequently surplus value cannot rise, without a rise in the productiveness of labor. For instance, in the above case, the value of the labor power cannot sink from 3 shillings to 2, unless an increase in the productiveness of labor makes it possible to produce in 4 hours the same quantity of necessaries as previously required 6 hours to produce. On the other hand, the value of the labor power cannot rise from 3 shillings to 4 without a decrease in the productiveness of labor, whereby 8 hours become requisite to produce the same quantity of necessaries, for the production of which 6 hours previously sufficed. It follows from this that an increase in the productiveness of labor causes a fall in the value of labor power and a consequent rise in surplus value, while, on the other hand, a decrease in such productiveness causes a rise in the value of labor power and a fall in surplus value. In formulating this law, Ricardo overlooked one circumstance. Although a change in the magnitude of the surplus value or surplus labor causes a change in the opposite direction in the magnitude of the value of labor power, or in the quantity of necessary labor, it by no means follows that they vary in the same proportion. They do increase or diminish by the same quantity, but their proportional increase or diminution depends on their original magnitude before the change in the productiveness of labor took place. If the value of the labor power be 4 shillings, or the necessary labor time 8 hours, and the surplus value be 2 shillings, or the surplus labor 4 hours, and if in consequence of an increase in the productiveness of labor, the value of the labor power fall to 3 shillings, or the necessary labor to 6 hours, the surplus value will rise to 3 shillings, or the surplus labor to 6 hours. The same quantity, 1 shilling or 2 hours, is added in one case and subtracted in the other. But the proportional change of magnitude is different in each case. While the value of the labor power falls from 4 shillings to 3, i.e. by 1/4 or 25%, the surplus value rises from 2 shillings to 3, i.e. by 1/2 or 50%. It therefore follows that the proportional increase or diminution in surplus value, consequent on a given change in the productiveness of labor, depends on the original magnitude of that portion of the working day which embodies itself in surplus value. The smaller that portion, the greater is the proportional change. The greater that portion, the less is the proportional change. Third, increase or diminution in surplus value is always consequent on, and never the cause of, the corresponding diminution or increase in the value of labor power. Note: to this third law McCulloch has made, amongst others, this absurd addition, that a rise in surplus value, unaccompanied by a fall in the value of labor power, can occur through the abolition of taxes payable by the capitalist. The abolition of such taxes makes no change whatever in the quantity of surplus value that the capitalist extorts at first hand from the laborer. It only alters the proportion in which that surplus value is divided between himself and third persons. It consequently makes no alteration whatever in the relation between the surplus value and value of labor power. McCulloch's exception, therefore, proves only his misapprehension of the rule, a misfortune that as often happens to him in the vulgarization of Ricardo as it does to J.B. Say in the vulgarization of Adam Smith. Since the working day is constant in magnitude, and is represented by a value of constant magnitude, since to every variation in the magnitude of surplus value there corresponds an inverse variation in the value of labor power, and since the value of labor power cannot change, except in consequence of a change in the productiveness of labor, it clearly follows, under these conditions, that every change of magnitude in surplus value arises from an inverse change of magnitude in the value of labor power. If then, as we have already seen, there can be no change of absolute magnitude in the value of labor power and in surplus value, unaccompanied by a change in their relative magnitudes, so now it follows that no change in their relative magnitudes is possible without a previous change in the absolute magnitude of the value of labor power. According to the third law, a change in the magnitude of surplus value presupposes a movement in the value of labor power, which movement is brought about by a variation in the productiveness of labor. The limit of this change is given by the altered value of labor power. Nevertheless, even when circumstances allow the law to operate, subsidiary movements may occur. For example, if in consequence of the increased productiveness of labor, the value of labor power falls from 4 shillings to 3, or the necessary labor time from 8 hours to 6, the price of labor power may possibly not fall below 3 shillings 8 pence, 3 shillings 6 pence, or 3 shillings 2 pence, and the surplus value consequently not rise above 3 shillings 4 pence, 3 shillings 6 pence, or 3 shillings 10 pence. The amount of this fall, the lowest limit of which is 3 shillings, the new value of labor power, depends on the relative weight, which the pressure of capital on the one side and the resistance of the laborer on the other throws into the scale. The value of labor power is determined by the value of a given quantity of necessaries. It is the value, and not the mass of these necessaries, that varies with the productiveness of labor. It is, however, possible that, owing to an increase of productiveness, both the laborer and the capitalist may simultaneously be able to appropriate a greater quantity of these necessaries, without any change in the price of labor power or in surplus value. If the value of labor power be 3 shillings, and the necessary labor time amount to 6 hours, if the surplus value likewise be 3 shillings, and the surplus labor 6 hours, then if the productiveness of labor were doubled without altering the ratio of necessary labor to surplus labor, there would be no change of magnitude in surplus value and price of labor power. The only result would be that each of them would represent twice as many use values as before, these use values being twice as cheap as before. Although labor power would be unchanged in price, it would be above its value. If, however, the price of labor power had fallen not to 1 shilling 6 pence, the lowest possible point consistent with its new value, but to 2 shillings 10 pence or 2 shillings 6 pence, still this lower price would represent an increased mass of necessaries. In this way it is possible, with an increasing productiveness of labor, for the price of labor power to keep on falling, and yet this fall to be accompanied by a constant growth in the mass of the laborer's means of subsistence. But even in such a case, the fall in the value of labor power would cause a corresponding rise of surplus value, and thus the abyss between the laborer's position and that of the capitalist would keep widening. Note: when an alteration takes place in the productiveness of industry, and that either more or less is produced by a given quantity of labor and capital, the proportion of wages may obviously vary, whilst the quantity, which that proportion represents, remains the same, or the quantity may vary, whilst the proportion remains the same. Outlines of Political Economy, etc., page 67. Endnote. Ricardo was the first who accurately formulated the 3 laws we have above stated. But he falls into the following errors. 1. He looks upon the special conditions under which these laws hold good as the general and sole conditions of capitalist production. He knows no change, either in the length of the working day or in the intensity of labor. Consequently, with him there can be only one variable factor, viz., the productiveness of labor. 2. And this error vitiates his analysis much more than one, he has not, any more than have the other economists, investigated surplus value as such, independently of its particular forms, such as profit, rent, etc. He therefore confounds together the laws of the rate of surplus value and the laws of the rate of profit. The rate of profit is, as we have already said, the ratio of the surplus value to the total capital advanced. The rate of surplus value is the ratio of the surplus value to the variable part of that capital. Assume that a capital C of £500 is made up of raw material, instruments of labor, etc., C to the amount of £400, and of wages V to the amount of £100, and further that the surplus value S equals £100. Then we have rate of surplus value S over V is 100 over £100 equals 100%. But the rate of profit S over C, 100 over £500, is 20%. It is besides obvious that the rate of profit may depend on circumstances that in no way affect the rate of surplus value. I shall show in Book 3 that with a given rate of surplus value we may have any number of rates of profit, and that various rates of surplus value may, under given conditions, express themselves in a single rate of profit. Section 2. Working day constant, productiveness of labor constant, intensity of labor variable. Increased intensity of labor means increased expenditure of labor in a given time. Hence, a working day of more intense labor is embodied in more products than is one of less intense labor, the length of each day being the same. Increased productiveness of labor also, it is true, will supply more products in a given working day. But in this latter case, the value of each single product falls, for it costs less labor than before. In the former case, that value remains unchanged, for each article costs the same labor as before. Here we have an increase in the number of products, unaccompanied by a fall in their individual prices. As their number increases, so does the sum of their prices. But in the case of increased productiveness, a given value is spread over a greater mass of products. Hence, the length of the working day being constant, a day's labor of increased intensity will be incorporated in an increased value, and the value of money remaining unchanged in more money. The value created varies with the extent to which the intensity of labor deviates from its normal intensity in the society. A given working day, therefore, no longer creates a constant but a variable value. In a day of 12 hours of ordinary intensity, the value created is, say, 6 shillings, but with increased intensity, the value created may be 7, 8, or more shillings. It is clear that if the value created by a day's labor increases from, say, 6 to 8 shillings, then the two parts into which this value is divided, viz., price of labor power and surplus value, may both of them increase simultaneously, and either equally or unequally. They may both simultaneously increase from 3 shillings to 4. Here, the rise in the price of labor power does not necessarily imply that the price has risen above the value of labor power. On the contrary, the rise in price may be accompanied by a fall in value. This occurs whenever the rise in price of labor power does not compensate for its increased wear and tear. We know that, with transitory exceptions, a change in the productiveness of labor does not cause any change in the value of labor power, nor, consequently, in the magnitude of surplus value, unless the products of the industries affected are articles habitually consumed by the laborers. In the present case, this condition no longer applies. For, when the variation is either in the duration or in the intensity of labor, there is always a corresponding change in the magnitude of the value created, independently of the nature of the article in which that value is embodied. If the intensity of labor were to increase simultaneously and equally in every branch of industry, then the new and higher degree of intensity would become the normal degree for the society, and would, therefore, cease to be taken account of. But still, even then, the intensity of labor would be different in different countries, and would modify the international application of the law of value. The more intense working day of one nation would be represented by a greater sum of money than would the less intense day of another nation. Note: all things being equal, the English manufacturer can turn out a considerably larger amount of work in a given time than a foreign manufacturer, so much as to counterbalance the difference of the working days between 60 hours a week here and 72 or 80 elsewhere. Report of the Inspector of Factories for the 31st October 1855, page 65. The most infallible means for reducing this qualitative difference between the English and continental working hour would be a law shortening quantitatively the length of the working day in continental factories. Endnote. Section 3. Productiveness and intensity of labor constant. Length of the working day variable. The working day may vary in two ways. It may be made either longer or shorter. From our present data, and within the limits of the assumptions made on previously, we obtain the following laws. 1. The working day creates a greater or less amount of value in proportion to its length, thus a variable and not a constant quantity of value. 2. Every change in the relation between the magnitudes of surplus value and the value of labor power arises from a change in the absolute magnitude of the surplus labor, and consequently of the surplus value. 3. The absolute value of labor power can only change in consequence of the reaction exercised by the prolongation of surplus labor upon the wear and tear of labor power. Every change in this absolute value is therefore the effect, but never the cause, of a change in the magnitude of surplus value. We begin with the case in which the working day is shortened. 1. A shortening of the working day under the conditions given above leaves the value of labor power, and with it the necessary labor time, unaltered. It reduces the surplus labor and surplus value. Along with the absolute magnitude of the latter, its relative magnitude also falls, i.e., its magnitude relatively to the value of labor power, whose magnitude remains unaltered. Only by lowering the price of labor power below its value could the capitalist save himself harmless. All the usual arguments against the shortening of the working day assume that it takes place under the conditions we have here supposed to exist, but in reality the very contrary is the case. A change in the productiveness and intensity of labor either precedes or immediately follows a shortening of the working day. Note: there are compensating circumstances which the working of the 10 Hours Act has brought to light. Report of the Inspector of Factories for the 31st October 1848, page 7. End note. 2. Lengthening of the working day. Let the necessary labor time be 6 hours, or the value of labor power 3 shillings. Also let the surplus labor be 6 hours, or the surplus value 3 shillings. The whole working day then amounts to 12 hours, and is embodied in a value of 6 shillings. If now the working day be lengthened 2 hours, and the price of labor power remain unaltered, the surplus value increases both absolutely and relatively. Although there is no absolute change in the value of labor power, it suffers a relative fall. Under the conditions assumed in 1, there could not be a change of relative magnitude in the value of labor power without a change in its absolute magnitude. Here, on the contrary, the change of relative magnitude in the value of labor power is the result of the change of absolute magnitude in surplus value. Since the value in which a day's labor is embodied increases with the length of that day, it is evident that the surplus value and the price of labor may simultaneously increase, either by equal or unequal quantities. This simultaneous increase is therefore possible in 2 cases: one, the actual lengthening of the working day; the other, an increase in the intensity of labor unaccompanied by such lengthening. When the working day is prolonged, the price of labor power may fall below its value, although that price be nominally unchanged or even rise. The value of a day's labor power is, as will be remembered, estimated from its normal average duration, or from the normal duration of life among the laborers, and from corresponding normal transformations of organized bodily matter into motion, in conformity with the nature of man. Up to a certain point, the increased wear and tear of labor power, inseparable from a lengthening working day, may be compensated by higher wages. But beyond this point the wear and tear increases in geometrical progression, and every condition suitable for the normal reproduction and functioning of labor power is suppressed. The price of labor power and the degree of its exploitation cease to be commensurable quantities. Note: the amount of labor which a man had undergone in the course of 24 hours might be approximately arrived at by an examination of the chemical changes which had taken place in his body. Changed forms and manner indicating the anterior exercise of dynamic force. Grove, On the Correlation of Physical Forces. End note. Section 4. Simultaneous variations in the duration, productiveness, and intensity of labor. It is obvious that a large number of combinations are here possible. Any 2 of the factors may vary and the third remain constant, or all 3 may vary at once. They may vary either in the same or in different degrees, in the same or in opposite directions, with the result that the variations counteract one another, either wholly or in part. Nevertheless, the analysis of every possible case is easy in view of the results given in 1, 2, and 3. The effect of every possible combination may be found by treating each factor in turn as variable, and the other 2 constant for the time being. And that briefly, but 2 important cases. A. Diminishing productiveness of labor with the simultaneous lengthening of the working day. In speaking of diminishing productiveness of labor, we here refer to diminution in those industries whose products determine the value of labor power. Such a diminution, for example, as results from decreasing fertility of the soil, and from the corresponding dearness of its products. Take the working day at 12 hours and the value created by it at 6 shillings, of which 1/2 replaces the value of the labor power, and the other forms the surplus value. Suppose, in consequence of the increased dearness of the products of the soil, that the value of labor power rises from 3 shillings to 4, and therefore the necessary labor time from 6 hours to 8. If there be no change in the length of the working day, the surplus labor would fall from 6 hours to 4, the surplus value from 3 shillings to 2. If the day be lengthened by 2 hours, i.e. from 12 hours to 14, the surplus labor remains at 6 hours, the surplus value at 3 shillings, but the surplus value decreased compared with the value of labor power as measured by the necessary labor time. If the day be lengthened by 4 hours, viz., from 12 hours to 16, the proportional magnitudes of surplus value and value of labor power, of surplus labor and necessary labor, continue unchanged, but the absolute magnitude of surplus value rises from 3 shillings to 4, that of the surplus labor from 6 hours to 8, an increment of 33 1/3 per cent. Therefore, with diminishing productiveness of labor and a simultaneous lengthening of the working day, the absolute magnitude of surplus value may continue unaltered, at the same time that its relative magnitude diminishes. Its relative magnitude may continue unchanged, at the same time that its absolute magnitude increases, and provided the lengthening of the day be sufficient, both may increase. In the period between 1799 and 1815, the increasing price of provisions led in England to a nominal rise in wages, although the real wages, expressed in the necessaries of life, fell. From this fact West and Ricardo drew the conclusion that the diminution in the productiveness of agricultural labor had brought about a fall in the rate of surplus value, and they made this assumption of a fact that existed only in their imaginations the starting point of important investigations into the relative magnitude of wages, profits, and rent. But as a matter of fact, surplus value had, at that time, thanks to the increased intensity of labor, and to the prolongation of the working day, increased both in absolute and relative magnitude. This was the period in which the right to prolong the hours of labor to an outrageous extent was established, the period that was especially characterized by an accelerated accumulation of capital here, by pauperism there. Note: corn and labor rarely march quite abreast, but there is an obvious limit, beyond which they cannot be separated. With regard to the unusual exertions made by the laboring classes in periods of dearness, which produced the fall of wages noticed in the evidence, namely, before the Parliamentary Committee of Inquiry, 1814 to 1815, they are most meritorious in the individuals, and certainly favour the growth of capital. But no man of humanity could wish to see them constant and unremitted. They are most admirable as a temporary relief, but if they were constantly in action, effects of a similar kind would result from them, as from the population of a country being pushed to the very extreme limits of its food. Malthus, Inquiry into the Nature and Progress of Rent, London, 1815, page 48. Note: all honour to Malthus that he lays stress on the lengthening of the hours of labour, a fact to which he elsewhere in his pamphlet draws attention, while Ricardo and others, in face of the most notorious facts, make invariability in the length of the working day the groundwork of all their investigations. But the conservative interests which Malthus served prevented him from seeing that an unlimited prolongation of the working day, combined with an extraordinary development of machinery and the exploitation of women and children, must inevitably have made a great portion of the working class supernumerary, particularly whenever the war should have ceased, and the monopoly of England in the markets of the world should have come to an end. It was of course far more convenient, and much more in conformity with the interests of the ruling classes, whom Malthus adored like a true priest, to explain this overpopulation by the eternal laws of nature, rather than by the historical laws of capitalist production. Note: a principal cause of the increase of capital, during the war, proceeded from the greater exertions, and perhaps the greater privations of the labouring classes, the most numerous in every society. More women and children were compelled by necessitous circumstances to enter upon laborious occupations, and former workmen were, from the same cause, obliged to devote a greater portion of their time to increased production. Essays on Political Economy, in which are illustrated the principal causes of the present national distress. London, 1830, page 248. B. Increasing intensity and productiveness of labour with simultaneous shortening of the working day. Increased productiveness and greater intensity of labour both have a like effect. They both augment the mass of articles produced in a given time. Both, therefore, shorten that portion of the working day which the labourer needs to produce his means of subsistence or their equivalent. The minimum length of the working day is fixed by this necessary but contractile portion of it. If the whole working day were to shrink to the length of this portion, surplus labour would vanish, a consumption utterly impossible under the regime of capital. Only by suppressing the capitalist form of production could the length of the working day be reduced to the necessary labour time. But even in that case, the latter would extend its limits. On the one hand, because the notion of means of subsistence would considerably expand, and the laborer would lay claim to an altogether different standard of life. On the other hand, because a part of what is now surplus labor would then count as necessary labor, I mean the labor of forming a fund for reserve and accumulation. The more the productiveness of labor increases, the more can the working day be shortened, and the more the working day is shortened, the more can the intensity of labor increase. From a social point of view, the productiveness increases in the same ratio as the economy of labor, which in its turn includes not only economy of the means of production, but also the avoidance of all useless labor. The capitalist mode of production, while on the one hand enforcing economy in individual business, on the other hand begets, by its anarchical system of competition, the most outrageous squandering of labor power and of the social means of production, not to mention the creation of a vast number of employments, at present indispensable, but in themselves superfluous. The intensity and productiveness of labor being given, the time which society is bound to devote to the material production is shorter, and as a consequence, the time at its disposal for the free development, intellectual and social, of the individual is greater, in proportion as the work is more and more evenly divided among all the able-bodied members of society, and as a particular class is more and more deprived of the power to shift the natural burden of labor from its own shoulders to those of another layer of society. In this direction, the shortening of the working day finds at last a limit in the generalization of labor. In capitalist society, spare time is acquired for one class by converting the whole lifetime of the masses into labor time. End of Part 5, Chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of Kapital Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Kapital, a critical analysis of capitalist production, Volume 1 by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 5. The production of absolute and relative surplus value. Chapter 18. Various formulae for the rate of surplus value. We've seen that the rate of surplus value is represented by the following formulae. Roman numeral 1, the ratio surplus value over variable capital, or ratio S over V, is equal to the ratio surplus value over value of labor power, is equal to the ratio surplus labor over necessary labor. The two first of these formulae represent as a ratio of values that which, in the third, is represented as a ratio of the times during which those values are produced. These formulae, supplementary the one to the other, are rigorously definite and correct. We therefore find them substantially, but not consciously, worked out in classical political economy. There we meet with the following derivative formulae. Roman numeral 2. The ratio surplus labor over working day is equal to the ratio surplus value over the value of the product is equal to the ratio surplus product over total product. One and the same ratio is here expressed as a ratio of labor times, of the value in which those labor times are embodied, and of the products in which those values exist. It is of course understood that, by value of the product, is meant only the value newly created in a working day, the constant part of the value of the product being excluded. In all of these formulae, under Roman numeral 2, the actual degree of exploitation of labor, or the rate of surplus value, is falsely expressed. Let the working day be 12 hours, then, making the same assumptions as in former instances, the real degree of exploitation of labor will be represented in the following proportions. The ratio of 6 hours surplus labor over 6 hours necessary labor is equal to the ratio of the surplus value of 3 shillings over a variable capital of 3 shillings, is equal to 100%. From the formulae Roman numeral 2, we get very differently the ratio 6 hours surplus labor over working day of 12 hours is equal to the ratio surplus value of 3 shillings over a value created of 6 shillings is equal to 50%. These derivative formulae express, in reality, only the proportion in which the working day, or the value produced by it, is divided between capitalist and labourer. If they are to be treated as direct expressions of the degree of self-expansion of capital, the following erroneous law would hold good: surplus labour or surplus value can never reach 100%. Footnote. Thus, for example, in Dritter Brief an von Kirchmann von Rodbertus, Widerlegung der Ricardoschen Lehre von der Grundrente und Begründung einer neuen Rententheorie, Berlin, 1851. I shall return to this letter later on. In spite of its erroneous theory of rent, it sees through the nature of capitalist production. Note added in the third German edition. It may be seen from this how favourably Marx judged his predecessors whenever he found them in real progress, or new and sound ideas. The subsequent publications of Roberta's letters to Rudolf Meyer has shown that the above acknowledgment by Marx wants restricting to some extent. In those letters this passage occurs, quote, "Capital must be rescued not only from labour, but from itself, and that will be best effected by treating the acts of the industrial capitalist as economic and political functions that have been delegated to him with his capital, and by treating his profit as a form of salary, because we still know no other social organization. But salaries may be regulated, and may also be reduced if they take too much from wages. The eruption of Marx into society, as I may call his book, must be warded off. Altogether, Marx's book is not so much an investigation into capital as a polemic against the present form of capital, a form which he confounds with the concept itself of capital." End quote. Briefe etc. von Dr. Robertus Jagetzow, herausgegeben von Dr. Rudolf Meyer. Berlin, 1881, Volume 1, page 111, 46, Brief von Robertus. To such ideological commonplaces did the bold attack by Robertus in his social letters finally dwindle down. F.E. End footnote. Since the surplus labour is only an aliquot part of the working day, or since surplus value is only an aliquot part of the value created, the surplus labour must necessarily be always less than the working day, or the surplus value always less than the total value created. In order, however, to attain the ratio of 100 to 100, they must be equal. In order that the surplus labour may absorb the whole day, that is, an average day of any week or year, the necessary labour must sink to zero. But if the necessary labour vanish, so too does the surplus labour, since it is only a function of the former. The ratio surplus labour over working day, or surplus value over value created, can therefore never reach the limit 100 over 100, still less rise to 100 plus the ratio x over 100. But not so the rate of surplus value, the real degree of exploitation of labour. Take, for example, the estimate of L. de la Vergne, according to which the English agricultural labourer gets only 1/4, the capitalist farmer, on the other hand, 3/4 of the product, or its value, apart from the question of how the booty is subsequently divided between the capitalist, the landlord, and others. Footnote. That part of the product which merely replaces the constant capital advanced is of course left out in this calculation. M. L. de la Vergne, a blind admirer of England, is inclined to estimate the share of the capitalist too low rather than too high. End footnote. According to this surplus labour of the English agricultural labourer is to his necessary labour as 3 versus 1, which gives a rate of exploitation of 300%. The favourite method of treating the working day as constant in magnitude became, through the use of formula Roman numeral II, a fixed usage, because in them surplus labour is always compared with a working day of given length. The same holds good when the repetition of the value produced is exclusively kept in sight. The working day that has already been realized in given value must necessarily be a day of given length. The habit of representing surplus value and value of labour power as fractions of the value created, a habit that originates in the capitalist mode of production itself, and whose import will hereafter be disclosed, conceals the very transaction that characterizes capital, namely the exchange of variable capital for living labor power, and the consequent exclusion of the laborer from the product. Instead of the real fact, we have false semblance of an association in which laborer and capitalist divide the product in proportion to the different elements which they respectively contribute towards its formation. Footnote: all well-developed forms of capitalist production being forms of cooperation, nothing is of course easier than to make abstraction from their antagonistic character and to transform them by a word into some form of free association, as is done by A. de Laborde in De l'esprit d'association dans tous les intérêts de la communauté, Paris 1818. H. Carey, the Yankee, occasionally performs this conjuring trick with like success, even with the relations resulting from slavery. End footnote. Moreover, the formulae Roman numeral 2 can at any time be reconverted into formulae Roman numeral 1. If, for instance, we have the ratio surplus labor of 6 hours over working day of 12 hours, then, the necessary labor time being 12 hours less the surplus labor of 6 hours, we get the following result. The ratio surplus labor of 6 hours over necessary labor of 6 hours is 100 over 100. There is a third formula, which I have occasionally already anticipated. It is Roman numeral 3. The ratio surplus value over value of labor power is equal to the ratio surplus labor over necessary labor is equal to the ratio unpaid labor over paid labor. After the investigations we have given above, it is no longer possible to be misled by the formula ratio unpaid labor over paid labor into concluding that the capitalist pays for labor and not for labor power. This formula is only a popular expression for the ratio surplus labor over necessary labor. The capitalist pays the value, so far as price coincides with value, of the labor power, and receives in exchange the disposal of the living labor power itself. His usufruct is spread over 2 periods. During one, the laborer produces a value that is only equal to the value of his labor power. He produces its equivalent. This the capitalist receives in return for his advance of the price of the labor power, a product ready-made in the market. During the other period, the period of surplus labor, the usufruct of the labor power creates a value for the capitalist that costs him no equivalent. Footnote: although the physiocrats could not penetrate the mystery of surplus value, yet this much was clear to them, that it is, quote, une richesse indépendante et disponible qu'il n'a point achetée et qu'il vend. End quote. Turgot, Réflexions sur la formation et la distribution des richesses, page 11. End footnote. This expenditure of labor power comes to him gratis. In this sense it is that surplus labor can be called unpaid labor. Capital, therefore, is not only, as Adam Smith says, the command over labor. It is essentially the command over unpaid labor. All surplus value, whatever particular form, profit, interest, or rent, it may subsequently crystallize into, is in substance the materialization of unpaid labor. The secret of the self-expansion of capital resolves itself into having the disposal of a definite quantity of other people's unpaid labor. End of Part 5, Chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of Kapital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kapital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the 3rd German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Friedrich Engels. Part 6. Wages. Chapter 19. The transformation of the value, and respectively the price, of labor power into wages. On the surface of bourgeois society, the wage of the laborer appears as the price of labor, a certain quantity of money that is paid for a certain quantity of labor. Thus people speak of the value of labor and call its expression in money its necessary or natural price. On the other hand, they speak of the market prices of labor, i.e., prices oscillating above or below its natural price. But what is the value of a commodity, the objective form of the social labor expended in its production? And how do we measure the quantity of this value? By the quantity of the labor contained in it. How then is the value, e.g., of a 12-hour working day to be determined? By the 12 working hours contained in a working day of 12 hours, which is an absurd tautology. Footnote. Mr. Ricardo ingeniously enough avoids a difficulty which, on a first view, threatens to encumber his doctrine, that value depends on the quantity of labor employed in production. If this principle is rigidly adhered to, it follows that the value of labor depends on the quantity of labor employed in producing it, which is evidently absurd. By a dexterous turn, therefore, Mr. Ricardo makes the value of labor depend on the quantity of labor required to produce wages, or, to give him the benefit of his own language, he maintains that the value of labor is to be estimated by the quantity of labor required to produce wages, by which he means the quantity of labor required to produce the money or commodities given to the laborer. This is similar to saying that the value of cloth is estimated not by the quantity of labor bestowed on its production, but by the quantity of labor bestowed on the production of the silver for which the cloth is exchanged. A critical dissertation on the nature, etc., of value, pages 50–51. End note. In order to be sold as a commodity in the market, labor must at all events exist before it is sold. But, could the laborer give it an independent, objective existence, he would sell a commodity and not labor. Footnote. If you call labor a commodity, it is not like a commodity which is first produced in order to exchange, and then brought to market where it must exchange with other commodities according to the respective quantities of each, which there may be in the market at the time. Labor is created the moment it is brought to market, nay, it is brought to market before it is created. Observations on certain verbal disputes, etc., pages 75 and 76. End note. Apart from these contradictions, a direct exchange of money, i.e., of realized labor, with living labor, would either do away with the law of value which only begins to develop itself freely on the basis of capitalist production, or do away with capitalist production itself, which rests directly on wage labor. The working day of 12 hours embodies itself, e.g., in a money value of 6 shillings. Either equivalents are exchanged, and then the laborer receives 6 shillings for 12 hours labor, the price of his labor would be equal to the price of his product. In this case he produces no surplus value for the buyer of his labor, the 6 shillings are not transformed into capital, the basis of capitalist production vanishes. But it is on this very basis that he sells his labor, and that his labor is wage labor. Or else he receives for 12 hours labor less than 6 shillings, i.e., less than 12 hours labor. 12 hours labor are exchanged against 10, 6, etc. hours labor. This equalization of unequal quantities not merely does away with the determination of value. Such a self-destructive contradiction cannot be in any way even enunciated or formulated as a law. Footnote. Treating labor as a commodity and capital, the produce of labor, as another, then if the values of these two commodities were regulated by equal quantities of labor, a given amount of labor would exchange for the quantity of capital which had been produced by the same amount of labor. Antecedent labor would exchange for the same amount as present labor. But the value of labor in relation to other commodities is determined not by equal quantities of labor. E.G. Wakefield, in his edition of Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations, Volume 1, London, 1836, page 231. Note. End note. It is of no avail to deduce the exchange of more labor against less, from their difference of form, the one being realized, the other living. Footnote. There has to be a new agreement, a new edition of the social contract, that whenever there is an exchange of work done for work to be done, the latter, the capitalist, is to receive higher value than the former, the worker. Simon de Sismondi, de la richesse commerciale, Geneva, 1803, Volume 1, page 37, end note. This is the more absurd as the value of a commodity is determined not by the quantity of labor actually realized in it, but by the quantity of living labor necessary for its production. A commodity represents, say, 6 working hours. If an invention is made by which it can be produced in 3 hours, the value, even of the commodity already produced, falls by half. It represents now 3 hours of social labor instead of the 6 formerly necessary. It is the quantity of labor required for its production, not the realized form of that labor, by which the amount of value of a commodity is determined. That which comes directly face to face with the possessor of money on the market is in fact not labor, but the laborer. What the latter sells is his labor power. As soon as his labor actually begins, it has already ceased to belong to him. It can, therefore, no longer be sold by him. Labor is the substance and the immanent measure of value, but has itself no value. Footnote: Labor, the exclusive standard of value, the creator of all wealth, no commodity. Thomas Hodgkin, Popular Political Economy, page 186. End note. In the expression value of labor, the idea of value is not only completely obliterated, but actually reversed. It is an expression as imaginary as the value of the earth. These imaginary expressions arise, however, from the relations of production themselves. They are categories for the phenomenal forms of essential relations. That in their appearance things often represent themselves in inverted form is pretty well known in every science except political economy. Footnote: On the other hand, the attempt to explain such expressions as merely poetic license only shows the impotence of the analysis. Hence, in answer to Proudhon's phrase, labor is called value, not as being a commodity itself, but in view of the values supposed to be potentially embodied in it. The value of labor is a figurative expression, etc. I have remarked, in labor, commodity, which is a frightful reality, he, Proudhon, sees nothing but a grammatical ellipsis. The whole of existing society, then, based upon labor commodity, is henceforth based upon poetic license, on a figurative expression. Does society desire to eliminate all the inconveniences which trouble it, it has only to eliminate all the ill-sounding terms. Let it change the language, and for that it has only to address itself to the Academy, and ask it for a new edition of its dictionary. Karl Marx, Misère de la Philosophie, pages 34 and 35. It is naturally still more convenient to understand by value nothing at all. Then one can without difficulty subsume everything under this category. Thus, e.g., J.B. say, what is value? Answer, that which a thing is worth. And what is price? Answer, the value of a thing expressed in money. And why has agriculture a value? Answer, because one sets a price on it. Therefore, value is what a thing is worth, and the land has its value, because its value is expressed in money. This is anyhow a very simple way of explaining the why and the wherefore of things. End note. Classical political economy borrowed from everyday life the category price of labor without further criticism, and then simply asked the question, how is this price determined? It soon recognized that the change in the relations of demand and supply explained in regard to the price of labor, as of all other commodities, nothing except its changes, i.e., the oscillations of the market price above or below a certain mean. If demand and supply balance, the oscillation of price ceases, all other conditions remaining the same. But then demand and supply also cease to explain anything. The price of labor, at the moment when demand and supply are in equilibrium, is its natural price, determined independently of the relation of demand and supply. And how this price is determined is just the question. Or a larger period of oscillations in the market price is taken, e.g. a year, and they are found to cancel one the other, leaving a mean average quantity, a relatively constant magnitude. This had naturally to be determined otherwise than by its own compensating variations. This price, which always finally predominates over the accidental market prices of labor and regulates them, this necessary price, physiocrats, or natural price of labor, Adam Smith, can, as with all other commodities, be nothing else than its value expressed in money. In this way, political economy expected to penetrate athwart the accidental prices of labor, to the value of labor. As with other commodities, this value is determined by the cost of production. But what is the cost of production of the laborer, i.e., the cost of producing or reproducing the laborer himself? This question unconsciously substituted itself in political economy for the original one, For the search after the cost of production of labor, as such, turned into a circle and never left the spot. What economists therefore call value of labor is in fact the value of labor power, as it exists in the personality of the laborer, which is as different from its function, labor, as a machine is from the work it performs. Occupied with the difference between the market price of labor and its so-called value, with the relation of this value to the rate of profit and to the values of the commodities produced by the means of labor, they never discovered that the course of analysis had led not only from the market prices of labor to its presumed value, but had led to the resolution of this value of labor itself into the value of labor power. Classical economy never arrived at a consciousness of the results of its own analysis. It accepted uncritically the categories value of labor, natural price of labor, etc., as final and as adequate expressions for the value relation under consideration, and was thus led, as will be seen later, into inextricable confusion and contradiction, while it offered to the vulgar economists a secure basis of operations for their shallowness, which on principle worships appearances only. Let us next see how value and price of labor power present themselves in this transformed condition as wages. We know that the daily value of labor power is calculated upon a certain length of the laborer's life, to which again corresponds a certain length of working day. Assume the habitual working day as 12 hours, the daily value of labor power as 3 shillings, the expression in money of a value that embodies 6 hours of labor. If the laborer receives 3 shillings, then he receives the value of his labor power functioning through 12 hours. If now this value of a day's labor power is expressed as the value of a day's labor itself, we have the formula: 12 hours labor has a value of 3 shillings. The value of labor power thus determines the value of labor, or, expressed in money, its necessary price. If, on the other hand, the price of labor power differs from its value, in like manner the price of labor differs from its so-called value. As the value of labor is only an irrational expression for the value of labor power, it follows, of course, that the value of labor must always be less than the value it produces. For the capitalist always makes labor power to work longer than is necessary for the reproduction of its own value. In the above example, the value of labor power that functions through 12 hours is 3 shillings, a value for the reproduction of which 6 hours are required. The value which the labor power produces is, on the other hand, 6 shillings, because it in fact functions during 12 hours, and the value it produces depends not on its own value, but on the length of time it is in action. Thus we have a result absurd at first sight, that labor which creates a value of 6 shillings possesses a value of 3 shillings. Footnote. See also Zur Kritik, etc., page 40, where I state that, in the portion of that work that deals with capital, this problem will be solved. How does production, on the basis of exchange value determined simply by labor time, lead to the result that the exchange value of labor is less than the exchange value of its product? End note. We see, further, the value of 3 shillings, by which a part only of the working day, i.e., 6 hours labor, is paid for, appears as the value or price of the whole working day of 12 hours, which thus includes 6 hours unpaid for. The wage form thus extinguishes every trace of the division of the working day into necessary labor and surplus labor, into paid and unpaid labor. All labor appears as paid labor. In the corvée, the labor of the worker for himself, and his compulsory labor for his lord, differ in space and time in the clearest possible way. In slave labor, even that part of the working day in which the slave is only replacing the value of his own means of existence, in which, therefore, in fact, he works for himself alone, appears as labor for his master. All the slave's labor appears as unpaid labor. Footnote. The Morning Star, a London free trade organ, naive to silliness, protested again and again during the American Civil War, with all the moral indignation of which man is capable, that the Negro in the Confederate States worked absolutely for nothing. It should have compared the daily cost of such a Negro with that of the free workman in the East End of London. End note. In wage labor, on the contrary, even surplus labor, or unpaid labor, appears as paid. There the property relation conceals the labor of the slave for himself. Here the money relation conceals the unrequited labor of the wage laborer. Hence we may understand the decisive importance of the transformation of value and price of labor power into the form of wages, or into the value and price of labor itself. This phenomenal form, which makes the actual relation invisible, and indeed shows the direct opposite of that relation, forms the basis of all the juridical notions of both laborer and capitalist, of all the mystifications of the capitalist mode of production, of all its illusions as to liberty, of all the apologetic shifts of the vulgar economists. If history took a long time to get at the bottom of the mystery of wages, nothing, on the other hand, is more easy to understand than the necessity, the raison d'être, of this phenomenon. The exchange between capital and labor at first presents itself to the mind in the same guise as the buying and selling of all other commodities. The buyer gives a certain sum of money, the seller an article of a nature different from money. The jurist's consciousness recognizes in this, at most, a material difference, expressed in the juridically equivalent formula: du et dus, du ut facius, facio et dus, facio ut facius. Footnote: I give in order that you may give, I give in order that you may produce, I produce so that you may give, I produce so that you may produce. Endnote. Furthermore, exchange value and use value, being intrinsically incommensurable magnitudes, the expressions value of labor, price of labor, do not seem more irrational than the expressions value of cotton, price of cotton. Moreover, the laborer is paid after he has given his labor. In its function of means of payment, money realizes subsequently the value or price of the article supplied, i.e., in this particular case, the value or price of the labor supplied. Finally, the use value supplied by the laborer to the capitalist is not, in fact, his labor power, but its function, some definite useful labor, the work of tailoring, shoemaking, spinning, etc., that this same labor is, on the other hand, the universal value-creating element, and thus possesses a property by which it differs from all other commodities, is beyond the cognizance of the ordinary mind. Let us put ourselves in the place of the laborer who receives for 12 hours' labor, say, the value produced by 6 hours' labor, say 3 shillings. For him, in fact, his 12 hours' labor is the means of buying the 3 shillings. The value of his labor power may vary, with the value of his usual means of subsistence, from 3 to 4 shillings, or from 3 to 2 shillings, or if the value of his labor power remains constant, its price may, in consequence of changing relations of demand and supply, rise to 4 shillings or fall to 2 shillings. He always gives 12 hours of labor. Every change in the amount of the equivalent that he receives appears to him, therefore, necessarily as a change in the value or price of his 12 hours' work. This circumstance misled Adam Smith, who treated the working day as a constant quantity, to the assertion that the value of labor is constant, although the value of the means of subsistence may vary, and the same working day, therefore, may represent itself in more or less money for the laborer. Footnote: Adam Smith only accidentally alludes to the variation of the working day when he is referring to piece wages. Endnote. Let us consider, on the other hand, the capitalist. He wishes to receive as much labor as possible for as little money as possible. Practically, therefore, the only thing that interests him is the difference between the price of labor power and the value which its function creates. But then he tries to buy all commodities as cheaply as possible, and always accounts for his profit by simple cheating, or buying under and selling over the value. Hence he never comes to see that, if such a thing as the value of labor really existed, and he really paid to this value, no capital would exist, his money would not be turned into capital. Moreover, the actual movement of wages presents phenomena which seem to prove that not the value of labor power is paid, but the value of its function, of labor itself. We may reduce these phenomena to 2 great classes. 1. Change of wages with the changing length of the working day. One might as well conclude that not the value of a machine is paid, but that of its working, because it costs more to hire a machine for a week than for a day. 2. The individual difference in the wages of different laborers who do the same kind of work. We find this individual difference, but are not deceived by it, in the system of slavery, where frankly and openly, without any circumlocution, labor power itself is sold. Only in the slave system, the advantage of a labor power above the average, and the disadvantage of a labor power below the average, affects the slave owner. In the wage labor system it affects the laborer himself, because his labor power is, in the one case, sold by himself, in the other by a third person. For the rest, in respect to the phenomenal form, value and price of labor, or wages, as contrasted with the essential relation manifested therein, viz., the value and price of labor power, the same difference holds in respect to all phenomena and their hidden substratum. The former appear directly and spontaneously as current modes of thought; the latter must first be discovered by science. Classical political economy nearly touches the true relation of things, without, however, consciously formulating it. This it cannot, so long as it sticks in its bourgeois skin. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of Kapital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kapital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Friedrich Engels. Part 6. Wages. Chapter 20. Time Wages. Wages themselves again take many forms, a fact not recognizable in the ordinary economic treatises which, exclusively interested in the material side of the question, neglect every difference of form. An exposition of all these forms, however, belongs to the special study of wage labor, not, therefore, to this work. Still, the two fundamental forms must be briefly worked out here. The sale of labor power, as will be remembered, takes place for a definite period of time. The converted form under which the daily, weekly, etc. value of labor power presents itself is hence that of time wages, therefore day wages, etc. Next, it is to be noted that the laws set forth in the 17th chapter on the changes in the relative magnitudes of price of labor power and surplus value pass by a simple transformation of form into laws of wages. Similarly, the distinction between the exchange value of labor power and the sum of the necessaries of life into which this value is converted now reappears as the distinction between nominal and real wages. It would be useless to repeat here, with regard to the phenomenal form, what has been already worked out in the substantial form. We limit ourselves therefore to a few points characteristic of time wages. The sum of money, 1, which the laborer receives for his daily or weekly labor, forms the amount of his nominal wages, or of his wages estimated in value. But it is clear that according to the length of the working day, that is, according to the amount of actual labor daily supplied, the same daily or weekly wage may represent very different prices of labor, i.e., very different sums of money for the same quantity of labor. Note: the value of money itself is here always supposed constant. End note. Note: the price of labor is the sum paid for a given quantity of labor. Sir Edward West, Price of Corn and Wages of Labor, London, 1836, page 67. West is the author of the anonymous Essay on the Application of Capital to Land, by a Fellow of the University College of Oxford, London, 1815. An epoch-making work in the history of political economy. End note. We must, therefore, in considering time wages, again distinguish between the sum total of the daily or weekly wages, etc., and the price of labor. How, then, to find this price, i.e., the money value of a given quantity of labor? The average price of labor is found, when the average daily value of the labor power is divided by the average number of hours in the working day. If, e.g., the daily value of labor power is 3 shillings, the value of the product of 6 working hours, and if the working day is 12 hours, the price of 1 working hour is 3/12 shillings, or 3 pence. The price of the working hour thus found serves as the unit of measure for the price of labor. It follows, therefore, that the daily and weekly wages, etc., may remain the same, although the price of labor falls constantly. If, for example, the habitual working day is 10 hours, and the daily value of the labor power 3 shillings, the price of the working hour is 3 3/5 pence. It falls to 3 shillings as soon as the working day rises to 12 hours, to 2 2/5 pence as soon as it rises to 15 hours. Daily or weekly wages remain, despite all this, unchanged. On the contrary, the daily or weekly wages may rise, although the price of labor remains constant or even falls. If, for example, the working day is 10 hours, and the daily value of labor power 3 shillings, the price of 1 working hour is 3 3/5 pence. If the laborer, in consequence of increase of trade, works 12 hours, the price of labor remaining the same, his daily wages now rise to 3 shillings 1 1/5 pence, without any variation in the price of labor. The same result might follow if, instead of the extensive amount of labor, its intensive amount increased. Footnote: the wages of labor depend upon the price of labor and the quantity of labor performed. An increase in the wages of labor does not necessarily imply an enhancement of the price of labor. From fuller employment and greater exertions, the wages of labor may be considerably increased, while the price of labor may continue the same. West, Op. Cit., pages 67, 68, 112. The main question, how is the price of labor determined, West, however, dismisses with mere banalities. End note. The rise of the nominal day or weekly wages may therefore be accompanied by a price of labor that remains stationary or falls. The same holds as to the income of the laborer's family, as soon as the quantity of labor expended by the head of the family is increased by the labor of the members of his family. There are, therefore, methods of lowering the price of labor independent of the reduction of the nominal daily or weekly wages. Footnote: this is perceived by the fanatical representative of the industrial bourgeoisie of the 18th century, the author of the Essay on Trade and Commerce, often quoted by us, although he puts the matter in a confused way. It is the quantity of labor and not the price of it, he means by this the nominal daily or weekly wages, that is determined by the price of provisions and other necessaries. Reduce the price of necessaries very low, and of course you reduce the quantity of labor in proportion. Master manufacturers know that there are various ways of raising and felling the price of labor, besides that of altering its nominal amount. Op. Cit., pages 48 and 61. In his 3 lectures on the rate of wages, London, 1830, in which N.W. Senior uses West's work without mentioning it, he says, "The laborer is principally interested in the amount of wages," page 14, that is to say, the laborer is principally interested in what he receives, the nominal sum of his wages, not in that in which he gives, the amount of labor. End note. As a general law it follows that, given the amount of daily or weekly labor, etc., the daily or weekly wages depend on the price of labor, which itself varies either with the value of labor power or with the difference between its price and its value. Given, on the other hand, the price of labor, the daily or weekly wages depend on the quantity of the daily or weekly labor. The unit measure for time wages, the price of the working hour, is the quotient of the value of a day's labor power, divided by the number of hours of the average working day. Let the latter be 12 hours, and the daily value of labor power 3 shillings, the value of the product of 6 hours of labor. Under these circumstances the price of a working hour is 3 pence. The value produced in it is 6 pence. If the laborer is now employed less than 12 hours, or less than 6 days in the week, e.g. only 6 or 8 hours, he receives with this price of labor only 2 shillings, or 1 shilling 6 pence a day. Footnote: the effect of such an abnormal lessening of employment is quite different from that of a general reduction of the working day enforced by law. The former has nothing to do with the absolute length of the working day, and may occur just as well in a working day of 15 as of 6 hours. The normal price of labor is in the first case calculated on the laborer working 15 hours, in the second case on his working 6 hours a day on the average. The result is therefore the same, if he in the one case is employed for only 7 1/2, in the other for 3 hours. End note. As on our hypothesis he must work on the average 6 hours daily in order to produce a day's wage corresponding merely to the value of his labor power, as according to the same hypothesis he works only half of every hour for himself and half for the capitalist, it is clear that he cannot obtain for himself the value of the product of 6 hours if he is employed less than 12 hours. In previous chapters we saw the destructive consequences of overwork. Here we find the sources of the sufferings that result to the laborer from his insufficient employment. If the hour's wage is fixed so that the capitalist does not bind himself to pay a day's or week's wage, but only to pay wages for the hours during which he chooses to employ the laborer, he can employ him for a shorter time than that which is originally the basis of the calculation of the hour wage, or the unit measure of the price of labor. Since this unit is determined by the ratio daily value of labor power over working day of a given number of hours, it, of course, loses all meaning as soon as the working day ceases to contain a definite number of hours. The connection between the paid and the unpaid labor is destroyed. The capitalist can now wring from the labor a certain quantity of surplus labor without allowing him the labor time necessary for his own subsistence. He can annihilate all regularity of employment, and according to his own convenience, caprice, and the interest of the moment, make the most enormous overwork alternate with relative or absolute cessation of work. He can, under the pretense of paying the normal price of labor, abnormally lengthen the working day without any corresponding compensation to the laborer. Hence the perfectly rational revolt in 1860 of the London laborers, employed in the building trades, against the attempt of the capitalists to impose on them this sort of wage by the hour. The legal limitation of the working day puts an end to such mischief, although not, of course, to the diminution of employment caused by the competition of machinery, by changes in the quality of the laborers employed, and by crisis, partial or general. With an increasing daily or weekly wage, the price of labor may remain nominally constant, and yet may fall below its normal level. This occurs every time that, the price of labor, reckoned per working hour, remaining constant, the working day is prolonged beyond its customary length. If in the fraction daily value of labor power over working day, the denominator increases, the numerator increases yet more rapidly. The value of labor power, as dependent on its wear and tear, increases with the duration of its functioning, and in more rapid proportion than the increase of that duration. In many branches of industry, where time wage is the general rule without legal limits to the working time, the habit has, therefore, spontaneously grown up of regarding the working day as normal only up to a certain point, e.g., up to the expiration of the 10th hour, normal working day, the day's work, the regular hours of work. Beyond this limit the working time is overtime, and is, taking the hour as a unit measure, paid better, extra pay, although often in a proportion ridiculously small. The normal working day exists here as a fraction of the actual working day, and the latter, often during the whole year, lasts longer than the former. The increase in the price of labor with the extension of the working day beyond a certain normal limit takes such a shape in various British industries that the low price of labor during the so-called normal time compels the laborer to work during the better paid overtime, if he wishes to obtain a sufficient wage at all. Legal limitation of the working day puts an end to these amenities. Footnote: the rate of payment for overtime in lace making is so small, from 1/2 pence and 3/4 pence to 2 pence per hour, that it stands in painful contrast to the amount of injury produced to the health and stamina of the workpeople. The small amount thus earned is also often obliged to be spent in extra nourishment. Child Employment Commission, Second Report, page 16, note 117. End note. Note: for example, in paper staining before the recent introduction into this trade of the Factory Act. We work on with no stoppage for meals, so that the day's work of 10½ hours is finished by 4:30 p.m., and all after that is overtime, and we seldom leave off working before 6 p.m., so that we are really working overtime the whole year round. Mr. Smith's Evidence in Children's Employment Commission, First Report, page 125. End note. Note: for example, in the Scotch bleaching works. In some parts of Scotland this trade, before the introduction of the Factory Act in 1862, was carried on by a system of overtime, i.e., 10 hours a day were the regular hours of work, for which a nominal wage of 1 shilling 2 pence per day was paid to a man, there being every day overtime for 3 or 4 hours, paid at the rate of 3 pence per hour. The effect of this system: a man could not earn more than 8 shillings per week when working the ordinary hours. Without overtime pay they could not earn a fair day's wages. Report of the Inspector of Factories, April 30, 1863, page 10. The higher wages, for getting adult males to work longer hours, are a temptation too strong to be resisted. Report of the Inspector of Factories, April 30, 1848, page 5. The bookbinding trade in the City of London employs very many young girls from 14 to 15 years old, and that under indentures which prescribe certain definite hours of labor. Nevertheless, they work in the last week of each month until 10, 11, 12, or 1 o'clock at night, along with the older laborers, in a very mixed company. The masters tempt them by extra pay and supper, which they eat in neighboring public houses. The great debauchery thus produced among these young immortals, Children's Employment Commission, 5th Report, page 44, note 191, is compensated by the fact that among the rest many Bibles and religious books are bound by them. End note. Note. See Reports of the Inspector of Factories, 30th April 1863, page 10. With very accurate appreciation of the state of things, the London labourers employed in the building trades declared, during the great strike and lockout of 1860, that they would only accept wages by the hour under two conditions. 1. That, with the price of the working hour, a normal working day of 9 and 10 hours respectively should be fixed, and that the price of the hour for the 10 hours working day should be higher than that for the hour of the 9 hours working day. 2. That every hour beyond the normal working day should be reckoned as overtime, and proportionally more highly paid. End note. It is a fact generally known that, the longer the working days in any branch of industry, the lower are the wages. A. Redgrave, factory inspector, illustrates this by a comparative review of the 20 years from 1839 to 1859, according to which wages rose in the factories under the 10 hours law, whilst they fell in the factories in which the work lasted 14 to 15 hours daily. Footnote. It is a very notable thing, too, that where long hours are the rule, small wages are also. Report of the Inspector of Factories, 31st October 1863, page 9. The work which obtains the scanty pittance of food is, for the most part, excessively prolonged. Public Health, 6th Report, 1864, page 15. End note. Note. Report of the Inspector of Factories, 30th of April, 1860, page 31-32. End note. From the law, the price of labor being given, the daily or weekly wage depends on the quantity of labor expended. It follows, first of all, that the lower the price of labor, the greater must be the quantity of labor, or the longer must be the working day for the laborer to secure even a miserable average wage. The lowness of the price of labor acts here as a stimulus to the extension of the labor time. Footnote. The hand nail makers in England, for example, have, on account of the low price of labor, to work 15 hours a day in order to hammer out their miserable weekly wage. It's a great many hours in a day, 6 a.m. to 8 p.m., and he has to work hard all the time to get 11 pence or 1 shilling, and there is the wear of the tools, the cost of firing, and something for waste iron to go out of this, which takes off altogether 2.5 pence or 3 pence. Children's Employment Commission, 3rd Report, page 136, note 671. The women earn by the same working time a week's wage of only 5 shillings. First C, page 137, note 674. End note. On the other hand, the extension of the working time produces, in its turn, a fall in the price of labor, and with this a fall in the day's or week's wages. The determination of the price of labor is given by the daily value of labor power over working day of a given number of hours, which shows that a mere prolongation of the working day lowers the price of labor, if no compensation steps in. But the same circumstances which allow the capitalist in the long run to prolong the working day also allow him first, and compel him finally, to nominally lower the price of labor until the total price of the increased number of hours is lowered, and therefore the daily or weekly wage. Reference to 2 circumstances is sufficient here. If one man does the work of 1.5 or 2 men, the supply of labor increases, although the supply of labor power on the market remains constant. The competition thus created between the laborers allows the capitalist to beat down the price of labor, whilst the falling price of labor allows him, on the other hand, to screw up still further the working time. Note. If a factory hand, for example, refused to work the customary long hours, he would very shortly be replaced by somebody who would work any length of time, and thus be thrown out of employment. Reports of Inspectors of Factories, 30th April 1848. Evidence, page 39, note 58. If one man performs the work of 2, the rate of profits will generally be raised, in consequence of the additional supply of labor having diminished its price. Senior, 1st C, page 15, end note. Soon, however, this command over abnormal quantities of unpaid labor, i.e., quantities in excess of the average social amount, becomes a source of competition amongst the capitalists themselves. A part of the price of the commodity consists of the price of labor. The unpaid part of the labor price need not be reckoned in the price of the commodity. It may be presented to the buyer. This is the first step to which competition leads. The second step to which it drives is to exclude also from the selling price of the commodity at least a part of the abnormal surplus value created by the extension of the working day. In this way an abnormally low selling price of the commodity arises, at first sporadically, and becomes fixed by degrees, a lower selling price which henceforward becomes the constant basis of a miserable wage for an excessive working time, as originally it was the product of these very circumstances. This movement is simply indicated here, as the analysis of competition does not belong to this part of our subject. Nevertheless, the capitalist may, for a moment, speak for himself. In Birmingham there is so much competition of masters, one against another, that many are obliged to do things as employers that they would otherwise be ashamed of, and yet no more money is made, but only the public gets the benefit. Footnote: Children's Employment Commission, 3rd Report, Evidence, page 66, note 22. End note. The reader will remember the two sorts of London bakers, of whom one sold the bread at its full price, the full-priced bakers, the other below its normal price, the underpriced, the undersellers. The full-priced denounced their rivals before the Parliamentary Committee of Inquiry. They only exist now by first defrauding the public, and next getting 18 hours' work out of their men for 12 hours' wages. The unpaid labor of the men was made the source whereby the competition was carried on, and continues so to this day. The competition among the master bakers is the cause of the difficulty in getting rid of night work. An underseller, who sells his bread below the cost price according to the price of flour, must make it up by getting more out of the labor of the men. If I got only 12 hours' work out of my men, and my neighbor got 18 or 20, he must beat me in the selling price. If the men could insist on payment for overwork, this would be set right. A large number of those employed by the undersellers are foreigners and youths, who are obliged to accept almost any wages they can obtain. Note: Report, etc., relative to the grievances complained of by the journeyman bakers, London, 1862, page 411, and Ibid Evidence, notes 479, 357, 27. Anyhow, the full-priced bakers, as was mentioned above, and as their spokesman, Bennett himself, admits, make their men generally begin work at 11 p.m., up to 8 o'clock the next morning. They are then engaged all day long, as late as 7 o'clock in the evening. First see page 22, end note. This Jeremiad is also interesting because it shows how the appearance of only the relations of production mirrors itself in the brain of the capitalist. The capitalist does not know that the normal price of labor also includes a definite quantity of unpaid labor, and that this very unpaid labor is the normal source of his gain. The category of surplus labor time does not exist at all for him, since it is included in the normal working day, which he thinks he has paid for in the day's wages. But overtime does exist for him, the prolongation of the working day beyond the limits corresponding with the usual price of labor. Face to face with his underselling competitor, he even insists upon extra pay for this overtime. He again does not know that this extra pay includes unpaid labor, just as well as does the price of the customary hour of labor. For example, the price of 1 hour of the 12 hours working day is 3 pence, say the value product of half a working hour, whilst the price of the overtime working hour is 4 pence, or the value product of 2/3 of a working hour. In the first case, the capitalist appropriates himself 1/2; in the second, 1/3 of the working hour, without paying for it. End of chapter 20. Part 6, Chapter 21, of Kapital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kapital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the 3rd German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Friedrich Engels. Part 6. Wages. Chapter 21. Peace Wages. Wages by the piece are nothing else than a converted form of wages by time, just as wages by time are a converted form of the value or price of labor power. In piece wages it seems at first sight as if the use value bought from the laborer was, not the function of his labor power, living labor, but labor already realized in the product, and as if the price of this labor was determined, not as with time wages, by the fraction equals daily value of labor power over the working day of a given number of hours, but by the capacity for the work of the producer. Footnote: the system of piecework illustrates an epoch in the history of the working man. It is halfway between the position of the mere day laborer depending upon the will of the capitalist, and the cooperative artisan, who in the not distant future promises to combine the artisan and capitalist in his own person. Piece workers are in fact their own masters, even whilst working upon the capital of the employer. John Watts, Trade Societies and Strikes, Machinery and Cooperative Societies. Manchester, 1865, pages 52 and 53. I quote this little work because it is a very sink of all long ago rotten apologetic commonplaces. This same Mr. Watts earlier traded an Owenism, and published in 1842 another pamphlet, Facts and Fictions of Political Economists, in which among other things he declares that property is robbery. That was long ago. End note. The confidence that trusts in this appearance ought to receive a first severe shock from the fact that both forms of wages exist side by side, simultaneously in the same branches of industry. For example, the compositors of London as a general rule work by the piece, time work being the exception, while those in the country work by the day, the exception being work by the piece. The shipwrights of the Port of London work by the job or piece, whilst those of all other parts work by the day. Footnote: T.J. Dunning, Trades Unions and Strikes, London, 1860, page 22. End note. In the same saddlery shops of London, often for the same work, piece wages are paid to the French, time wages to the English. In the regular factories in which throughout piece wages predominate, particular kinds of work are unsuitable to this form of wage, and are therefore paid by time. Footnote: how the existence, side by side and simultaneously, of these two forms of wage favors the master's cheating. A factory employs 400 people, the half of which work by the piece, and have a direct interest in working longer hours. The other 200 are paid by the day, work equally long with the others, and get no more money for their overtime. The work of these 200 people for half an hour a day is equal to one person's work for 50 hours, or 5/6 of one person's labor in a week, and is a positive gain to the employer. Reports of Inspectors of Factories, 31st October, 1860, page 9. Overwork to a very considerable extent still prevails, and in most instances with that security against detection and punishment which the law itself affords. I have in many former reports shown the injury to workpeople who are not allowed on piecework, but receive weekly wages. Leonard Homer, in Reports of Inspector of Factories, 30th April, 1859, pages 8 and 9. End note. But it is, moreover, self-evident that the difference of form in the payment of wages alters in no way their essential nature, although the one form may be more favorable to the development of capitalist production than the other. Let the ordinary working day contain 12 hours, of which 6 are paid, 6 unpaid. Let its value product be 6 shillings, that of 1 hour's labor, therefore 6 pence. Let us suppose that, as the result of experience, a laborer who works with the average amount of intensity and skill, who, therefore, gives in fact only the time socially necessary to the production of an article, supplies in 12 hours 24 pieces, either distinct products or measurable parts of a continuous whole. Then the value of these 24 pieces, after subtraction of the portion of constant capital contained in them, is 6 shillings, and the value of a single piece 3 pence. The laborer receives 1½ pence per piece, and thus earns in 12 hours 3 shillings. Just as with time wages, it does not matter whether we assume that the laborer works 6 hours for himself and 6 hours for the capitalist, or half of every hour for himself and the other half for the capitalist. So here it does not matter whether we say that each individual piece is half paid and half unpaid for, or that the price of 12 pieces is the equivalent only of the value of the labor power, whilst in the other 12 pieces surplus value is incorporated. The form of piece wages is just as irrational as that of time wages. Whilst in our example 2 pieces of a commodity, after subtraction of the value of the means of production consumed in them, are worth 6d as being the product of 1 hour, the labourer receives for them a price of 3d. Piece wages do not, in fact, distinctly express any relation of value. It is not, therefore, a question of measuring the value of the piece by the working time incorporated in it, but, on the contrary, of measuring the working time the labourer has expended by the number of pieces he has produced. In time wages, the labour is measured by its immediate duration; in piece wages, by the quantity of products in which the labour has embodied itself during a given time. The price of labour time itself is finally determined by the equation, value of a day's labour equals daily value of labour power. Piece wage is, therefore, only a modified form of time wage. Footnote: wages can be measured in 2 ways, either by the duration of the labour or by its product. Abrégé l'élémentaire des principes de l'économie politique. Paris, 1796, page 32. The author of this anonymous work, G. Garnier. Endnote. Let us now consider a little more closely the characteristic peculiarities of piece wages. The quality of the labour is here controlled by the work itself, which must be of average perfection if the piece price is to be paid in full. Piece wages become, from this point of view, the most fruitful source of reductions of wages and capitalistic cheating. They furnish to the capitalist an exact measure for the intensity of labour. Only the working time, which is embodied in a quantum of commodities determined beforehand, and experimentally fixed, counts as socially necessary working time, and is paid as such. In the larger workshops of the London tailors, therefore, a certain piece of work, a waistcoat, for example, is called an hour, or half an hour; the hour is 6d. By practice it is known how much is the average product of 1 hour. With new fashions, repairs, etc., a contest arises between master and labourer as to whether a particular piece of work is 1 hour, and so on, until here also experience decides. Similarly in the London furniture workshops, etc. If the labourer does not possess the average capacity, if he cannot in consequence supply a certain minimum of work per day, he is dismissed. Footnote: so much weight of cotton is delivered to him, the spinner, and he has to return by a certain time, in lieu of it, a given weight of twist or yarn, of a certain degree of fineness, and he is paid so much per pound for all that he returns. If his work is defective in quality, the penalty falls on him; if less in quantity than the minimum fixed for a given time, he is dismissed and an abler operative procured. First see, page 317, end note. Since the quality and intensity of the work are here controlled by the form of wage itself, superintendence of labour becomes in great part superfluous. Piece wages therefore lay the foundation of the modern domestic labour, described above, as well as of a hierarchically organized system of exploitation and oppression. The latter has 2 fundamental forms. On the one hand, piece wages facilitate the interposition of parasites between the capitalist and the wage labourer, the subletting of labour. The gain of these middlemen comes entirely from the difference between the labour price which the capitalist pays and the part of that price which they actually allow to reach the labourer. Footnote: it is when work passes through several hands, each of which is to take a share of profits, while only the last does the work, that the pay which reaches the workwoman is miserably disproportioned. Children's Employment Commission, Second Report, page 120, note 424. End note. In England this system is characteristically called the sweating system. On the other hand, piece wage allows the capitalist to make a contract for so much per piece with the head labourer in manufactures with the chief of some group, in mines with the extractor of the coal, in the factory with the actual machine worker, at a price for which the head labourer himself undertakes the enlisting and payment of his assistant workpeople. The exploitation of the labourer by capital is here effected through the exploitation of the labourer by the labourer. Footnote: even Watts, the apologetic, remarks, "It would be a great improvement to the system of piecework if all the men employed on a job were partners in the contract, each according to his abilities, instead of one man being interested in overworking his fellows for his own benefit. First see page 53. On the vileness of this system, see, for example, Children's Employment Commission Report the 3rd, page 66, note 22, page 11, note 124, page 11, note 13, 53, 59, and etc. End note. Given piece wage, it is naturally the personal interest of the laborer to strain his labor power as intensely as possible. This enables the capitalist to raise more easily the normal degree of intensity of labor. Footnote: this spontaneous result is often artificially helped along, i.e., in the engineering trade of London, a customary trick is the selecting of a man who possesses superior physical strength and quickness as the principal of several workmen, and paying him an additional rate, by the quarter or otherwise, with the understanding that he is to exert himself to the utmost to induce the others, who are only paid the ordinary wages, to keep up to him. Without any comment, this will go far to explain many of the complaints of stinting the action, superior skill, and working power made by the employers against the men. In Trades Unions, Dunning, 1st C, pages 22 and 23. As the author is himself a laborer and secretary of a trades union, this might be taken for exaggeration. But the reader may compare the highly respectable Cyclopedia of Agriculture of J.C. Morton, article The Laborer, where this method is recommended to the farmers as an approved one. End note. It is moreover now the personal interest of the laborer to lengthen the working day, since with it his daily or weekly wages rise. This gradually brings on a reaction like that already described in time wages, without reckoning that the prolongation of the working day, even if the piece wage remains constant, includes of necessity a fall in the price of the labor. Footnote: all those who are paid by piecework profit by the transgression of the legal limits of work. This observation as to the willingness to work overtime is especially applicable to the women employed as weavers and reelers. Report of Inspector of Factories, 30th April, 1858, page 9. This system, piecework, so advantageous to the employer, tends directly to encourage the young potter greatly to overwork himself during the 4 or 5 years during which he is employed in the piecework system, but at low wages. This is another great cause to which the bad constitutions of the potters are to be attributed. Children's Employment Commission First Report, page 8. End note. In time wages, with few exceptions, the same wage holds for the same kind of work, whilst in piece wages, though the price of the working time is measured by a certain quantity of product, the day's or week's wage will vary with the individual differences of the laborers, of whom one supplies, in a given time, the minimum of product only, another the average, a third more than the average. With regard to actual receipts there is, therefore, great variety according to the different skill, energy, strength, staying power, etc., of the individual laborers. Footnote: where the work in any trade is paid for by the piece at so much per job, wages may very materially differ in amount. But in work by the day there is generally an uniform rate, recognized by both employer and employed as the standard of wages for the general run of workmen in the trade. Dunning, 1st C, page 17. End note. Of course this does not alter the general relations between capital and wage labor. First, the individual differences balance one another in the workshop as a whole, while thus supplies, in a given working time, the average product, and the total wages paid will be the average wages of that particular branch of industry. Second, the proportion between wages and surplus value remains unaltered, since the mass of surplus labor supplied by each particular laborer corresponds with the wage received by him. But the wider scope that piece wage gives to individuality tends to develop on the one hand that individuality, and with it the sense of liberty, independence, and self-control of the laborers, and on the other their competition with one another. Piecework has, therefore, a tendency, while raising individual wages above the average, to lower this average itself. But where a particular rate of piece wage has for a long time been fixed by tradition, and its lowering therefore presented especial difficulties, The masters, in such exceptional cases, sometimes had recourse to its compulsory transformation into time wage. Hence, for example, in 1860, a great strike among the ribbon weavers of Coventry. Piece wage is finally one of the chief supports of the hour system described in the preceding chapter. Footnote: the work of the journeyman artisans will be ruled by the day or by the piece. These master artisans know about how much work a journeyman artisan can do per day in each craft, and often pay them in proportion to the work which they do. The journeymen, therefore, work as much as they can in their own interest, without any further inspection. Cantillon, Essai sur la nature du commerce en général. Amstead, 1756, pages 185 and 202. The first edition appeared in 1755. Cantillon, from whom Quesnay, Sir James Stewart, and A. Smith have largely drawn, already here represents piece wage as simply a modified form of time wage. The French edition of Cantillon professes in its title to be a translation from the English, but the English edition, the Analysis of Trade, Commerce, etc., by Philippe Cantillon, late of the City of London, merchant, is not only of later date, 1759, but proves by its contents that it is a later and revised edition. E.g., in the French edition Hume is not yet mentioned, whilst in the English, on the other hand, Petty hardly figures any longer. The English edition is theoretically less important, but it contains numerous details referring specifically to English commerce, bullion trade, etc., that are wanting in the French text. The words on the title page of the English edition, according to which the work is taken chiefly from the manuscript of a very ingenious gentleman, deceased, and adapted, etc., seem therefore pure fiction, very customary at that time. End note. Note: how often have we seen in some workshops many more workers recruited than the work actually called for? On many occasions, workers are recruited in anticipation of future work, which may never materialize. Because they are paid by piece wages, it is said that no risk is incurred, since any loss of time will be charged against the unemployed. H. Gregor, Les typographes devant le Tribunal Correctionnel de Bruxelles, Brussels, 1865, page 9. End note. From what has been shown so far, it follows that piece wage is the form of wages most in harmony with the capitalist mode of production. Although by no means new, it figures side by side with time wages officially in the French and English labor statutes of the 14th century. It only conquers a larger field for action during the period of manufacture, properly so called. In the stormy youth of modern industry, especially from 1797 to 1815, it served as a lever for the lengthening of the working day, and the lowering of wages. Very important materials for the fluctuation of wages during that period are to be found in the Blue Books. Report and evidence from the Select Committee on Petitions respecting the Corn Laws, Parliamentary Session of 1813–14, and report from the Lords' Committee on the state of growth, commerce, and consumption of grain, and all laws relating thereto, Session of 1814–15. Here we find documentary evidence of the constant lowering of the price of labor from the beginning of the anti-Jacobin War. In the weaving industry, for example, piece wages had fallen so low that in spite of the very great lengthening of the working day, the daily wages were then lower than before. The real earnings of the cotton weaver are now far less than they were. His superiority over the common laborer, which at first was very great, has now almost entirely ceased. Indeed, the difference in the wages of skilful and common labor is far less now than at any former period. Remarks on the Commercial Policy of Great Britain, London, 1815. End note. How little the increased intensity and extension of labor through piece wages benefited the agricultural proletariat, the following passage borrowed from a work on the side of the landlords and farmers shows. By far the greater part of agricultural operations is done by people who are hired for the day or on piecework. Their weekly wages are about 12 shillings, and although it may be assumed that a man earns on piecework under the greater stimulus to labor 1 shilling or perhaps 2 shillings more than on weekly wages, yet it is found, on calculating his total income, that his loss of employment during the year outweighs this gain. Further, it will generally be found that the wages of these men bear a certain proportion to the price of the necessary means of subsistence, so that a man with 2 children is able to bring up his family without recourse to parish relief. [Footnote: A Defence of the Landowners and Farmers of Great Britain, 1814, pages 4 and 5.] Malthus at that time remarked with reference to the facts published by Parliament: "I confess that I see with misgiving the great extension of the practice of peace wage. Really hard work during 12 or 14 hours of the day, or for any longer time, is too much for any human being." [Footnote: Malthus, Inquiry into the Nature and Progress of Rent, London, 1815. In the workshops under the Factory Acts, peace wages became the general rule, because capital can there only increase the efficacy of the working day by intensifying labor. [Footnote: Those who are paid by piecework constitute probably 4/5 of the workers in the factories. Report of the Inspector of Factories, 30th April 1858.] With the changing productiveness of labor, the same quantum of product represents a varying working time. Therefore, piece wage also varies, for it is the money expression of a determined working time. In our example above, 24 pieces were produced in 12 hours, whilst the value of the product of the 12 hours was 6 shillings, the daily value of labor power 3 shillings, the price of the labor hour 3 pence, and the wage for one piece 1/2 pence. In one piece, half an hour's labor was absorbed. If the same working day now supplies, in consequence of the doubled productiveness of labor, 48 pieces instead of 24, and all other circumstances remain unchanged, then the piece wage falls from 1.5 pence to 3/4 pence, as every piece now only represents 1/4 instead of 1/2 of a working hour. 24 by 1.5 pence equals 3 shillings, and in like manner 48 by 3/4 pence equals 3 shillings. In other words, piece wage is lowered in the same proportion as the number of pieces produced in the same time rises, and therefore as the working time spent on the same piece falls. This change in piece wage, so far purely nominal, leads to constant battles between capitalist and labor. Either because the capitalist uses it as a pretext for actually lowering the price of labor, or because increased productive power of labor is accompanied by an increased intensity of the same, or because the laborer takes seriously the appearance of piece wages, viz., that his product is paid for and not his labor power, and therefore revolts against a lowering of wages, unaccompanied by a lowering in the selling price of the commodity. [Footnote: The productive power of his spinning machine is accurately measured, and the rate of pay for work done with it decreases, with, though not as, the increase of its productive power. Urey, 1st C, page 317. This last apologetic phrase Urey himself again cancels. The lengthening of the mule causes some increase of labor, he admits. The labor does therefore not diminish in the same ratio as its productivity increases. Further, by this increase the productive power of the machine will be augmented 1/5. When this event happens, the spinner will not be paid at the same rate for work done as he was before, but as that rate will not be diminished in the ratio of 1/5, the improvement will augment his money earnings for any given number of hours' work. But the foregoing statement requires a certain modification. The spinner has to pay something additional for juvenile aid out of his additional 6pence, accompanied by displacing a portion of adults. 1st C, page 321, which has in no way a tendency to raise wages. End note. The operatives carefully watch the price of the raw material and the price of manufactured goods, and are thus enabled to form an accurate estimate of their master's profit. Footnote: H. Fawcett, The Economic Position of the British Labourer, Cambridge and London, 1865, page 178. End note. The capitalist rightly knocks on the head such pretensions as gross errors as to the nature of wage labor. He cries out against this usurping attempt to lay taxes on the advance of industry, and declares roundly that the productiveness of labor does not concern the laborer at all. Footnote: In the London Standard of October 26, 1861, there is a report of proceedings of the firm of John Bright and Company before the Rochdale magistrates, to prosecute for intimidation the agents of the Carpet Weavers' Trades Union. Bright's partners had introduced new machinery which would turn out 240 yards of carpet in the time with the labor previously required to produce 160 yards. The workmen had no claim whatever to share in the profits made by the investment of their employer's capital in mechanical improvements. Accordingly, Messrs. Bright proposed to lower the rate of pay from 1.5 pence per yard to 1 pence, leaving the earnings of the men exactly the same as before for the same labor. But there was a nominal reduction, of which the operatives, it is asserted, had not fair warning beforehand. Endnote. Footnote. Trades unions, in their desire to maintain wages, endeavor to share in the benefits of improved machinery. Quelle horreur! The demanding higher wages, because labor is abbreviated, is, in other words, the endeavor to establish a duty on mechanical improvements. On Combination of Trades, New Edition, London, 1834, page 42. Endnote. End chapter 21. Chapter 21 of Kapital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kapital, a critical analysis of capitalist production. Volume 1 by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Friedrich Engels. Part 6. Wages. Chapter 22. National Differences of Wages. In the 17th chapter we were occupied with the manifold combinations which may bring about a change in magnitude of the value of labor power, this magnitude being considered either absolutely or relatively, i.e., as compared with surplus value, whilst, on the other hand, the quantum of the means of subsistence in which the price of labor is realized might again undergo fluctuations independent of, or different from, the changes of this price. Footnote. It is not accurate to say that wages, he deals here with their money expression, are increased, because they purchase more of a cheaper article. David Buchanan, in his edition of Adam Smith's Wealth of Nations, 1814, Volume 1, page 417. Endnote. As has been already said, the simple translation of the value, or respectively of the price, of labor power into the exoteric form of wages transforms all these laws into the laws of the fluctuations of wages. That which appears in these fluctuations of wages within a single country as a series of varying combinations may appear in different countries as contemporaneous difference of national wages. In the comparison of the wages in different nations, we must therefore take into account all the factors that determine changes in the amount of the value of labor power, the price and the extent of the prime necessaries of life, as naturally and historically developed, the cost of training the laborers, the part played by the labor of women and children, the productiveness of labor, its extensive and intensive magnitude. Even the most superficial comparison requires the reduction first of the average day wage for the same trades, in different countries, to a uniform working day. After this reduction to the same terms of the day wages, time wage must again be translated into piece wage, as the latter only can be a measure both of the productivity and the intensity of labor. In every country there is a certain average intensity of labor below which the labor for the production of a commodity requires more than the socially necessary time, and therefore does not reckon as labor of normal quality. Only a degree of intensity above the national average affects, in a given country, the measure of value by the mere duration of the working time. This is not the case on the universal market, whose integral parts are the individual countries. The average intensity of labor changes from country to country. Here it is greater, there less. These national averages form a scale, whose unit of measure is the average unit of universal labor. The more intense national labor, therefore, as compared with the less intense, produces in the same time more value, which expresses itself in more money. But the law of value in its international application is yet more modified by the fact that on the world market the more productive national labor reckons also as the more intense, so long as the more productive nation is not compelled by competition to lower the selling price of its commodities to the level of their value. In proportion as capitalist production is developed in a country, in the same proportion do the national intensity and productivity of labor there rise above the international level. The different quantities of commodities of the same kind, produced in different countries in the same working time, have, therefore, unequal international values, which are expressed in different prices, i.e., in sums of money varying according to international values. The relative value of money will, therefore, be less in the nation with more developed capitalist mode of production than in the nation with less developed. It follows then that the nominal wages, the equivalent of labor power expressed in money, will also be higher in the first nation than in the second, which does not at all prove that this holds also for the real wages, i.e., for the means of subsistence placed at the disposal of the laborer. We shall inquire in another place what circumstances in relation to productivity may modify this law for individual branches of industry. But even apart from these relative differences of the value of money in different countries, it will be found frequently that the daily or weekly, etc., wage in the first nation is higher than in the second, whilst the relative price of labor, i.e., the price of labor as compared both with surplus value and with the value of the product, stands higher in the second than in the first. Footnote: James Anderson remarks in his polemic against Adam Smith, "It deserves likewise to be remarked that although the apparent price of labor is usually lower in poor countries, where the produce of the soil, and grain in general, is cheap, yet it is in fact for the most part really higher than in other countries. For it is not the wages that is given to the laborer per day that constitutes the real price of labor, although it is its apparent price. The real price is that which a certain quantity of work performed actually costs the employer, and considered in this light, labor is, in almost all cases, cheaper in rich countries than in those that are poorer, although the price of grain and other provisions is usually much lower in the last than in the first. Labor estimated by the day is much lower in Scotland than in England. Labor by the piece is generally cheaper in England." James Anderson, Observations on the Means of Exciting a Spirit of National Industry, etc., Edinburgh, 1777, pages 350 and 351. On the contrary, lowness of wages produces, in its turn, dearness of labor. Labor being dearer in Ireland than it is in England, because the wages are so much lower. Note 2079 in Royal Commission on Railways, Minutes, 1867. End note. Member of the Factory Commission of 1833, after careful investigation of the spinning trade, came to the conclusion that, in England, wages are virtually lower to the capitalist, though higher to the operative, than on the continent of Europe. Note: Ure op. Cite, page 314. End note. The English factory inspector, Alexander Redgrave, in his report of 31st October, 1866, proves by comparative statistics with continental states, that in spite of lower wages and much longer working time, continental labor is, in proportion to the product, dearer than English. An English manager of a cotton factory in Oldenburg declares that the working time there lasted from 5:30 a.m. to 8 p.m., Saturdays included, and that the workpeople there, when under English overlookers, did not supply, during this time, quite so much product as the English in 10 hours, but under German overlookers much less. Wages are much lower than in England, in many cases 50%, but the number of hands in proportion to the machinery was much greater, in certain departments in the proportion of 5 to 3. Mr. Redgrave gives very full details as to the Russian cotton factories. The data were given him by an English manager until recently employed there. On this Russian soil, so fruitful of all infamies, the old horrors of the early days of English factories are in full swing. The managers are, of course, English, as the native Russian capitalist is of no use in factory business. Despite all overwork, continued day and night, despite the most shameful underpayment of the workpeople, Russian manufacture manages to vegetate only by prohibition of foreign competition. I give in conclusion a comparative table of Mr. Redgrave's, on the average number of spindles per factory and per spinner in the different countries of Europe. He himself remarks that he had collected these figures a few years ago, and that since that time the size of the factories and the number of spindles per labourer in England has increased. He supposes, however, an approximately equal progress in the continental countries mentioned, so that the numbers given would still have their value for purposes of comparison. Average number of spindles per factory. England, 12,600. France, 1,500. Prussia, 1,500. Belgium, 4,000. Saxony, 4,500. Austria, 7,000. Switzerland, 8,000. Average number of persons employed to spindles. France, 1 to 14 spindles. Russia, 1 to 28 spindles. Prussia, 1 to 37 spindles. Bavaria, 1 to 46 spindles. Austria, 1 to 49 spindles. Belgium, 1 to 50 spindles. Saxony, 1 to 50 spindles. Switzerland, 1 to 55 spindles. Smaller states of Germany, 1 to 55 spindles. Great Britain, 1 to 74 spindles. This comparison, says Mr. Redgrave, is yet more unfavourable to Great Britain, inasmuch as there is so large a number of factories in which weaving by power is carried on in conjunction with spinning, whilst in the table the weavers are not deducted, and the factories abroad are chiefly spinning factories. If it were possible to compare like with like strictly, I could find many cotton spinning factories in my district in which mules containing 2,200 spindles are mined by one man, the minder, and 2 assistants only, turning off daily 220 pounds of yarn, measuring 400 miles in length. Footnote: Reports of the Inspectors of Factories, 31st October 1866, pages 31 through 37. It is well known that in Eastern Europe, as well as in Asia, English companies have undertaken the construction of railways, and have in making them employed side by side with the native labourers a certain number of English working men. Compelled by practical necessity, they thus have had to take into account the national difference in the intensity of labour, but this has brought them no loss. Their experience shows that even if the height of wages corresponds more or less with the average intensity of labour, the relative price of labour varies generally in the inverse direction. In an essay on the rate of wages, one of his first economic writings, H. Carey tries to prove that the wages of the different nations are directly proportional to the degree of productiveness of the national working days, in order to draw from this international relation the conclusion that wages everywhere rise and fall in proportion to the productiveness of labour. The whole of our analysis of the production of surplus value shows the absurdity of this conclusion, even if Carey himself had proved his premises instead of, after his usual uncritical and superficial fashion, shuffling to and fro a confused mass of statistical materials. The best of it is that he does not assert that things actually are as they ought to be according to his theory. For state intervention has falsified the natural economic relations. The different national wages must be reckoned, therefore, as if that part of each that goes to the state in the form of taxes came to the labourer himself. Ought not Mr. Carey to consider further whether those state expenses are not the natural fruits of capitalistic development? The reasoning is quite worthy of the man who first declared the relations of capitalist production to be eternal laws of nature and reason, whose free, harmonious working is only disturbed by the intervention of the state, in order afterwards to discover that the diabolical influence of England on the world market, an influence which, it appears, does not spring from the natural laws of capitalist production, necessitates state intervention, i.e., the protection of those laws of nature and reason by the state, alias the system of protection. He discovered further that the theorems of Ricardo and others, in which existing social antagonisms and contradictions are formulated, are not the ideal product of the real economic movement, but, on the contrary, that the real antagonisms of capitalist production in England and elsewhere are the result of the theories of Ricardo and others. Finally, he discovered that it is, in the last resort, commerce that destroys the inborn beauties and harmonies of the capitalist mode of production. A step further and he will, perhaps, discover that the one evil in capitalist production is capital itself. Only a man with such atrocious want of the critical faculty and such spurious erudition deserved, in spite of his protectionist heresy, to become the secret source of the harmonious wisdom of Abbassiat and of all the other free trade optimists of today. Footnote: Essay on the Rate of Wages, with an examination of the causes of the difference in the condition of the laboring population throughout the world. Philadelphia, 1835. End of chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of Kapital Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. Kapital, a critical analysis of capitalist production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Frederick Engels. Part 7. The accumulation of capital. The conversion of a sum of money into a means of production and labor power is the first step taken by the quantum of value that is going to function as capital. This conversion takes place in the market, within the sphere of circulation. The second step, the process of production, is complete so soon as the means of production have been converted into commodities whose value exceeds that of their component parts, and therefore contains the capital originally advanced, plus a surplus value. These commodities must then be thrown into circulation. They must be sold, their value realized in money, this money afresh converted into capital, and so over and over again. This circular movement, in which the same phases are continually gone through in succession, forms the circulation of capital. The first condition of accumulation is that the capitalist must have contrived to sell his commodities and to reconvert into capital the greater part of the money so received. In the following pages we shall assume that capital circulates in its normal way. The detailed analysis of the process will be found in Book 2. The capitalist who produces surplus value, that is, who extracts unpaid labor directly from the laborers and fixes it in commodities, is indeed the first appropriator, but by no means the ultimate owner of this surplus value. He has to share it with capitalists, with landowners, etc., who fulfill other functions in the complex of social production. Surplus value, therefore, splits up into various parts. Its fragments fall to various categories of persons and take various forms, independent the one of the other, such as profit, interest, merchant's profit, rent, etc. It is only in Book 3 that we can take in hand these modified forms of surplus value. On the one hand, then, we assume that the capitalist sells at their value the commodities he has produced, without concerning ourselves either about the new forms that capital assumes while in the sphere of circulation, or about the concrete conditions of reproduction hidden under these forms. On the other hand, we treat the capitalist producer as owner of the entire surplus value, or better perhaps, as the representative of all the sharers with him in the booty. We therefore first of all consider accumulation from an abstract point of view, that is, as a mere phase in the actual process of production. So far as accumulation takes place, the capitalist must have succeeded in selling his commodities and in reconverting the sale money into capital. Moreover, the breaking up of surplus value into fragments neither alters its nature nor the conditions under which it becomes an element of accumulation. Whatever be the proportion of surplus value which the industrial capitalist retains for himself, or yields up to others, he is the one who, in the first instance, appropriates it. We therefore assume no more than what actually takes place. On the other hand, the simple fundamental form of the process of accumulation is obscured by the incident of the circulation which brings it about, and by the splitting up of surplus value. An exact analysis of the process, therefore, demands that we should, for a time, disregard all phenomena that hide the pity of its inner mechanism. Chapter 23. Simple reproduction. Whatever the form of the process of production in a society, it must be a continuous process, must continue to go periodically through the same phases. A society can no more cease to produce than it can cease to consume. When viewed, therefore, as a connected whole, and as flowing on with incessant renewal, every social process of production is at the same time a process of reproduction. The conditions of production are also those of reproduction. No society can go on producing, in other words, no society can reproduce, unless it constantly reconverts a part of its products into means of production, or elements of fresh products. all other circumstances remaining the same, the only mode by which it can reproduce its wealth and maintain it at one level is by replacing the means of production, i.e., the instruments of labor, the raw material, and the auxiliary substances consumed in the course of the year, by an equal quantity of the same kind of articles. These must be separated from the mass of the yearly products and thrown afresh into the process of production. Hence, a definite portion of each year's product belongs to the domain of production. Destined for productive consumption from the very first, this portion exists, for the most part, in the shape of articles totally unfitted for individual consumption. If production be capitalistic in form, so too will be reproduction. Just as in the former the labor process figures but as a means towards the self-expansion of capital, so in the latter it figures but as a means of reproducing as capital, that is, as self-expanding value, the value advanced. It is only because his money constantly functions as capital that the economic guise of a capitalist attaches to a man. If, for instance, a sum of £100 has this year been converted into capital and produced a surplus value of £20, it must continue during next year and subsequent years to repeat the same operation. As a periodic increment of the capital advanced, or periodic fruit of capital in process, surplus value acquires the form of a revenue flowing out of capital. Footnote. Mais ces riches qui consomment les produits du travail des autres ne peuvent les obtenir que par des échanges. S'ils donnent cependant leurs richesses acquises et accumulées en retour contre ces produits nouveaux qui sont l'objet de leur fantaisie, ils semblent exposés à épuiser bientôt le fonds de réserve. Ils ne travaillent point, avons-nous dit, et ils ne peuvent m'être envoyés. On croirait donc que chaque jour doit voir diminuer leur vieille richesse, et que lorsqu'il ne leur en restera plus, rien ne sera offert en échange aux ouvriers qui travaillent exclusivement pour eux. Mais dans l'ordre social, la richesse a acquis la propriété de se reproduire par le travail d'autrui, et sans que son propriétaire y concourt. La richesse, comme le travail et par le travail, donne un fruit annuel qui peut être détruit chaque année sans que le riche en devienne plus pauvre. Ce fruit est le revenu qui naît du capital. Sismondi, Nouvel Principe d'économie politique. Paris, 1819, Volume 1, page 81 and 82. End footnote. If this revenue serve the capitalist only as a fund to provide for his consumption and be spent as periodically as it is gained, then, caeteris paribus, simple reproduction will take place. And although this reproduction is a mere repetition of the process of production on the old scale, yet this mere repetition or continuity gives a new character to the process, or rather causes the disappearance of some apparent characteristics which it possessed as an isolated, discontinuous process. The purchase of labor power for a fixed period is the prelude to the process of production, and this prelude is constantly repeated when the stipulated term comes to an end, when a definite period of production, such as a week or a month, has elapsed. But the laborer is not paid until after he has expended his labor power, and realized in commodities not only its value, but surplus value. He has, therefore, produced not only surplus value, which we for the present regard as a fund to meet the private consumption of the capitalist, but he has also produced, before it flows back to him in the shape of wages, the fund out of which he himself is paid, the variable capital, and his employment lasts only so long as he continues to reproduce this fund. Hence that formula of the economists referred to in chapter 18, which represents wages as a share in the product itself. Footnote. Quote, wages as well as profits are to be considered, each of them, as really a portion of the finished product. End quote. Ramsay, Loco Citato, page 142. Quote, the share of the product which comes to the laborer in the form of wages. End quote. J. Mill, Éléments, etc. Translated by Parisot, Paris, 1823, page 34. End footnote. What flows back to the laborer in the shape of wages is a portion of the product that is continuously reproduced by him. The capitalist, it is true, pays him in money, but this money is merely the transmuted form of the product of his labor. While he is converting a portion of the means of production into products, a portion of his former product is being turned to money. It is his labor of last week or of last year that pays for his labor power this week or this year. The illusion begotten by the intervention of money vanishes immediately if, instead of taking a single capitalist and a single laborer, we take the class of capitalists and the class of laborers as a whole. The capitalist class is constantly giving to the laboring class order notes in the form of money on a portion of the commodities produced by the latter and appropriated by the former. The laborers give these order notes back just as constantly to the capitalist class, and in this way get their share of their own product. The transaction is veiled by the commodity form of the product and the money form of the commodity. Variable capital is therefore only a particular historical form of appearance of the fund for providing the necessaries of life, or the labor fund which the laborer requires for the maintenance of himself and family, and which, whatever be the system of social production, he must himself produce and reproduce. If the labor fund constantly flows to him in the form of money that pays for his labor, it is because the product he has created moves constantly away from him in the form of capital. But all this does not alter the fact that it is the laborer's own labor realized in a product which is advanced to him by the capitalist. Footnote: quote, "When capital is employed in advancing to the workman his wages, it adds nothing to the funds for the maintenance of labor." End quote. Cazenove, in note to his edition of Malthus' Definitions in Political Economy, London, 1853, page 22. End footnote. Let us take a peasant liable to do compulsory service for his lord. He works on his own land with his own means of production for, say, 3 days a week. The 3 other days he does forced work on the lord's domain. He constantly reproduces his own labor fund, which never, in his case, takes the form of a money payment for his labor, advanced by another person. But in return, his unpaid forced labor for the lord, on its side, never acquires the character of voluntary paid labor. If one fine morning the lord appropriates to himself the land, the cattle, the seed, in a word, the means of production of this peasant, the latter will thenceforth be obliged to sell his labor power to the lord. He will, ceteris paribus, labor 6 days a week as before, 3 for himself, 3 for his lord, who thenceforth becomes a wages-paying capitalist. As before, he will use up the means of production as means of production, and transfer their value to the product. As before, a definite portion of the product will be devoted to reproduction. But from the moment that the forced labor is changed into wage labor, from that moment the labor fund, which the peasant himself continues as before to produce and reproduce, takes the form of a capital advanced in the form of wages by the lord. The bourgeois economist, whose narrow mind is unable to separate the form of appearance from the thing that appears, shuts his eyes to the fact that it is but here and there on the face of the earth that even nowadays the labor fund crops up in the form of capital. Footnote: quote, "The wages of labor are advanced by capitalists in the case of less than 1/4 of the laborers of the earth." End quote. Richard Jones, Textbook of Lectures on the Political Economy of Nations, Hertford, 1852, page 36. End footnote. Variable capital, it is true, only then loses its character of a value advanced out of the capitalist's funds when we view the process of capitalist production in the flow of its constant renewal. Footnote: quote, "Though the manufacturer, that is, the laborer, has his wages advanced to him by his master, he in reality costs him no expense, the value of these wages being generally reserved, together with a profit, in the improved value of the subject upon which his labor is bestowed." A. Smith, Loco Citato, Book 2, Chapter 3, page 311. End footnote. But that process must have had a beginning of some kind. From our present standpoint, it therefore seems likely that the capitalist once upon a time became possessed of money by some accumulation that took place independently of the unpaid labor of others, and that this was therefore how he was enabled to frequent the market as a buyer of labor power. However this may be, the mere continuity of the process, the simple reproduction, brings about some other wonderful changes which affect not only the variable but the total capital. If a capital of £1,000 beget yearly a surplus value of £200, and if this surplus value be consumed every year, it is clear that at the end of 5 years the surplus value consumed will amount to 5 times £200, or the £1,000 originally advanced. If only a part, say 1/2, were consumed, the same result would follow at the end of 10 years, since 10 times £100 is £1,000. General rule: the value of the capital advanced divided by the surplus value annually consumed gives the number of years, or reproduction periods, at the expiration of which the capital originally advanced has been consumed by the capitalist and has disappeared. The capitalist thinks that he is consuming the produce of the unpaid labor of others, that is, the surplus value, and is keeping intact his original capital, but what he thinks cannot alter facts. After the lapse of a certain number of years, the capital value he then possesses is equal to the sum total of the surplus value appropriated by him during those years, and the total value he has consumed is equal to that of his original capital. It is true, he has in hand a capital whose amount has not changed, and of which a part, that is, the buildings, machinery, etc., were already there when the work of his business began. But what we have to do with here is not the material elements, but the value of that capital. When a person gets through all his property by taking upon himself debts equal to the value of that property, it is clear that his property represents nothing but the sum total of his debts. And so it is with the capitalist. When he has consumed the equivalent of his original capital, the value of his present capital represents nothing but the total amount of the surplus value appropriated by him without payment. Not a single atom of the value of his old capital continues to exist. Apart then from all accumulation, the mere continuity of the process of production, in other words, simple reproduction, sooner or later, and of necessity, converts every capital into accumulated capital, or capitalized surplus value. Even if that capital was originally acquired by the personal labor of its employer, it sooner or later becomes value appropriated without an equivalent, the unpaid labor of others materialized either in money or in some other object. We saw in chapters 4 to 6 that in order to convert money into capital, something more is required than the production and circulation of commodities. We saw that on the one side the possessor of value or money, on the other the possessor of the value-creating substance, on the one side the possessor of the means of production and subsistence, on the other the possessor of nothing but labor power, must confront one another as buyer and seller. The separation of labor from its product, of subjective labor power from the objective conditions of labor, was therefore the real foundation in fact, and the starting point of capitalist production. But that which at first was but a starting point becomes, by the mere continuity of the process, by simple reproduction, the peculiar result, constantly renewed and perpetuated, of capitalist production. On the one hand, the process of production incessantly converts material wealth into capital, into means of creating more wealth and means of enjoyment for the capitalist. On the other hand, the laborer, on quitting the process, is what he was on entering it, a source of wealth, but devoid of all means of making that wealth his own. Since, before entering on the process, his own labor has already been alienated from himself by the sale of his labor power, has been appropriated by the capitalist and incorporated with capital, it must, during the process, be realized in a product that does not belong to him. Since the process of production is also the process by which the capitalist consumes labor power, the product of the laborer is incessantly converted, not only into commodities, but into capital, into value that sucks up the value-creating power, into means of subsistence that buy the person of the laborer, into means of production that command the producers. Footnote: quote, "This is a remarkably peculiar property of productive labor. Whatever is productively consumed is capital, and it becomes capital by consumption." End quote. James Mill, Loco Citato, page 242. James Mill, however, never got on the track of this remarkably peculiar property. End footnote. The laborer, therefore, constantly produces material, objective wealth, but in the form of capital, of an alien power that dominates and exploits him, and the capitalist as constantly produces labor power, but in the form of a subjective source of wealth, separated from the objects in and by which it can alone be realized. In short, he produces the laborer, but as a wage laborer. Footnote: quote, "It is true indeed that the first introducing a manufacture employs many poor, but they cease not to be so, and the continuance of it makes many." End quote. Reasons for a limited exportation of wool, London, 1677, page 19. Quote, "The farmer now absurdly asserts that he keeps the poor. They are indeed kept in misery." End quote. reasons for the late increase of the poor rates, or a comparative view of the prices of labour and provisions, London 1777, page 31. End footnote. This incessant reproduction, this perpetuation of the labourer, is the sine qua non of capitalist production. The labourer consumes in a twofold way. While producing, he consumes by his labour the means of production, and converts them into products with a higher value than that of the capital advanced. This is his productive consumption. It is at the same time consumption of his labour power by the capitalist who bought it. On the other hand, the labourer turns the money paid to him for his labour power into means of subsistence. This is his individual consumption. The labourer's productive consumption and his individual consumption are therefore totally distinct. In the former, he acts as the motive power of capital and belongs to the capitalist. In the latter, he belongs to himself and performs his necessary vital functions outside the process of production. The result of the one is that the capitalist lives, of the other that the labourer lives. When treating of the working day, we saw that the labourer is often compelled to make his individual consumption a mere incident of production. In such a case, he supplies himself with necessaries in order to maintain his labour power, just as coal and water are supplied to the steam engine and oil to the wheel. His means of consumption in that case are the mere means of consumption required by a means of production. His individual consumption is directly productive consumption. This, however, appears to be an abuse not essentially appertaining to capitalist production. Footnote. Rossi would not declaim so emphatically against this had he really penetrated the secret of productive consumption. End footnote. The matter takes quite another aspect when we contemplate not the single capitalist and the single labourer, but the capitalist class and the labouring class, not an isolated process of production, but capitalist production in full swing and on its actual social scale. By converting part of his capital into labour power, the capitalist augments the value of his entire capital. He kills two birds with one stone. He profits not only by what he receives from, but by what he gives to the labourer. The capital given in exchange for labour power is converted into necessaries by the consumptions of which the muscles, nerves, bones, and brains of existing labourers are reproduced, and new labourers are begotten. Within the limits of what is strictly necessary, the individual consumption of the working class is, therefore, the reconversion of the means of subsistence given by capital in exchange for labour power, into fresh labour power at the disposal of capital for exploitation. It is the production and reproduction of that means of production so indispensable to the capitalist, the labourer himself. The individual consumption of the labourer, whether it proceed within the workshop or outside it, whether it be part of the process of production or not, forms therefore a factor of the production and reproduction of capital, just as cleaning machinery does, whether it be done while the machinery is working or while it is standing. The fact that the labourer consumes his means of subsistence for his own purposes and not to please the capitalist has no bearing on the matter. The consumption of food by a beast of burden is none the less a necessary factor in the process of production because the beast enjoys what it eats. The maintenance and reproduction of the working class is and must ever be a necessary condition to the reproduction of capital. But the capitalist may safely leave its fulfillment to the labourer's instincts of self-preservation and of propagation. All the capitalist cares for is to reduce the labourer's individual consumption as far as possible to what is strictly necessary, and he is far away from imitating those brutal South Americans who force their labourers to take the more substantial rather than the less substantial kind of food. Footnote. Quote, "The labourers in the mines of South America, whose daily task, the heaviest perhaps in the world, consists in bringing to the surface on their shoulders a load of metal weighing from 180 to 200 pounds, from a depth of 450 feet, live on bread and beans only. They themselves would prefer the bread alone for food, but their masters, who have found out that a man cannot work so hard on bread, treat them like horses and compel them to eat beans. Beans, however, are relatively much richer in bone earth, phosphate of lime, than is bread." End quote. Liebig, Locus Citato, Volume 1, page 194, note. End footnote. Hence, Both the capitalist and his ideological representative, the political economist, consider that part alone of the laborer's individual consumption to be productive which is requisite for the perpetuation of the class, and which therefore must take place in order that the capitalist may have labor power to consume. What the laborer consumes for his own pleasure beyond that part is unproductive consumption. Footnote: James Mill, Loco Citato, page 238, end footnote. If the accumulation of capital were to cause a rise of wages and an increase in the laborer's consumption, unaccompanied by increase in the consumption of labor power by capital, the additional capital would be consumed unproductively. Footnote: quote, if the price of labor should rise so high that, notwithstanding the increase of capital, no more could be employed, I should say that such increase of capital would be still unproductively consumed. End quote. Ricardo, Loco Citato, page 163, end footnote. In reality, the individual consumption of the laborer is unproductive as regards himself, for it reproduces nothing but the needy individual. It is productive to the capitalist and to the state, since it is the production of the power that creates their wealth. Footnote: quote, the only productive consumption properly so called is the consumption or destruction of wealth. He alludes to the means of production, by capitalists with a view to reproduction. The workman is a productive consumer to the person who employs him and to the state, but not strictly speaking to himself. End quote. Malthus' Definitions, etc., page 30, end footnote. From a social point of view, therefore, the working class, even when not directly engaged in the labor process, is just as much an appendage of capital as the ordinary instruments of labor. Even its individual consumption is, within certain limits, a mere factor in the process of production. That process, however, takes good care to prevent these self-conscious instruments from leaving it in the lurch, for it removes their product, as fast as it is made, from their pole to the opposite pole of capital. Individual consumption provides, on the one hand, the means for their maintenance and reproduction; on the other hand, it secures by the annihilation of the necessaries of life the continued reappearance of the workman in the labor market. The Roman slave was held by fetters. The wage laborer is bound to his owner by invisible threads. The appearance of independence is kept up by means of a constant change of employers, and by the fixio juris of a contract. In former times, capital resorted to legislation, whenever necessary, to enforce its proprietary rights over the free laborer. For instance, down to 1815, the emigration of mechanics employed in machine making was, in England, forbidden, under grievous pains and penalties. The reproduction of the working class carries with it the accumulation of skill that is handed down from one generation to another. Footnote: quote, the only thing of which one can say that it is stored up and prepared beforehand is the skill of the laborer. The accumulation and storage of skilled labor, that most important operation, is, as regards the great mass of laborers, accomplished without any capital whatever. End quote. Thomas Hodgkin, Labor Defended, etc., page 13. End footnote. To what extent the capitalist reckons the existence of such a skilled class among the factors of production that belong to him by right, and to what extent he actually regards it as the reality of his variable capital, is seen so soon as a crisis threatens him with its loss. In consequence of the Civil War in the United States, and of the accompanying cotton famine, the majority of the cotton operatives in Lancashire were, as is well known, thrown out of work. Both from the working class itself and from other ranks of society there arose a cry for state aid, or for voluntary national subscriptions, in order to enable the superfluous hands to emigrate to the colonies or to the United States. Thereupon the Times published on the 24th of March, 1863, a letter from Edmund Potter, a former president of the Manchester Chamber of Commerce. This letter was rightly called in the House of Commons the Manufacturers' Manifesto. Footnote: quote, that letter might be looked upon as the manifesto of the manufacturers. End quote. Ferrand, Motion on the Cotton Famine. House of Commons, 27th April 1863. End footnote. We cull here a few characteristic passages in which the proprietary rights of capital over labor power are unblushingly asserted. Quote, he, that is the men out of work, may be told the supply of cotton workers is too large, and must in fact be reduced by a third, perhaps, and that then there will be a healthy demand for the remaining two-thirds. Public opinion urges emigration. The master cannot willingly see his labour supply being removed. He may think, and perhaps justly, that it is both wrong and unsound. But if the public funds are to be devoted to assist emigration, he has a right to be heard, and perhaps to protest." End quote. Mr. Potter then shows how useful the cotton trade is, how the quote, "trade has undoubtedly drawn the surplus population from Ireland and from the agricultural districts," end quote. How immense is its extent, how in the year 1860 it yielded 5 out of 13 of the total English exports, how after a few years it will again expand by the extension of the market, particularly of the Indian market, and by calling forth a plentiful supply of cotton at 6d. per pound. He then continues, quote, "Some time, 1, 2, or 3 years it may be, will produce the quantity. The question I would put then is this: is the trade worth retaining? Is it worth while to keep the machinery," he means the living labour machines, "in order, and is it not the greatest folly to think of parting with that? I think it is. I allow that the workers are not a property, not the property of Lancashire and the masters, but they are the strength of both. They are the mental and trained power which cannot be replaced for a generation. The mere machinery which they work might much of it be beneficially replaced, nay improved, in a 12-month. Footnote. It will not be forgotten that this same capital sings quite another song under ordinary circumstances, when there is a question of reducing wages. Then the masters exclaim with one voice, quote, "The factory operatives should keep in wholesome remembrance the fact that theirs is really a low species of skilled labour, and that there is none which is more easily acquired, or of its quality more amply remunerated, or which, by a short training of the least expert, can be more quickly as well as abundantly acquired. The master's machinery (open brackets) which we now learn can be replaced with advantage in 12 months, close brackets, really plays a far more important part in the business of production than the labour and skill of the operative (open brackets) who cannot now be replaced under 30 years, close brackets, which 6 months' education can reach, and a common labourer can learn." End quote. See Ante, page 423. End footnote. Continue quote. "Encourage or allow the working power to emigrate, and what of the capitalist? Take away the cream of the workers, and fixed capital will depreciate in a great degree, and the floating will not subject itself to a struggle with a short supply of inferior labour. We are told the workers wish it, that is, emigration. Very natural it is that they should do so. Reduce, compress the cotton trade by taking away its working power and reducing their wages expenditure, say 1/5, or 5 millions, and what then would happen to the class above, the small shopkeepers? And what of the rents, the cottage rents? Trace out the effect upwards to the small farmer, the better householder, and the landowner, and say if there could be any suggestion more suicidal to all classes of the country than by enfeebling a nation by exporting the best of its manufacturing population, and destroying the value of some of its most productive capital and enrichment. I advise a loan of 5 or 6 millions sterling, extending it maybe over 2 or 3 years, administered by special commissioners added to the boards of guardians in the cotton districts under special legislative regulations, enforcing some occupation or labour as a means of keeping up at least the moral standard of the recipients of the loan. Can anything be worse for landowners or masters than parting with the best of the workers, and demoralizing and disappointing the rest by an extended depletive emigration, a depletion of capital and value in an entire province?" End quote. Potter, the chosen mouthpiece of the manufacturers, distinguishes 2 sorts of machinery, each of which belongs to the capitalist, and of which one stands in his factory, the other at night time and on Sundays is housed outside the factory, in cottages. The one is inanimate, the other living. The inanimate machinery not only wears out and depreciates from day to day, but a great part of it becomes so quickly superannuated by constant technical progress that it can be replaced with advantage by new machinery after a few months. The living machinery, on the contrary, gets better the longer it lasts, and in proportion as the skill, handed from one generation to another, accumulates. The Times answered the cotton lord as follows, quote, Mr. Edmund Potter is so impressed with the exceptional and supreme importance of the cotton masters that, in order to preserve this class and perpetuate their profession, he would keep 500,000 of the labouring class confined in a great moral workhouse against their will. Is the trade worth retaining? Asks Mr. Potter. Certainly by all honest means it is, we answer. Is it worth while keeping the machinery in order? Again asks Mr. Potter. Here we hesitate. By the machinery, Mr. Potter means the human machinery, for he goes on to protest that he does not mean to use them as an absolute property. We must confess that we do not think it worthwhile, or even possible, to keep the human machinery in order, that is, to shut it up and keep it oiled till it is wanted. Human machinery will rust under inaction, oil and rub it as you may. Moreover, the human machinery will, as we have just seen, get the steam up of its own accord, and burst or run amok in our great towns. It might, as Mr. Potter says, require some time to reproduce the workers, but, having machinists and capitalists at hand, we could always find thrifty, hard, industrious men wherewith to improvise more master manufacturers than we can ever want. Mr. Potter talks of the trade reviving in 1, 2, or 3 years, and he asks us not to encourage or allow the working power to emigrate. Footnote. Parliament did not vote a single farthing in aid of emigration, but simply passed some acts empowering the municipal corporations to keep the operatives in a half-starved state, that is, to exploit them at less than their normal wages. On the other hand, when, 3 years later, the cattle disease broke out, Parliament broke wildly through its usages and voted straight off millions for indemnifying the millionaire landlords whose farmers in any event came off without loss owing to the rise in the price of meat. The bull-like bellow of the landed proprietors at the opening of Parliament in 1866 showed that a man can worship the cow Sabala without being a Hindu, and can change himself into an ox without being a Jupiter. End footnote. Continuation of the Times quote. He says that it is very natural the workers should wish to emigrate, but he thinks that in spite of their desire, the nation ought to keep this 500,000 of workers, with their 700,000 dependents, shut up in the cotton districts. And as a necessary consequence, he must of course think that the nation ought to keep down their discontent by force, and sustain them by alms, and upon the chance that the cotton masters may some day want them. The time is come when the great public opinion of these islands must operate to save this working power from those who would deal with it as they would deal with iron and coal and cotton." End quote. The Times article was only a jeu d'esprit. The great public opinion was, in fact, of Mr. Potter's opinion, that the factory operatives are part of the movable fittings of a factory. Their emigration was prevented. They were locked up in that moral workhouse, the cotton districts, and they form, as before, the so-called strength of the cotton manufacturers of Lancashire. Capitalist production, therefore, of itself reproduces the separation between labour power and the means of labour. It thereby reproduces and perpetuates the condition for exploiting the labourer. It incessantly forces him to sell his labour power in order to live, and enables the capitalist to purchase labour power in order that he may enrich himself. Footnote. L'ouvrier demandait de la subsistance pour vivre. Le chef demandait du travail pour gagner. Sismondi. Loca Citato, page 91. End footnote. It is no longer a mere accident that capitalist and labourer confront each other in the market as buyer and seller. It is the process itself that incessantly hurls back the labourer onto the market as a vendor of his labour power, and that incessantly converts his own product into a means by which another man can purchase him. In reality, the labourer belongs to capital before he has sold himself to capital. His economic bondage is both brought about and concealed by the periodic sale of himself, by his change of masters, and by the oscillations in the market price of labour power. Footnote on economic bondage. A boorishly clumsy form of this bondage exists in the county of Durham. This is one of the few counties in which circumstances do not secure to the farmer undisputed proprietary rights over the agricultural labourer. The mining industry allows the latter some choice. In this county, the farmer, contrary to the custom elsewhere, rents only such farms as have on them labourers' cottages. The rent of the cottage is a part of the wages. These cottages are known as hinds houses. They are let to the labourers in consideration of certain feudal services under a contract called bondage, which, amongst other things, binds the labourer, during the time he is employed elsewhere, to leave someone, say his daughter, etc., to supply his place. The labourer himself is called a bondsman. The relationship here set up also shows how individual consumption by the labourer becomes consumption on behalf of capital, or productive consumption, from quite a new point of view. Quote, "It is curious to observe that the very dung of the hind and bondsman is the perquisite of the calculating lord, and the lord will allow no privy but his own to exist in the neighbourhood, and will rather give a bit of manure here and there for a garden than bate any part of his seigneurial right." End quote. Public Health Report 7, 1864, page 188. It will not be forgotten that, with respect to the labour of children, etc., even the formality of a voluntary sale disappears. End footnote. Capitalist production, therefore, under its aspect of a continuous connected process, of a process of reproduction, produces not only commodities, not only surplus value, but it also produces and reproduces the capitalist relation, on the one side the capitalist, on the other the wage labourer. Footnote. Quote, "Capital presupposes wage labour, and wage labour presupposes capital. One is a necessary condition to the existence of the other. They mutually call each other into existence. Does an operative in a cotton factory produce nothing but cotton goods? No, he produces capital. He produces values that give fresh command over his labour, and that, by means of such command, create fresh values." End quote. Karl Marx, Lohnarbeit und Kapital, in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung, number 266, 7th April 1849. The articles published under the above title in the Neue Rheinische Zeitung are parts of some lectures given by me on that subject in 1847 in the German Arbeiterverein at Brussels, the publication of which was interrupted by the Revolution of February. End footnote. End of Part 7, Chapter 23.
Chapter 24, Section 1 of Kapital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kapital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Friedrich Engels. Part 7. The Accumulation of Capital. Chapter 24. Conversion of Surplus Value into Capital. Section 1. Capitalist Production on a Progressively Increasing Scale. Transition of the laws of property that characterize production of commodities into laws of capitalist appropriation. Hitherto we have investigated how surplus value emanates from capital. We have now to see how capital arises from surplus value. Employing surplus value as capital, reconverting it into capital, is called accumulation of capital. Footnote. Accumulation of capital. The employment of a portion of revenue as capital. Malthus. Definitions, etc. Edition Cazenove, page 11. Conversion of revenue into capital. Malthus. Principles of Political Economy, 2nd edition, London, 1836, page 320. Endnote. First, let us consider this transaction from the standpoint of the individual capitalist. Suppose a spinner to have advanced a capital of £10,000, of which 4/5, £8,000, are laid out in cotton, machinery, etc., and 1/5, £2,000, in wages. Let him produce £24,000 of yarn annually, having a value of £2,000. The rate of surplus value being 100%, the surplus value lies in the surplus or net product of 40,000 pounds of yarn, 1/6 of the gross product, with a value of £2,000, which will be realized by a sale. £2,000 is £2,000. We can neither see nor smell in this sum of money a trace of surplus value. When we know that a given value is surplus value, we know how its owner came by it, but that does not alter the nature either of value or of money. In order to convert this additional sum of £2,000 into capital, the master spinner will, all circumstances remaining as before, advance 4/5 of it, £1,600, in the purchase of cotton, etc., and 1/5, £400, in the purchase of additional spinners, who will find in the market the necessaries of life whose value the master has advanced to them. Then the new capital of £2,000 functions in the spinning mill, and brings in its turn a surplus value of £400. The capital value was originally advanced in the money form. The surplus value, on the contrary, is, originally, the value of a definite portion of the gross product. If this gross product be sold, converted into money, the capital value regains its original form. From this moment the capital value and the surplus value are both of them sums of money, and their reconversion into capital takes place in precisely the same way. The one, as well as the other, is laid out by the capitalist in the purchase of commodities that place him in a position to begin afresh the fabrication of his goods, and this time on an extended scale. But in order to be able to buy those commodities he must find them ready in the market. His own yarns circulate only because he brings his annual product to market, as all other capitalists likewise do with their commodities. But these commodities, before coming to market, were part of the general annual product, part of the total mass of objects of every kind, into which the sum of the individual capitalists, i.e., the total capital of society, had been converted in the course of the year, and of which each capitalist had in hand only an aliquot part. The transactions in the market effectuate only the interchange of the individual components of this annual product, transfer them from one hand to another, but can neither augment the total annual production, nor alter the nature of the objects produced. Hence the end use that can be made of the total annual product depends entirely upon its own composition, but in no way upon circulation. The annual production must in the first place furnish all those objects, use values, from which the material components of capital, used up in the course of the year, have to be replaced. Deducting these, there remains the net or surplus product, in which the surplus value lies. And of what does this surplus product consist? Only of things destined to satisfy the wants and desires of the capitalist class, things which, consequently, enter into the consumption fund of the capitalists. Were that the case, the cup of surplus value would be drained to the very dregs, and nothing but simple reproduction would ever take place. To accumulate, it is necessary to convert a portion of the surplus product into capital. But we cannot, except by a miracle, convert into capital anything but such articles as can be employed in the labor process, i.e., means of production, and such further articles as are suitable for the sustenance of the laborer, i.e., means of subsistence. Consequently, a part of the annual surplus labor must have been applied to the production of additional means of production and subsistence, over and above the quantity of these things required to replace the capital advanced. In one word, surplus value is convertible into capital solely because the surplus product, whose value it is, already comprises the material elements of new capital. Footnote. We here take no account of export trade, by means of which a nation can change articles of luxury either into means of production or means of subsistence, and vice versa. In order to examine the object of our investigation in its integrity, free from all disturbing subsidiary circumstances, we must treat the whole world as one nation, and assume that capitalist production is everywhere established, and has possessed itself of every branch of industry. End note. Now, in order to allow of these elements actually functioning as capital, the capitalist class requires additional labor. If the exploitation of the laborers already employed do not increase, either extensively or intensively, then additional labor power must be found. For this the mechanism of capitalist production provides beforehand by converting the working class into a class dependent on wages, a class whose ordinary wages suffice, not only for its maintenance, but for its increase. It is necessary only for capital to incorporate this additional labor power, annually supplied by the working class in the shape of laborers of all ages, with the surplus means of production comprised in the annual produce, and the conversion of surplus value into capital is complete. From a concrete point of view, accumulation resolves itself into the reproduction of capital on a progressively increasing scale. The circle in which simple reproduction moves alters its form, and, to use Sismondi's expression, changes into a spiral. Footnote: Sismondi's analysis of accumulation suffers from the great defect that he contents himself to too great an extent with the phrase conversion of revenue into capital, without fathoming the material conditions of this operation. End note. Let us now return to our illustration. It is the old story. Abraham begat Isaac, Isaac begat Jacob, and so on. The original capital of £10,000 brings in a surplus value of £2,000, which is capitalized. The new capital of £2,000 brings in a surplus value of £400, and this too is capitalized, converted into a second additional capital, which in its turn produces a further surplus value of £80. And so the ball rolls on. We here leave out of consideration the portion of the surplus value consumed by the capitalist. Just as little does it concern us, for the moment, whether the additional capital is joined on to the original capital, or is separated from it to function independently, whether the same capitalist who accumulated it employs it, or whether he hands it over to another. This only we must not forget, that by the side of the newly formed capital, the original capital continues to reproduce itself, and to produce surplus value, and that this is also true of all accumulated capital, and the additional capital engendered by it. The original capital was formed by the advance of £10,000. How did the owner become possessed of it? By his own labor and that of his forefathers, answer unanimously the spokesmen of political economy. And in fact their supposition appears the only one consonant with the laws of the production of commodities. Footnote: Le travail primitif auquel son capital ou de sa naissance. The original labor to which his capital owed its origin. Sismondi, 1st C. edition Paris, page 109. End note. But it is quite otherwise with regard to the additional capital of £2,000. How that originated we know perfectly well. There is not one single atom of its value that does not owe its existence to unpaid labor. The means of production, with which the additional labor power is incorporated, as well as the necessaries with which the laborers are sustained, are nothing but component parts of the surplus product, of the tribute annually exacted from the working class by the capitalist class. Though the latter, with a portion of that tribute, purchases the additional labor power even at its full price, so that equivalent is exchanged for equivalent, yet the transaction is, for all that, only the old dodge of every conqueror who buys commodities from the conquered with the money he has robbed them of. If the additional capital employs the person who produced it, this producer must not only continue to augment the value of the original capital, but must buy back the fruits of his previous labor with more labor than they cost. When viewed as a transaction between the capitalist class and the working class, it makes no difference that additional laborers are employed by means of the unpaid labor of the previously employed laborers. The capitalist may even convert the additional capital into a machine that throws the producers of that capital out of work, and that replaces them by a few children. In every case the working class creates by the surplus labor of one year the capital destined to employ additional labor in the following year. And this is what is called creating capital out of capital. Footnote: Labor creates capital before capital employs labor. E.G. Wakefield, England and America, London, 1833, Volume 2, page 110. End note. The accumulation of the first additional capital of £2,000 presupposes a value of £10,000 belonging to the capitalist by virtue of his primitive labor, and advanced by him. The second additional capital of £400 presupposes, on the contrary, only the previous accumulation of the £2,000, of which the £400 is the surplus value capitalized. The ownership of past unpaid labor is thenceforth the sole condition for the appropriation of living unpaid labor on a constantly increasing scale. The more the capitalist has accumulated, the more he is able to accumulate. Insofar as the surplus value, of which the additional capital, number 1, consists, is the result of the purchase of labor power, with part of the original capital, a purchase that conformed to the laws of the exchange of commodities, and that, from a legal standpoint, presupposes nothing beyond the free disposal, on the part of the laborer, of his own capacities, and on the part of the owner of money or commodities, of the values that belong to him, insofar as the additional capital, number 2, etc., is the mere result of number 1, and therefore a consequence of the above conditions. Insofar as each single transaction invariably conforms to the laws of the exchange of commodities, the capitalist buying labor power, the laborer selling it, and we will assume at its real value, insofar as all this is true, it is evident that the laws of appropriation or of private property, laws that are based on the production and circulation of commodities, become by their own inner and inexorable dialectic changed into their very opposite. The exchange of equivalents, the original operation with which we started, has now become turned around in such a way that there is only an apparent exchange. This is owing to the fact that, first, that the capital which is exchanged for labor power is itself but a portion of the product of others' labor appropriated without an equivalent, and secondly, that this capital must not only be replaced by its producer, but replaced together with an added surplus. The relation of exchange subsisting between capitalist and laborer becomes a mere semblance appertaining to the process of circulation, a mere form foreign to the real nature of the transaction, and only mystifying it. The ever-repeated purchase and sale of labor power is now the mere form. What really takes place is this: the capitalist again and again appropriates, without equivalent, a portion of the previously materialized labor of others, and exchanges it for a greater quantity of living labor. At first the rights of property seemed to us to be based on a man's own labor. At last some such assumption was necessary, since only commodity owners with equal rights confronted each other, and the sole means by which a man could become possessed of the commodities of others was by alienating his own commodities, and these could be replaced by labor alone. Now, however, property turns out to be the right, on the part of the capitalist, to appropriate the unpaid labor of others or its product, and to be the impossibility, on the part of the laborer, of appropriating his own product. The separation of property from labor has become the necessary consequence of a law that apparently originated in their identity. Footnote: the property of the capitalist in the product of the labor of others is a strict consequence of the law of appropriation, the fundamental principle of which was, on the contrary, the exclusive title of every laborer to the product of his own labor. Cherbuliez, Richesse ou Pauvreté, Paris, 1841, page 58, where, however, the dialectical reversal is not properly developed. Therefore, however much the capitalist mode of appropriation may seem to fly in the face of the original laws of commodity production, it nevertheless arises, not from a violation, but, on the contrary, from the application of these laws. Let us make this clear once more by briefly reviewing the consequent phases of motion whose culminating point is capitalist accumulation. Footnote: the following passage, to page 551, Laws of Capitalist Appropriation, has been added to the English text in conformity with the 4th German edition. We saw, in the first place, that the original conversion of a sum of values into capital was achieved in complete accordance with the laws of exchange. One party to the contract sells his labor power, the other buys it. The former receives the value of his commodity, whose use value, labor, is thereby alienated to the buyer. Means of production which already belong to the latter are then transformed by him, with the aid of labor equally belonging to him, into a new product which is likewise lawfully his. The value of this product includes, first, the value of the used-up means of production. Useful labor cannot consume these means of production without transferring their value to the new product, but, to be saleable, labor power must be capable of supplying useful labor in the branch of industry in which it is to be employed. The value of the new product further includes the equivalent of the value of the labor power together with a surplus value. This is so because the value of the labor power, sold for a definite length of time, say a day, a week, etc., is less than the value created by its use during that time. But the worker has received payment for the exchange value of his labor power, and by doing so has alienated its use value, this being the case in every sale and purchase. The fact that this particular commodity, labor power, possesses the peculiar use value of supplying labor, and therefore of creating value, cannot affect the general law of commodity production. If, therefore, the magnitude of value advanced in wages is not merely found again in the product, but is found there augmented by a surplus value, this is not because the seller has been defrauded, for he has really received the value of his commodity. It is due solely to the fact that this commodity has been used up by the buyer. The law of exchange requires equality only between the exchange values of the commodities given in exchange for one another. From the very outset it presupposes even a difference between their use values, and it has nothing whatever to do with their consumption, which only begins after the deal is closed and executed. Thus the original conversion of money into capital is achieved in the most exact accordance with the economic laws of commodity production, and with the right of property derived from them. Nevertheless, its result is, 1. That the product belongs to the capitalist and not to the worker; 2. That the value of this product includes, besides the value of the capital advanced, a surplus value which costs the worker labor but the capitalist nothing, and which none the less becomes the legitimate property of the capitalist; 3. That the worker has retained his labor power and can sell it anew if he can find a buyer. Simple reproduction is only the periodical repetition of this first operation. Each time money is converted afresh into capital. Thus the law is not broken. On the contrary, it is merely enabled to operate continuously. Several successive acts of exchange have only made the last represent the first. Sismondi, Nouveaux Principes, etc., page 70. And yet we have seen that simple reproduction suffices to stamp this first operation, in so far as it is conceived as an isolated process, with a totally changed character. Of those who share the national income among themselves, the one side, the workers, acquire every year a fresh right to their share by fresh work; the others, the capitalists, have already acquired, by work done originally, a permanent right to their share. Sismondi, first see page 110 and 111. It is indeed notorious that the sphere of labor is not the only one in which primogeniture works miracles. Nor does it matter if simple reproduction is replaced by reproduction on an extended scale by accumulation. In the former case the capitalist squanders the whole surplus value in dissipation; in the latter he demonstrates his bourgeois virtue by consuming only a portion of it and converting the rest into money. The surplus value is his property. It has never belonged to anyone else. If he advances it for the purposes of production, the advances made come from his own funds, exactly as on the day when he first entered the market. The fact that on this occasion the funds are derived from the unpaid labor of his workers makes absolutely no difference. If worker B is paid out of the surplus value which worker A produced, then in the first place A furnished that surplus value without having the just price of his commodity cut by a halfpenny, and in the second place the transaction is of no concern of B's whatever. Whatever B claims, and has a right to claim, is that the capitalist should pay him the value of his labor power. Both were still gainers; the worker because he was advanced the fruits of his labor, should read, of the unpaid labor of other workers, before the work was done, should read, before his own labor had borne fruit. The employer, le maître, because the labor of this worker was worth more than his wages, should read, produced more value than the value of his wages. Sismondi, first see, page 135. To be sure, the matter looks quite different if we consider capitalist production in the uninterrupted flow of its renewal, and if in place of the individual capitalist and the individual worker we view in their totality the capitalist class and the working class confronting each other. But in so doing we should be applying the standards entirely foreign to commodity production. Only buyer and seller, mutually independent, face each other in commodity production. The relations between them cease on the day when the term stipulated in the contract they concluded expires. If the transaction is repeated, it is repeated as the result of a new agreement, which has nothing to do with the previous one, and which only by chance brings the same seller together again with the same buyer. If, therefore, commodity production, or one of its associated processes, is to be judged according to its own economic laws, we must consider each act of exchange by itself, apart from any connection with the act of exchange preceding it and that following it. And since sales and purchases are negotiated solely between particular individuals, it is not admissible to seek cure for relations between whole social classes. However long a series of periodical reproductions and preceding accumulations the capital functioning today may have passed through, it always preserves its original virginity. So long as the laws of exchange are observed in every single act of exchange, the mode of appropriation can be completely revolutionized, without in any way affecting the property rights which correspond to commodity production. These same rights belong in force both at the outset, when the product belongs to its producer, who, in exchanging equivalent for equivalent, can enrich himself only by his own labor, and also in the period of capitalism, when social wealth becomes to an ever-increasing degree the property of those who are in a position to appropriate continually and ever afresh the unpaid labor of others. This result becomes inevitable from the moment there is a free sale, by the laborer himself, of labor power as a commodity. But it is also only from then onwards that commodity production is generalized and becomes the typical form of production. It is only from then onwards that from the first every product is produced for sale, and all wealth produced goes through the sphere of circulation. Only when and where wage labor is its basis does commodity production impose itself upon society as a whole, but only then and there does it unfold all its hidden potentialities. To say that the supervention of wage labor adulterates commodity production is to say that commodity production must not develop if it is to remain unadulterated. To the extent that commodity production, in accordance with its own inherent laws, develops further into capitalist production, the property laws of commodity production change into the laws of capitalist appropriation. Footnote: We may well, therefore, feel astonished at the cleverness of Proudhon, who would abolish capitalistic property by enforcing the eternal laws of property that are based on commodity production. End note. We have seen that even in the case of simple reproduction, all capital, whatever its original source, becomes converted into accumulated capital, capitalized surplus value. But in the flood of production, all the capital originally advanced becomes a vanishing quantity, magnitudo evanescens in the mathematical sense, compared with the directly accumulated capital, i.e., with the surplus value or surplus product that is reconverted into capital, whether it functions in the hands of its accumulator or in those of others. Hence, political economy describes capital in general as accumulated wealth, converted surplus value or revenue, that is employed over again in the production of surplus value, and the capitalist as the owner of surplus value. It is merely another way of expressing the same thing to say that all existing capital is accumulated or capitalized interest, for interest is a mere fragment of surplus value. Footnote: Capital, viz., accumulated wealth employed with a view to profit. Malthus, 1st C. Capital consists of wealth saved from revenue and used with a view to profit. R. Jones, An Introductory Letter on Political Economy, London, 1833, page 16. End note. Note: The possessors of surplus produce or capital, the source and remedy of the national difficulties. A letter to Lord John Russell, London, 1821. End note. Note: Capital, with compound interest on every portion of capital saved, is so all-engrossing that all the wealth in the world from which income is derived has long ago become the interest on capital. London, Economist, 19th July 1851. End note. End of chapter 24, section 1. Chapter 24, section 2 of Kapital, volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kapital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Friedrich Engels. Part 7. The Accumulation of Capital. Chapter 24. Conversion of Surplus Value into Capital. Section 2. Erroneous Conception by Political Economy of Reproduction on a Progressively Increasing Scale. Before we further investigate accumulation, or the reconversion of surplus value into capital, we must brush on one side an ambiguity introduced by the classical economists. Just as little as the commodities that the capitalist buys with a part of the surplus value for his own consumption serve the purpose of production and of creation of value, so little is the labor that he buys for the satisfaction of his natural and social requirements productive labor. Instead of converting the surplus value into capital, he, on the contrary, by the purchase of those commodities and that labor, consummates or expends it as revenue. In the face of the habitual mode of life of the old feudal nobility, which, as Hegel rightly says, consists in consuming what is in hand, and more especially displays itself in the luxury of personal retainers, it was extremely important for bourgeois economy to promulgate the doctrine that accumulation of capital is the first duty of every citizen, and to preach without ceasing that a man cannot accumulate if he eats up all his revenue, instead of spending a good part of it in the acquisition of additional productive laborers who bring in more than they cost. On the other hand, the economists had to contend against the popular prejudice that confuses capitalist production with hoarding, and fancies that accumulated wealth is either wealth that is rescued from being destroyed in its existing form, i.e., from being consumed, or wealth that is withdrawn from circulation. Exclusion of money from circulation would also exclude absolutely its self-expansion as capital, while accumulation of a hoard in the shape of commodities would be sheer tomfoolery. The accumulation of commodities in great masses is the result either of overproduction or of a stoppage of circulation. It is true that the popular mind is impressed by the sight, on the one hand, of the mass of goods that are stored up for gradual consumption by the rich, and, on the other hand, by the formation of reserve stocks, the latter a phenomenon that is common to all modes of production, and on which we shall dwell for a moment, when we come to analyze circulation. Classical economy is therefore quite right, when it maintains that the consumption of surplus products by productive, instead of by unproductive laborers, is a characteristic feature of the process of accumulation. But at this point the mistakes also begin. Adam Smith has made it the fashion to represent accumulation as nothing more than consumption of surplus products by productive laborers, which amounts to saying that the capitalizing of surplus value consists in merely turning surplus value into labor power. Footnote: no political economist of the present day can, by saving, mean mere hoarding, and beyond this contracted and insufficient proceeding, no use of the term in reference to the national wealth can be well imagined, but that which must arise from a different application of what is saved, founded upon a real distinction between the different kinds of labor maintained by it. Malthus, 1st C, pages 38 and 39. End note. Note: thus, for instance, Balzac, who so thoroughly studied every shade of avarice, represents the old usurper Gobseck in his second childhood, when he begins to heat up a hoard of commodities. End note. Footnote: accumulation of stocks upon exchange, overproduction. Theodore Corbett, 1st C, page 104. End note. Footnote: in this sense Necker speaks of the things of pomp and luxury, of which accumulation has grown with time, and with which the laws of property have brought into the hands of one class of society alone. Oeuvres de M. Necker, Paris and Lausanne, 1789, page 291. End note. Let us see what Ricardo, for example, says. It must be understood that all the productions of a country are consumed, but it makes the greatest difference imaginable whether they are consumed by those who reproduce or by those who do not reproduce another value. When we say that revenue is saved and added to capital, what we mean is that the portion of revenue so said to be added to capital is consumed by productive instead of unproductive laborers. There can be no greater error than in supposing that capital is increased by non-consumption. Footnote: Ricardo, 1st C, page 163. Note. End note. There can be no greater error than that which Ricardo and all subsequent economists repeat after A. Smith, viz., that the part of revenue of which it is said it has been added to capital is consumed by productive laborers. According to this, all surplus value that is changed into capital becomes variable capital. So far from this being the case, the surplus value, like the original capital, divides itself into constant capital and variable capital, into means of production and labor power. Labor power is the form under which variable capital exists during the process of production. In this process, the labor power is itself consumed by the capitalist, while the means of production are consumed by the labor power in the exercise of its function, labor. At the same time, the money paid for the purchase of the labor power is converted into necessaries that are consumed not by productive labor, but by the productive laborer. Adam Smith, by a fundamentally perverted analysis, arrives at the absurd conclusion that even though each individual capital is divided into a constant and a variable part, the capital of society resolves itself only into variable capital, i.e., is laid out exclusively in payment of wages. For instance, suppose a cloth manufacturer converts £2,000 into capital. One portion he lays out in buying weavers, the other in woolen yarn, machinery, etc. But the people from whom he buys the yarn and the machinery pay for labor with a part of the purchase money, and so on until the whole £2,000 are spent in payment of wages, i.e., until the entire product represented by the £2,000 has been consumed by productive laborers. It is evident that the whole gist of this argument lies in the words, "and so on," which send us from pillar to post. In truth, Adam Smith breaks his investigation off just where its difficulties begin. Footnote: in spite of his logic, John St. Mill never detects even such faulty analysis as this when made by his predecessors, an analysis which, even from the bourgeois standpoint of the science, cries out for rectification. In every case he registers with the dogmatism of a disciple the confusion of his master's thoughts. So here. The capital itself in the long run becomes entirely wages, and when replaced by the sale of produce becomes wages again. Endnote. The annual process of reproduction is easily understood so long as we keep in view merely the sum total of the year's production. But every single component of this product must be brought into the market as a commodity, and there the difficulty begins. The movements of the individual capitals and of the personal revenues cross and intermingle and are lost in the general change of places, in the circulation of the wealth of society. This dazes the sight, and propounds very complicated problems for solution. In the third part of Book 2 I shall give the analysis of the real bearing of the facts. It is one of the great merits of the physiocrats that in their tableaux économiques they were the first to attempt to depict the annual production in the shape in which it is presented to us after passing through the process of circulation. Footnote: in his description of the process of reproduction, and of accumulation, Adam Smith, in many ways, not only made no advance, but even lost considerable ground, compared with his predecessors, especially by the physiocrats. Connected with the illusion mentioned in the text is the really wonderful dogma, left by him as an inheritance to political economy, the dogma that the price of commodities is made up of wages, profit, or interest, and rent, i.e., of wages and surplus value. Starting from this basis, Storch naively confesses, it is impossible to resolve the necessary price into its simplest elements. Storch, 1st C. Petersburg, edition 1815, T2, page 141, note. A fine science of economy this, which declares it impossible to resolve the price of a commodity into its simplest elements. The point will be further investigated in the 7th part of Book 3. Endnote. For the rest, it is a matter of course that political economy, acting in the interests of the capitalist class, has not failed to exploit the doctrine of Adam Smith, viz., that the whole of that part of the surplus product which is converted into capital is consumed by the working class. End of Chapter 24, Section 2. Chapter 24, Section 3 of Kapital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kapital, a Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the 3rd German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Friedrich Engels. Part 7. The accumulation of capital. Chapter 24. Conversion of surplus value into capital. Section 3. Separation of surplus value into capital and revenue. The abstinence theory. In the last preceding chapter we treated surplus value, or the surplus product, solely as a fund for supplying the individual consumption of the capitalist. In this chapter we have so far treated it solely as a fund for accumulation. It is, however, neither the one nor the other, but is both together. One portion is consumed by the capitalist as revenue, the other is employed as capital is accumulated. Footnote. The reader will notice that the word revenue is used in a double sense. First, to designate surplus value so far as it is the fruit periodically yielded by capital. Secondly, to designate the part of that fruit which is periodically consumed by the capitalist, or added to the fund that supplies his private consumption. I have retained this double meaning because it harmonizes with the language of the English and French economists. End note. Given the mass of surplus value, then, the larger the one of these parts, the smaller is the other. Ceteris paribus, the ratio of these parts determines the magnitude of the accumulation. But it is by the owner of the surplus value, by the capitalist alone, that the division is made. It is his deliberate act. That part of the tribute exacted by him which he accumulates is said to be saved by him, because he does not eat it, i.e., because he performs the function of a capitalist, and enriches himself. Except as personified capital, the capitalist has no historical value, and no right to that historical existence, which, to use an expression of the witty Lichnowsky, hasn't got no date. And so far only is the necessity for his own transitory existence implied in the transitory necessity for the capitalist mode of production. But so far as he personified capital, it is not values in use and the enjoyment of them, but exchange value and its augmentation, that spur him into action. Fanatically bent on making value expend itself, he ruthlessly forces the human race to produce for production's sake. He thus forces the development of the productive powers of society, and creates those material conditions which alone can form the real basis of a higher form of society, a society in which the full and free development of every individual forms the ruling principle. Only as personified capital is the capitalist respectable. As such, he shares with the miser the passion for wealth as wealth. But that which in the miser is a mere idiosyncrasy is in the capitalist the effect of the social mechanism, of which he is but one of the wheels. Moreover, the development of capitalist production makes it constantly necessary to keep increasing the amount of the capital laid out in a given industrial undertaking, and competition makes the eminent laws of capitalist production to be felt by each individual capitalist, as external coercive laws. It compels him to keep constantly extending his capital, in order to preserve it, but extend it he cannot, except by means of progressive accumulation. So far, therefore, as his actions are a mere function of capital, endowed as capital is, in his person, with consciousness and a will, his own private consumption is a robbery perpetrated on accumulation, just as in bookkeeping by double entry, the private expenditure of the capitalist is placed on the debtor's side of his account against capital. To accumulate is to conquer the world of social wealth, to increase the mass of human beings exploited by him, and thus to extend both the direct and the indirect sway of the capitalist. Footnote. Taking the usurer, that old-fashioned but ever-renewed specimen of the capitalist, for his text, Luther shows very aptly that the love of power is an element in the desire to get rich. The heathen were able, by the light of reason, to conclude that a usurer is a double-dyed thief and murderer. We Christians, however, hold them in such honor that we fairly worship them for the sake of their money. Whoever eats up, robs, and steals the nourishment of another, that man commits as great a murder, so far as in him lies, as he who starves a man or utterly undoes him. Such does a usurer, and sits the while safe on his stool, when he ought rather to be hanging on the gallows, and be eaten by as many ravens as he has stolen guilders, if only there were so much flesh on him, that so many ravens could stick their beaks in and share it. Meanwhile we hang the small thieves, little thieves are put in the stocks, great thieves go flaunting in gold and silk. Therefore is there on this earth no greater enemy of man, after the devil, than a grip money, and usurer, for he wants to be God over all men. Turks, soldiers, and tyrants are also bad men, yet must they let the people live, and confess that they are bad, and enemies, and do, nay, must now and then show pity to some. But a usurer and money glutton, such a one would have the whole world perish of hunger and thirst, misery and want, so far as in him lies, so that he may have all to himself, and every one may receive from him as from a god, and be his serf for ever. To wear fine cloaks, golden chains, tings, to wipe his mouth, to be deemed and taken for a worthy, pious man, usury is a great huge monster, like a werewolf, who lays waste all, more than any Casus, Geryon, or Antis. And yet decks himself out, and would be thought pious, so that people may not see where the oxen have gone, that he drags backwards into his den. But Hercules shall hear the cry of the oxen and of his prisoners, and shall seek Cacus even in cliffs and among rocks, and shall set the oxen loose again from the villain. For Cacus means the villain that is a pious usurer, and steals, robs, and eats everything, and will not own that he has done it, and thinks no one will find him out, because the oxen, drawn backwards into his den, make it seem from their footprints that they have been let out. So the usurer would deceive the world, as though he were of use, and gave the world oxen, which he, however, rends and eats all alone. And since we break on the wheel, and behead highwaymen, murderers, and housebreakers, how much more ought we to break on the wheel and kill, hunt down, curse, and behead all usurers. Martin Luther, 1st C. and note. But original sin is at work everywhere. As capitalist production, accumulation, and wealth become developed, the capitalist ceases to be the mere incarnation of capital. He has a fellow feeling for his own Adam, and his education gradually enables him to smile at the rage for asceticism, as a mere prejudice of the old-fashioned miser. While the capitalist of the classical type brands individual consumption as a sin against his function, and as abstinence from accumulating, the modernized capitalist is capable of looking upon accumulation as abstinence from pleasure. Two souls, alas, do dwell within his breast, the one is ever parting from the other. [Footnote: See Goethe's Faust.] Endnote. At the historical dawn of capitalist production, and every capitalist upstart has personally to go through this historical stage, avarice and desire to get rich are the ruling passions. But the progress of capitalist production not only creates a world of delights, it lays open, in speculation and the credit system, 1,000 sources of sudden enrichment. When a certain stage of development has been reached, a conventional degree of prodigality, which is also an exhibition of wealth, and consequently a source of credit, becomes a business necessity to the unfortunate capitalist. Luxury enters into capital's expenses of representation. Moreover, the capitalist gets rich, not like the miser, in proportion to his personal labor and restricted consumption, but at the same rate as he squeezes out the labor power of others, and enforces on the laborer abstinence from all life's enjoyments. Although, therefore, the prodigality of the capitalist never possesses the bona fide character of the open-handed feudal lord's prodigality, but, on the contrary, has always been lurking behind the most sordid avarice and the most anxious calculation, yet his expenditure grows with his accumulation, without the one necessarily restricting the other. But along with this growth there is at the same time developed in his breast a Faustian conflict between the passion for accumulation and the desire for enjoyment. Dr. Aiken says, in a work published in 1795, the trade of Manchester may be divided into 4 periods. First, when manufacturers were obliged to work hard for their livelihood. They enriched themselves chiefly by robbing the parents, whose children were bound as apprentices to them. The parents paid a high premium, while the apprentices were starved. On the other hand, the average profits were low, and to accumulate extreme parsimony was requisite. They lived like misers, and were far from consuming even the interest on their capital. The second period, when they had begun to acquire little fortunes, but worked as hard as before, for direct exploitation of labor costs labor, as every slave driver knows, and lived in as plain a manner as before. The third, when luxury began, and the trade was pushed by sending out riders for orders into every market town in the kingdom. It is probable that few or no capitals of £3,000 to £4,000 acquired by trade existed here before 1690. However, about that time or a little later, the traders had got money beforehand, and began to build modern brick houses, instead of those of wood and plaster. Even in the early part of the 18th century, a Manchester manufacturer, who placed a pint of foreign wine before his guests, exposed himself to the remarks and head-shakings of all his neighbours. Before the rise of machinery, a manufacturer's evening expenditure at the public house where they all met never exceeded sixpence for a glass of punch, and a penny for a screw of tobacco. It was not till 1758, and this marks an epoch, that a person actually engaged in business was seen with an equipage of his own. The fourth period, the last 30 years of the 18th century, is that in which expense and luxury have made great progress, and was supported by a trade extended by means of riders and factors through every part of Europe. Footnote: Dr. Aiken, Description of the Country from 30 to 40 miles round Manchester. London, 1795, page 182. End note. What would the good Dr. Aiken say if he could rise from his grave and see the Manchester of today? Accumulate, accumulate. That is Moses and the prophets. Industry furnishes the material which saving accumulates. Therefore, save, i.e., reconvert the greatest possible portion of surplus value or surplus product into capital. Accumulation for accumulation's sake, production for production's sake. By this classical formula, economy expressed the historical mission of the bourgeoisie, and did not for a single instant deceive itself over the birth throes of wealth. But what avails lamentation in the face of historical necessity? If to classical economy the proletarian is but a machine for the production of surplus value, on the other hand the capitalist is in its eyes only a machine for the conversion of this surplus value into additional capital. Political economy takes the historical function of the capitalist in bitter earnest. In order to charm out of his bosom the awful conflict between the desire for enjoyment and the chase after riches, Malthus, about the year 1820, advocated a division of labor, which assigns to the capitalist actually engaged in production the business of accumulating, and to the other sharers in surplus value, to the landlords, the placemen, the beneficed clergy, etc., the business of spending. It is of the highest importance, he says, to keep separate the passion for expenditure and the passion for accumulation. Footnote: Adam Smith, Book 3, Chapter 3. End note. Footnote: Even J.B. Say says, "The savings of the rich are made at the expense of the poor." The Roman proletarian lived almost entirely at the expense of society. It can almost be said that modern society lives at the expense of the proletarians, on what it keeps out of the remuneration of labor. Sismondi, Etudes, etc., T1, page 24. End note. Note: Malthus, 1st C, page 319, 320. End note. The capitalists, having long been good livers and men of the world, utter loud cries. "What!" exclaimed one of their spokesmen, a disciple of Ricardo, "Mr. Malthus preaches high rents, heavy taxes, etc., so that the pressure of the spur may constantly be kept on the industrious by unproductive consumers. By all means, production on a constantly increasing scale runs the shibboleth, but production will, by such a process, be far more curbed in than spurred on. Nor is it quite fair thus to maintain in idleness a number of persons, only to pinch others, who are likely from their characters, if you can force them to work with success." Footnote: An inquiry into those principles respecting the nature of demand, etc., page 67. End note. Unfair as he finds it to spur on the industrial capitalist by depriving his bread of its butter, yet he thinks it necessary to reduce the laborer's wages to a minimum to keep him industrious. Nor does he for a moment conceal the fact that the appropriation of unpaid labor is the secret of surplus value. Increased demand on the part of the laborers means nothing more than their willingness to take less of their own product for themselves, and leave a greater part of it to their employers. And if it be said that this begets glut by lessening consumption on the part of the laborers, I can only reply that glut is synonymous with large profits. First see page 59. End note. The learned disputation how the booty pumped out of the laborer may be divided, with most advantage to accumulation, between the industrial capitalist and the rich idler, was hushed in the face of the Revolution of July. Shortly afterwards the town proletariat at Lyons sounded the tocsin of revolution, and the country proletariat in England began to set fire to farmyards and corn stacks. On this side of the Channel Owenism began to spread; on the other side St. Simonism and Fourierism. The hour of vulgar economy had struck. Exactly a year before, Nassau W. Senior discovered at Manchester that the profit, including interest, of capital is the product of the last hour of the 12. He had announced to the world another discovery. "I substitute," he proudly says, "for the word capital, considered as an instrument of production, the word abstinence." An unparalleled sample of this, of the discoveries of the vulgar economy! It substitutes for an economic category a sycophantic phrase, "Voilà tout." That's all. When the savage, says Senior, makes vows, he exercises an industry, but he does not practice abstinence. Footnote: Senior, Principes fondamentaux de l'économie politique, Paris, 1836, page 308. This was rather too much for the adherents of the old classical school. Mr. Senior has substituted for it the expression labor and profit, the expression labor and abstinence. He who converts his revenue abstains from the enjoyment which its expenditure would afford him. It is not the capital, but the use of the capital productively, which is the cause of profits. John Cazenove, 1st C, page 130. John Stuart Mill, on the contrary, accepts on the one hand Ricardo's theory of profit, and annexes on the other hand Senior's remuneration of abstinence. He is as much at home in absurd contradictions as he feels at sea in the Hegelian contradiction, the source of all dialectic. It has never occurred to the vulgar economist to make the simple reflection that every human action may be viewed as abstinence from its opposite. Eating is abstinence from fasting, walking abstinence from standing still, working abstinence from idling, idling abstinence from working, etc. These gentlemen would do well to ponder, once in a way, over Spinoza's Determinatio est negatio. This explains how and why, in the earlier states of society, the implements of labor were fabricated without abstinence on the part of the capitalist. The more society progresses, the more abstinence is demanded. Footnote: Senior, 1st C, page 342. Namely, from those who ply the industry of appropriating the fruits of others' industry. All the conditions for carrying on the labor process are suddenly converted into so many acts of abstinence on the part of the capitalist. If the corn is not all eaten, but a part of it also sown, abstinence of the capitalist. If the wine gets time to mature, abstinence of the capitalist. The capitalist robs his own self whenever he lends the instruments of production to the laborer; that is, whenever, by incorporating labor power with them, he uses them to extract surplus value out of that labor power, instead of eating them up, steam engines, cotton, railways, manure, horses, and all, or, as the vulgar economist childishly puts it, instead of dissipating their value in luxuries and other articles of consumption. How the capitalists as a class are to perform that feat is a secret that vulgar economy has hitherto obstinately refused to divulge. Enough that the world still jogs on, solely through the self-chastisement of this modern penitent of Vishnu, the capitalist. Not only accumulation, but the simple conservation of a capital requires constant effort to resist the temptation of consuming it. The simple dictates of humanity therefore plainly enjoin the release of the capitalist from this martyrdom and temptation, in the same way that the Georgian slave owner was lately delivered, by the abolition of slavery, from the painful dilemma, whether to squander the surplus product, lashed out of his negroes, entirely in champagne, or whether to reconvert a part of it into more negroes and more land. Footnote: No one will sow his wheat, for instance, and allow it to remain a 12-month in the ground, or leave his wine in a cellar for years, instead of consuming these things or their equivalent at once, unless he expects to acquire additional value. Scrope, Political Economy, edited by A. Potter, New York, 1841, pages 133–34. Footnote: The deprivation of the capitalist imposes on himself by lending, this euphemism used for the purpose of identifying, according to the approved method of vulgar economy, the laborer who is exploited, with the industrial capitalist who exploits, and to whom other capitalists lends money. his instruments of production to the worker, instead of devoting their value to his own consumption by transforming them into objects of utility or pleasure. G. de Molinari, 1st C, page 36. Footnote. The conservation of capital requires a constant effort for resisting the temptation to consume. Gourcel Seigneuil, 1st C, page 57. In economic forms of society of the most different kinds, there occurs not only simple reproduction, but in varying degrees reproduction on a progressively increasing scale. By degrees more is produced and more consumed, and consequently more products have to be converted into means of production. This process, however, does not present itself as accumulation of capital, nor as the function of a capitalist, so long as the laborer's means of production, and with them his product and means of subsistence, do not confront him in the shape of capital. Richard Jones, who died a few years ago, and was the successor of Malthus in the chair of political economy at Haileybury College, discusses this point well in the light of two important facts. Since the great mass of the Hindu population are peasants cultivating their land themselves, their products, their instruments of labor and means of subsistence never take the shape of a fund saved from revenue, which fund has, therefore, gone through a previous process of accumulation. On the other hand, the non-agricultural laborers in those provinces where the English rule has least disturbed the old system are directly employed by the magnates, to whom a portion of the agricultural surplus product is rendered in the shape of a tribute or rent. One portion of this product is consumed by the magnates in kind, another is converted for their use by the laborers into articles of luxury and such like things, while the rest forms the wages of the laborers, who own their implements of labor. Here production and reproduction on a progressively increasing scale go on their way without any intervention from that queer saint, that knight of the woeful countenance, the capitalist abstainer. Footnote. The particular classes of income which yield the most abundantly to the progress of national capital change at different stages of their progress, and are therefore entirely different in nations occupying different positions in that progress. Profits, unimportant source of accumulation compared with wages and rents, in the earlier stages of society. When a considerable advance in the powers of national industry has actually taken place, profits rise into comparative importance as a source of accumulation. Richard Jones, Textbook, pages 16 and 21. Footnote. 1st C, page 36. End of chapter 24, section 3. Chapter 24, Section 4 of Kapital, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Kapital, A Critical Analysis of Capitalist Production, Volume 1, by Karl Marx. Translated from the third German edition by Samuel Moore and Edward Aveling, and edited by Friedrich Engels. Part 7. The Accumulation of Capital. Chapter 24. Conversion of Surplus Value into Capital. Section 4. Circumstances that, independently of the proportional division of surplus value into capital and revenue, determine the amount of accumulation, degree of exploitation of labor power, productivity of labor, growing difference in amount between capital employed and capital consumed, magnitude of capital advanced. The proportion in which surplus value breaks up into capital and revenue being given, the magnitude of the capital accumulated clearly depends on the absolute magnitude of the surplus value. Suppose that 80% were capitalized and 20% eaten up, the accumulated capital will be £2,400 or £200, according as the total surplus value has amounted to £3,000 or £500. Hence all the circumstances that determine the mass of surplus value operate to determine the magnitude of the accumulation. We sum them up once again, but only insofar as they afford new points of view in regard to accumulation. It will be remembered that the rate of surplus value depends, in the first place, on the degree of exploitation of labor power. Political economy values this fact so highly that it occasionally identifies the acceleration of accumulation due to increased productiveness of labor with its acceleration due to increased exploitation of the laborer. In the chapters on the production of surplus value, it was constantly presupposed that wages are at least equal to the value of labor power. Forcible reduction of wages below this value plays, however, in practice, too important a part for us not to pause upon it for a moment. It in turn transforms, within certain limits, the laborer's necessary consumption fund into a fund for the accumulation of capital. Footnote: Ricardo says, in different stages of society the accumulation of capital or of the means of employing, i.e. exploiting, labor is more or less rapid, and must in all cases depend on the productive powers of labor. The productive powers of labor are generally greatest where there is an abundance of fertile land. If in the first sentence the productive powers of labor mean the smallness of that aliquot part of any produce that goes to those whose manual labor produced it, the sentence is nearly identical, because the remaining aliquot part is the fund whence capital can, if the owner pleases, be accumulated. But then this does not generally happen where there is most fertile land. Observations on certain verbal disputes, etc., pages 74 and 75. End note. Wages, says John Stuart Mill, have no productive power. They are the price of a productive power. Wages do not contribute, along with labor, to the production of commodities, no more than the price of tools contributes along with the tools themselves. If labor could be had without purchase, wages might be dispensed with. Footnote: John Stuart Mill, Essays on Some Unsettled Questions of Political Economy, London, 1844, page 90. End note. But if the laborers could live on air, they could not be bought at any price. The zero of their cost is therefore a limit in a mathematical sense, always beyond reach, although we can always approximate more and more nearly to it. The constant tendency of capital is to force the cost of labor back towards this zero. A writer of the 18th century, often quoted already, the author of the Essay on Trade and Commerce, only betrays the innermost secret soul of English capitalism when he declares the historic mission of England to be the forcing down of English wages to the level of the French and the Dutch. Footnote: An Essay on Trade and Commerce, London, 1770, page 44. The Times of December 1866 and January 1867 in like manner published certain outpourings of the heart of the English mine owner, in which the happy lot of the Belgian miners was pictured, who asked and received no more than was strictly necessary for them to live for their masters. The Belgian laborers have to suffer much, but to figure in the Times as model laborers. In the beginning of February 1867 came the answer, "Strike of the Belgian miners at Marchiennes, put down by powder and lead." End note. With other things he says naively, "But if our poor (technical term for laborers) will live luxuriously, then labor must, of course, be dear. When it is considered what luxuries the manufacturing populace consume, such as brandy, gin, tea, sugar, foreign fruit, strong beer, printed linens, snuff, tobacco, etc." First see pages 44 and 46. He quotes the work of a Northamptonshire manufacturer, who, with eyes squinting heavenwards, moans, "Labor is 1/3 cheaper in France than in England, for their poor work hard, and fare hard, as to their food and clothing. Their chief diet is bread, fruit, herbs, roots, and dried fish, for they very seldom eat flesh, and when wheat is dear, they eat very little bread. To which may be added," our essayist goes on, "that their drink is either water or other small liquors, so that they spend very little money. These things are very difficult to be brought about, but they are not impracticable, since they have been effected both in France and in Holland." Footnote: The Northamptonshire manufacturer commits a pious fraud, pardonable in one whose heart is so full.